Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Morning sunlight spilled over the hills as the company rose, packed their belongings, and prepared to depart. Where's Gandalf? A dwarf asked, scanning the campsite. Bilbo looked around and frowned. Endure, he's gone too. The dwarves exchanged puzzled looks. They hadn't seen either of them since dawn. Thorin's brows knit. Search the area. We've already lost time. Before anyone could move, green fire suddenly flared in the fireplace. The flames twisted upward, and a tall figure stepped out of them. Good morning, everyone, Gandalf said cheerfully, brushing soot from his cloak. A heartbeat later, Dewar emerged behind him, arms full of steaming bread and sausages. Perfect timing, breakfast is served fresh from the oven. The dwarves froze, eyes wide. They had just watched the two of them walk out of the fire. Thorin strode forward, suspicion and curiosity warring in his eyes. He eyed the food, then looked at them sharply. Where did you go? Gandalf chuckled. We were bored, so we popped over to the Prancing Pony Inn for a drink, picked up breakfast on the way back. A stunned silence followed. The prancing pony was several days' journey away. Even the horses couldn't make it that fast. The dwarves exchanged looks of pure disbelief, then awe. Magic. Thorin's sharp gaze turned calculating. If you can travel that way, could you not take us straight to the Lonely Mountain? Dewar shook his head. Fireplace teleportation only works between connected hearths. There isn't one in Erebor. No shortcut, I'm afraid. Thorin's expression fell. His thoughts were consumed with reclaiming his homeland. The answer stung more than he let on. Still, warm bread and sausages did wonders for morale. After eating, the group packed up and set off again. Before leaving, Dewar waved his wand. The tower behind them shimmered and vanished, sealed under a transfiguration charm. He layered it with a muggle-repelling and confusion charm for good measure, just in case unwanted visitors came snooping. The road ahead stretched long and empty. To reach the misty mountains, they needed to cross the vast lone lands, barren, wind-blown plains broken only by scattered ruins and rocky outcrops. The Canquin River cut through the region, and the last bridge before the mountains marked halfway to their destination. But the wilds were not as safe as they once were. Orcs had begun to roam further south, raiding travelers and abandoned settlements. For nearly a week, the company marched without seeing another soul. The wilderness seemed endless. That evening, as they stopped beside a lonely stretch of road to make camp, the silence shattered. A hiss of air, then a storm of arrows streaked through the darkness. Down, Gandalf bellowed. He raised his staff, a flash of white light deflecting several arrows midair. Dewar, halfway through setting up the tent, spun and pointed his wand. Transfiguro, every arrow meant for them turned into flowers, roses, and lilies raining harmlessly onto the startled group. The dwarves froze, blinking at the absurd sight before bursting into cheers. Well done, Dewar. Their celebration didn't last. From beyond the ridge, shapes emerged, dozens of them, tall, broad, and hideous, with gray-green skin, yellow fangs, and blood-red eyes. The stench of rot followed them. Orcs. It's an orc warband, Gandalf shouted. Weapons ready, Thorin's knuckles whitened around his sword hilt. His family's blood had been spilled by orcs, his father, his grandfather. Rage burned in his eyes. Kill them all. With a roar, he charged. The dwarves followed, axes and hammers gleaming in the firelight. Despite their size, they moved with fierce precision, cutting low and hard. Gandalf waded into the fray, his staff cracking skulls like dry wood. Dewar stood at the rear beside Bilbo, who gripped his dagger with trembling hands but didn't back away. Are they always this bloodthirsty? Dewar muttered, watching Thorin and his kin fight like madmen. He considered joining them, but quickly thought better of it. He was no warrior, and Bilbo clearly needed protection. That decision didn't last long. 5 orcs broke away from the main skirmish and charged toward him and Bilbo. Really, you pick me, Dewar said, rolling his eyes. He raised his wand. Pratigo Totalum, a translucent barrier wrapped around Bilbo. Stay close, Dewar ordered, drawing his flaming sword with his other hand. He swung his wand. Petrificus Totalis. The first 2 orcs froze mid-charge. Toppling like statues, Dewar lunged forward, the flaming blade slicing through the air. One clean strike and an orc's head flew free, the flames devouring it before it hit the ground. Adrenaline surged through him. His fear evaporated, replaced by raw exhilaration. So this is what battle feels like. Nearby, Gandalf smashed an orc with his staff, the impact echoing like thunder. Thorin's dwarves fought like a tide of steel, hacking through the enemy ranks with grim efficiency. Within minutes, the orc formation broke. The survivors turned and fled into the darkness. After them, Thorin roared. The dwarves needed no encouragement. They chased the orcs across the plain until the last one fell. When it was over, the company regrouped, bloodied but triumphant. Dewar leaned on his sword, chest heaving. Gandalf gave him a nod of approval. You're learning fast, young wizard. Dewar managed a grin. Trial by fire, right? The dwarves were already laughing and bragging over their kills. Then Bilbo approached quietly, holding something in his hand, a small dagger stained dark. Dewar blinked. "You killed one." Bilbo's cheeks flushed. He was running away. "I threw it." A brief silence, then a roar of approval from the dwarves. "Well done, Master Baggins." From that moment on, they no longer saw Bilbo as baggage, but as one of their own. And for Dewar, the night marked something else entirely. It was the first time he'd fought not as a bystander from another world, but as a wizard of Middle-earth. After the brutal skirmish with the orcs, the company was drained. They set up camp on the edge of the wasteland, their armor dented, clothes torn but spirits high. The dwarves sat in a noisy circle, laughing and boasting about who had felled the most orcs. Even Thorin allowed himself a faint, satisfied smile. Only Gandalf sat apart, pipe smoke curling slowly into the air. His brow was furrowed, his eyes distant and heavy with thought, Dewar noticed. He walked over and settled beside him on the log. "You've been quiet since the fight. What's bothering you?" Gandalf exhaled a long stream of smoke before speaking. "Orcs dwell in the Misty Mountains. To find them wandering this far south means their numbers have grown, so many in fact that they've begun to spill into the wasteland." He paused, his voice low. "And we still have to cross those mountains." Dewar frowned. "That's not ideal." "No, it isn't," Gandalf said grimly. "If their armies have gathered, we'll be walking straight into a nest." "So what's your plan?" Gandalf tapped his pipe on the log. "Once we cross the last bridge, I'll go ahead to scout the way. If we're lucky, I can find a safer route through." Dewar thought for a moment. "Then I'm coming with you. I know a few concealment spells that might keep us hidden even if we run into trouble." He drew his wand and tapped a stone at his feet. With a faint shimmer, the stone vanished. It hadn't turned invisible. It simply blended perfectly into the surroundings, camouflaged like a chameleon. Gandalf's eyes widened, a rare look of genuine delight lighting his face. "Well now, Dewar, how many tricks do you still have tucked up your sleeve?" Dewar grinned. "You'll find out eventually." And so the plan was quietly made between them. After a short rest, the company pressed on. For several days, the road remained mercifully quiet. No more orc attacks, no signs of pursuit, just long miles and bitter wind. When at last they reached the final bridge over the Kenquin River, relief rippled through the group. Beyond lay the edge of the Troll Forest, and beyond that, the Misty Mountains themselves. They were halfway to Erebor. But before Gandalf and Dewar could share their scouting plan, a storm was already brewing between Thorin and Gandalf. The argument began over the map. Thorin carried the old parchment, drawn by King Thrain Roman II himself, showing the secret entrance into the Lonely Mountain, the key to reclaiming his homeland. But the writing that revealed the hidden door's password was in ancient moon runes, legible only under a specific moonlight. To decipher it, Gandalf suggested they seek Elrond of Rivendell, one of the wisest elves in Middle-earth. Thorin's reaction was immediate and furious. "I'll not go crawling to the elves," he snapped. "Their lands bring no fortune to dwarves, and Elrond is kin to Gil-galad, who sided with our enemies." By enemies, he meant the woodland elves and their king Thranduil. When Smaug took the Lonely Mountain, Thorin's kin had begged Thranduil for aid. The Elven King turned them away. The betrayal had never been forgiven. Gandalf's expression darkened. "Elrond is not Thranduil. He's wise and fair. His counsel could save our lives, and his house is safe. If anyone can read that map, it's him." "I said no," Thorin's voice boomed. "The elves are deceivers. I will not owe them nor give them the chance to meddle in dwarven affairs." Gandalf's temper finally broke. "That's not caution, Thorin. It's stubborn pride. You'd rather walk blind into danger than accept help freely given." "I'd rather face danger than bow to elves." Thorin shot back, his eyes blazing. Gandalf threw up his hands. "You're as thick-headed as the stones under an orc's backside." He turned sharply, cloak flaring. "Gandalf, where are you going?" Bilbo asked, startled. "To scout ahead," the wizard growled. "Before our fearless leader finds us a few more life-threatening surprises." He stopped, turned to Dewar, and said flatly, "You're coming with me." Dewar gave Bilbo a reassuring nod. "Watch my things, will you? I'll be back before long." And with that, he followed Gandalf into the trees, leaving the dwarves and one worried hobbit behind. Once they were far enough ahead, Gandalf's scowl faded, replaced by a wry smirk. "You're not angry anymore?" Dewar asked. "Oh, I'm angry," Gandalf said, chuckling. "But not at Thorin. I just needed a reason to leave without starting another war of words. Dwarves are as stubborn as the mountains they mine. If I argued longer, I'd have keeled over before winning." Dewar snorted. "So you left on purpose?" "Exactly." Gandalf's eyes twinkled. "We're still going to Rivendell. They'll come around eventually." "And how do you plan to make them come around?" Dewar asked. "A little crisis tends to do the trick," Gandalf said casually, as though discussing the weather. Dewar stared at him. "You mean you want them to get in trouble?" Gandalf shrugged. "We're entering the Troll Forest. Trouble's easy to find here. A small scare will do more good than 100 lectures. So we just let them suffer a bit while we keep watch from the shadows?" "Exactly," Gandalf said, smiling through his beard. "We'll make sure no one dies, of course. But a taste of real danger might finally crack Thorin's pride." Dewar sighed, shaking his head with a half-smile. "I never took you for the let-them-suffer-to-learn type, Gandalf." "Wisdom rarely grows from comfort," Gandalf replied, his tone calm and certain. "And as for Bilbo, he stays. He needs to find his courage, not borrow ours. When he stands beside them in hardship, they'll start seeing him as one of their own." Dewar couldn't help but grin. "You really are something else." Gandalf took another puff of his pipe, eyes glinting in the dim forest light. "I'm just giving the story a little nudge," he said. "The rest is up to them." Although the mission was to give Thorin and his companions a hard time, Gandalf and Dai still made sure to scout ahead. Although the two were walking, they were both moving at a considerable pace. Especially when he was with Gandalf, influenced by the power of Nea's Ring of Fire, Dewey didn't feel tired at all. Dewey could only express his envy. He really wanted one of those amazing artifacts. Unfortunately, all 3 elf rings were in the hands of 3 powerful individuals, and he had no chance of obtaining them. It's no wonder that the White Wizard Saruman was jealous of Gandalf because Sildon gave him the Ring of Fire Nea, and that this caused a rift between them. Who wouldn't want such a magical artifact? Thinking this, he then thought of the One Ring. The One Ring is currently in Gollum's hands in the Misty Mountains, but it won't be long before it falls into Bilbo's hands. This made him somewhat curious about the power of the One Ring. After all, this ring is said to be more powerful than the 3 rings of the elves, but it seems that in Bilbo's hands, it only helps him become invisible and has no other abilities. But when he thought of the One Ring's corrupting power, which even Gandalf and Galadriel dared not touch, he gave up the idea. He didn't believe he was stronger than Gandalf or Galadriel, or that he was immune to the power of the One Ring. Dai and Gandalf walked along the main road until nightfall, until they passed an unnamed village. But what made Dewey and Gandalf even more solemn was that the small village had been severely damaged, and there wasn't a single person in sight. Judging from the signs of damage, the damage occurred relatively recently. I don't know if the villagers have already suffered a terrible fate or have been lucky enough to escape. Dewey and Gandalf would prefer the latter. But when they entered the village and saw some bloodstains and untouched furniture, their mood became heavy. It's clear that the people here are more likely to have met with misfortune. Gandalf carefully examined the signs of destruction, then said in a somewhat somber tone, the force of the destruction was immense, and there were also huge footprints. This must have been done by trolls. The two left the village in silence and continued walking, encountering several more small villages along the way. Without exception, they were all severely damaged, and there was not a single person left in the village. Their mood grew increasingly heavy. "The previous plan has been cancelled," Gandalf suddenly said to Dewey. "Our top priority is to find the trolls that destroyed the village. They have abducted quite a few villagers, and it hasn't been long, so there may still be hope for their survival." Dewey naturally had no objections. The two stopped walking forward and instead changed direction, heading deeper into the ogre forest, following the ogre's footprints in their search. The two walked deeper and deeper until midnight. Just when they thought they had found their target, they encountered a large swamp. Gandalf frowned as he looked at the swamp in front of him. The swamp was muddy, and the ogre's footprints were submerged in the water, ending all traces of their tracks. Dewey remained silent. He remembered the guiding spells in Harry Potter, but the problem was that he hadn't learned them yet, so he was willing but unable to. Hogwarts check-in system, location, troll forest check-in required. The system suddenly issued a prompt. Dewey paused for a moment, then quickly muttered to himself, sign in successful. Congratulations on acquiring the snake-like voice talent. A talent for speaking in a parsnip-like voice. Dewey was somewhat taken aback, not expecting to receive this from this sign-in session. But after waiting for a while, he didn't find anything extra. Could it be that we failed? That shouldn't be the case. Gandalf sighed, looking somewhat disappointed. Jur, we can only rely on luck now to see if we can find the ogre's cave as soon as possible. Gandalf, I have a way to try, but I don't know if it will work, Dewey suddenly said uncertainly. You have a way? Gandalf's eyes lit up, and he stared intently at him. Dewey, feeling somewhat insecure under Gandalf's gaze, nodded. I don't know if it will succeed, I'm just giving it a try. It's said that swamps are places where insects and snakes gather, so Dewey tried to imagine himself as a snake and shouted into the swamp, Are there any snakes? Just as Dewey awkwardly thought he had spoken human language. From Gandalf's perspective, however, he sees Dewey hissing at the swamp. The voice contained power, sounding cold and eerie, like the intimidating hiss of a venomous snake flicking its tongue, inspiring unease and a sense of mystery in the listener. What language is that? Gandalf asked in surprise. It sounds like a snake flicking its tongue. Dewey realized he had actually spoken Parseltongue and was overjoyed. He explained, This is Parseltongue or snake language. It allows me to communicate with snakes. Just as Dewey was explaining, a commotion broke out in the swamp. Countless snakes emerged from the water and grass, including water snakes, venomous snakes, and pythons, all converging on Dewey's direction. The sheer number of snakes, large and small, was enough to make one's scalp tingle and give one goosebumps. Seeing this, Gandalf was surprised and said meaningfully, I'm afraid it's more than just communicating with snakes, isn't it? However, Dewey's attention was not on Gandalf at the moment, so he did not hear what he said clearly. He did not expect that there were so many snakes living in the swamp, especially after he gained the talent of Parseltongue. At this moment, he only felt that there was a lot of noise around him. Hey, human, did you summon us? Why can you speak our snake language? A water snake asked, tilting its head back. I just finished making a baby with Zio Hong, and this wretched human summoned us. I really want to bite him. A bright, green, venomous snake threatened, flicking its tongue in annoyance, but it didn't dare to actually bite. I'm so hungry, I haven't eaten for over a month. Human, can you give me this old man to eat? I promise I'll treat you well. A giant python, as thick as a bucket and over 10 meters long, said hungrily. Dewey felt his head buzzing and immediately shouted, "Quiet down." Hissing snake language emanated from Dewey's mouth, and all the snakes seemed to be controlled by some force, instantly becoming quiet and limply lying on the ground. As Dewey gradually adapted to his talent for Parslion, he immediately commanded the snakes, "Does anyone know the location of the ogre's cave nearby? Lead us there right now." The hungry python answered first, "I know where the ogres are. As long as you give me food, I'll take you there right away." Dewey raised an eyebrow. It even knows how to make demands. Looks like a clever snake. He smiled and agreed, "As long as you lead the way, we'll kill the troll later and you can have the whole troll as your food. How about it?" "Really, you can take down an ogre?" the python asked skeptically. "Of course it's true, I am a wizard. Otherwise, why would I be able to talk to you?" "Then I'll believe you." The python nodded, then turned its massive head, as big as a bowl, toward Gandalf, its eyes filled with lust. "But can't I eat the old man next to you first? I know several ogre caves with lots of shiny things inside, things that you humans like. I can take you there to get them. How about it?" Upon hearing this, Dewey's lips twitched and he glanced at Gandalf, who was completely unaware of what was happening. "It seems I spoke too soon. This snake has brains, but not many." "All right, enough talk, just lead the way," Dewey urged without further ado. The python could not disobey the snake man's command, so it immediately turned around and led the way in a certain direction of the swamp. The other snakes scattered and left. Dai immediately turned to Gandalf and said, "Let's go, Gandalf. This boa constrictor knows the location of the troll's lair. Let's just follow it." With that, he waved his wand, and a sturdy stone bridge appeared in the muddy swamp. Dewey stepped onto the stone bridge and followed the direction of the python. "Wonderful magic, amazing language," Gandalf exclaimed in admiration, then stepped onto the stone bridge and followed. Following the python that was leading the way, Dai and Gandalf crossed the swamp and headed deeper into the dense forest. The python was a chatterbox, and being very hungry, it kept trying to persuade Dai to feed the old man Gandalf to it as it led the way. Although Gandalf couldn't understand snake language, he vaguely guessed the reason from seeing the python looking at him repeatedly. He wasn't angry at all. Instead, he chuckled and asked, "Jur, what is this snake saying to you? Why do I feel like it's been looking at me like I'm a snack?" Dewey had no intention of hiding anything from the python and said with a speechless expression, "This is just a stupid snake that's not very bright. It's trying to convince me to exchange the treasure of the ogre cave for my permission to eat you. Oh, looks like I'm quite valuable, old man. I could even be traded for troll's treasure," Gandalf said with great amusement. After walking for about an hour, the python suddenly stopped, looked ahead warily, and said to Dewey, "There's an ogre cave ahead. They have sharp eyes, so I dare not go any further." Then, still worried, she asked, "Don't let the ogres eat you. You promised to give me food, and I've been starving for so long and climbed such a long way. I'm almost starving to death." "Okay, be quiet," Dewey whispered. "Tell the python to stay there quietly and wait for them." Then Dewey turns to Gandalf and says, "According to the python, there is an ogre cave ahead." Instead of making a decision, Gandalf asked Dewey, "What are you planning to do?" Dewey was prepared. "Let's sneak into the cave first and see what's going on. If we find any surviving villagers, we'll rescue them first and then deal with the cannibals." "Then let's do as you say." Gandalf had no objections. This rescue mission would be led by Dewey. Seeing that Gandalf agreed to his plan, he did not delay, pointed the tip of his wand at himself, and moved his mouth slightly. An invisible magical force descended upon him, as if a stream of icy liquid had been poured over Dewey's head. His body was covered by a thin, cool fluid film, and then his entire body gradually became ethereal and invisible. To be precise, it doesn't actually become invisible, but rather blends into its surroundings. Even when moving quickly, its faint arc-shaped outline can still be seen. This is the effect of the disguise charm, which can deceive the eye and achieve the effect of invisibility. However, the effect of such a disillusionment charm obviously could not escape Gandalf's eyes. His gaze remained fixed on Dewey's location, and he said impatiently, "Give me one to try too." Dai also cast a disillusionment spell on Gandalf. The two then stealthily approached the ogre cave. The ogre's dwelling place is a huge natural cave, deep and dark, yet faintly illuminated by a flickering firelight. Dewey and his companion did not linger and went straight into the cave. But as soon as he entered, he was hit by a stench that almost made him vomit. The ground was littered with various bone fragments, some from animals, but others clearly belonging to humans. The scraps left behind by the ogres were scattered everywhere, emitting a rotten and foul stench. Combined with their excrement, the smell was simply awful. Despite the stench, Dewey and Gandalf continued deeper into the sanctuary. They arrived at a very spacious cave hall, where a huge bonfire was visible in the center of the cave, with 5 ogres sitting around it. These ogres are enormous, standing 5 or 6 meters tall, with dark green skin covered in thick scales, resembling giants. At this moment, the ogres were sitting together, with a large pot on a fire in the center of their campfire. One of the ogres was stirring the soup with a huge ladle. Beside the fire, there was a pile of clothes stained with blood. "Are you done yet? I'm so hungry," one of the ogres cried out, his stomach rumbling loudly. The other trolls also looked eager. When Dewey saw the pile of clothes, his pupils contracted and his mood became heavy. "It goes without saying what's cooking in that pot. Let's see if there are any other survivors nearby." Gandalf's weak voice came from the side. Dewey nodded slightly. He slowly retreated, leaning against the cave wall, searching for signs of living people in the dimly lit cave hall. The cave hall is interconnected, linking several other caverns. Gandalf and Dai parted ways and each chose to explore a different cave. The cave was deep and dark, and it took Dewey quite a while to reach the end. Whether it was luck or not, this cave contained all sorts of things collected by the ogres, with many old armors and weapons piled up together, some of which belonged to humans, elves, orcs, and dwarves. In addition, there were gold and silver coins and jewelry scattered all over the ground. While delighted to find the treasure, Dewey's most important task at the moment was to find the person, so he temporarily left the treasure cave and decided to take the treasure with him after dealing with the ogres. They encountered each other in a different cave. "Well, any discoveries?" Gandalf asked in a low voice. No one was found. That cave was a treasure trove of ogres, containing only some gold and jewels, Dewey replied, shaking his head. Then he asked, "And you, Gandalf, did you find anything in that cave?" Gandalf's tone was indescribable. "I wasn't as lucky as you. The cave I chose was where trolls relieved themselves. Oh, what a nightmare." The oppressive and heavy atmosphere eased a bit instantly, and a smile appeared on Dewey's face, feeling both sympathy and amusement for Gandalf's plight. This time, the two chose to travel together and enter the remaining cave. This time, the two finally discovered traces of living people. At the end of the cave, a huge cage had been built. Inside the cages were the missing villagers. The villagers were emaciated, their faces filled with fear, despair, and numbness, like soulless living dead huddled blankly in their cages. It wasn't until they heard the commotion from Dewey and Gandalf that a flicker of fear appeared on their numb faces. The villagers, who had mistakenly thought that the ogres had come to eat people again, shrank back in terror, waiting for their fate with expressions of despair. Seeing this, Dewey and Gandalf sighed deeply. Dewey lifted the spell on them, and they revealed themselves in a faint glow. Upon seeing that it was Dewey and Gandalf, two humans, who had arrived, the villagers in the cage were incredulous, and a glimmer of hope welled up in their hearts amidst their astonishment and doubt. "I am Gandalf the Grey, and this is Jur the Black. We have come to rescue you." Gandalf's kind and benevolent face instilled hope and courage in the villagers, bringing a glimmer of life back to their apathy. "Are you really here to save us?" a weak boy asked in a hoarse voice, his eyes fixed on the two men. Gandalf nodded, his demeanor as gentle as a spring breeze. "This is the purpose of our visit." Dewey waved his hand and unlocked the large lock on the cage door, letting the villagers inside out. Seeing the cage door open, the villagers walked out tremblingly, as if in a dream. Seeing that there were only a dozen or so people who came out, Dewey and Gandalf's mood sank. "Are you the only ones left?" The villagers fell silent instantly, enveloped in grief, and began to sob softly. The boy who had asked the question earlier gave the answer. His eyes were red and he choked up as he said, "Everyone else was eaten by the ogres. Today I was supposed to be eaten by the ogres, but my mother persuaded the ogres to let me grow a little bigger before eating me, and then my mother took my place." Dewey remained silent as he watched the boy wallow in grief and self-blame. Gandalf walked up to the boy and gently patted him on the shoulder. "What's your name?" "Edward." "Edward, you have a truly great mother. She gave her life to give you the chance to live. Don't let her down. Live well, carrying on her legacy." Gandalf's language is concise, yet powerful and persuasive. Having rescued the villagers, Dewey and Gandalf began discussing how to lead them out of the ogre cave. Gandalf's idea was that Dewey would be responsible for protecting the villagers while he would go and fight the trolls. However, this proposal was rejected by Dewey. Trolls are enormous and extremely defensive, with almost no weaknesses except for their fear of sunlight. It would not be easy for Gandalf to deal with 5 trolls by himself. Although Gandalf was a Mayor, his power was restricted in Middle-earth. He was forbidden from using excessive power to directly interfere with the natural order and the choices of the inhabitants of Middle-earth, thereby disrupting the balance of power and races. Moreover, his current body is also a mortal being, subject to the limitations of a human body, and he will feel pain, fatigue, injury, and even death. Therefore, due to various restrictions, Gandalf preferred to engage in close combat with his staff and sword, rarely using powerful magic, at most a single light spell. Seeing that Dai rejected his suggestion, Gandalf did not insist, but instead asked, "Then, Dai, do you have any good suggestions?" Dewey confidently pulled out a bottle of potion and said with a light laugh, "Ogres are not easy to deal with, so let's choose to outsmart them and achieve the greatest results with the least cost." "What is this?" Gandalf asked curiously about the potion in Dai's hand. "This is a shrinking potion I made before. 1 drop can shrink a horse to the size of a palm, which is perfect for dealing with these ogres." Gandalf's eyes lit up and he immediately guessed Dewey's idea. "Are you planning to put this potion in the pot and feed it to them?" That's right. Dewey nodded, then tapped himself with his wand and used the disillusionment charm to become invisible again. Gandalf, protect the villagers. I'll go and feed them the potion first, then I'll send you a signal. He then hurried toward the cave hall, needing to administer the drug before the ogres finished eating. The villagers in the cave were shocked to see Dewey disappear like that, but at the same time, they had a greater hope and confidence in escaping. Dewey had just arrived at the cave hall when he stumbled upon 5 ogres fighting over food in a large pot. Dewey quickly cast a levitation spell on his feet and tiptoed toward the ogres. When Dewey stood before the ogres, he felt the oppressive presence emanating from their enormous bodies even more acutely. One hand can kill itself, or it can swallow itself whole. Dewey carefully slipped through the gaps between the ogres and moved closer to the cauldron. But just then, one of the ogres stopped fighting for food, sniffed around, and asked in confusion, "Is there the smell of a living person?" Seeing the troll sticking its head in his direction, Dewey stopped and immediately held his breath. He hadn't expected the troll to have such a keen sense of smell. Seeing that the trolls were still sniffing in his direction, Dewey quietly raised his wand and whispered, "Distract them." The ogre looked a little confused, sniffed again, and then immediately punched the ogre next to him angrily. "Was that your fart? It stinks." "Who farted? You farted." The innocent ogre next to him immediately got angry and punched back. The 2 ogres forgot about fighting over the food and immediately started fighting. The other 3 ogres also stopped eating and started shouting loudly to kill each other. Taking advantage of this moment, Dewey quickly walked to the large pot, looking at the half-eaten sticky substance in the pot and smelling the meaty aroma. The thought of what that thing made Dewey's stomach churn, and he instinctively felt uncomfortable. But in order to get rid of these ogres, he had to endure the discomfort, sneak up, take out a potion bottle, open it, and pour it all in. A single drop of this medicine can shrink an ordinary animal to the size of a palm, but he wasn't sure how strong the magic resistance of these ogres was, so he had to increase the dosage to deal with them. After adding the potion, Dewey carefully retreated and came behind a boulder, quietly waiting for the result. Before long, the 2 fighting ogres ended their battle and rejoined the fight for food. Once the ogres had finished eating all the food in the pot, the effects of the potion began to appear. What's wrong with me? Why are you all getting bigger?" One of the ogres who was eating the fastest asked in confusion, but soon realized that he was the one who was getting smaller. The distance rapidly decreased from 6 meters to 5 meters, 4 meters. 1 meter, 50 centimeters, 10 centimeters. While the other trolls were still in shock and confusion about how their companions had shrunk, they too began to shrink rapidly. Finally, 5 ogres, each only 10 centimeters tall, appeared in the same spot, looking around at the enlarged environment with fear and unease. Then they saw a huge human appear in front of them, waving a huge wooden stick and conjuring a cage to lock them inside. "All right, Gandalf, you can bring the men out now," Dewey shouted loudly into the depths of the cave. As soon as he finished speaking, Gandalf and a dozen or so villagers came out. "Is it resolved?" Gandalf asked. Dewey pointed to the ogres in the cage on the ground. "It's not over yet. They've been shrunk by my potion, and I'm not sure how long the effects will last, so we need to deal with them as soon as possible." Gandalf glanced at the tiny ogre in the cage, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "What are you planning to do?" "I plan to clear out all the ogres in the vicinity to see if there are any living people still in the hands of the other ogres. These ogres all live in the ogre forest and should know each other. I want to see if I can extract information from them," Dewey explained. "Do you need my help?" "No need, let me try first." Dewey shook his head, then pointed his wand at the 5 trolls in the cage and chanted the spell without saying a word, confused the senses. As their bodies shrank, the 5 ogres' magic resistance decreased significantly, and they instantly became confused and disoriented. "Tell me the locations of any other ogre caves you know in the vicinity," Dewey said. The 5 trolls regarded Dewey as their closest kin, and in their state of confusion, revealed all the information they knew. After obtaining enough information, Dewey did not hesitate any longer. A small dagger flew out and instantly severed the heads of the 5 ogres like cutting grass. Once the ogre died, the shrinking potion's effects gradually wore off, and its 10-centimeter body rapidly expanded back to its original size. Dark black blood gushed out from its severed head like a fountain, emitting a foul, fishy stench. They defeated 5 trolls and obtained the locations of other nearby troll caves. Dai and Gandalf were about to go and see if there were any living people left in the other ogre caves. However, seeing the villagers who had just escaped death and were filled with anxiety, the 2 could not simply leave them to fend for themselves. "Jur, why don't you take the villagers and leave the forest first, and I'll go find those trolls by myself?" Gandalf suggested. Dewey shook his head. "No need for that." He then hissed towards the cave exit. The cold, eerie sound echoed in the empty cave hall, making the villagers uneasy. What terrified them even more was that a giant python, as thick as a bucket, slithered out of the cave entrance. Its enormous body was large enough to swallow them whole. "Don't worry, it obeys my commands now and won't harm you," Dewey explained to the villagers, seeing their fear and unease. Gandalf also came out to make assurances, which reassured the villagers a little, but they still kept their distance from the giant python. The python will lead you out of the forest and onto the main road outside. From there, you can follow the road back to the village or go somewhere else, Dewey added. But our village has been destroyed, where can we go? Edward, a young boy from the village, said sadly and bewilderedly, looking hopefully at Dewey and Gandalf. Can I follow you, wizards? I can do anything for you, serve you tea and water, be your servant. The other villagers also looked at the two with hopeful eyes. I'm sorry, we have more things to do and will face more dangers, so I'm afraid we won't be able to look after you. Gandalf shook his head and refused young Edward's request. Upon hearing this, the villagers felt a wave of disappointment, filled with confusion and unease about the future. However, after you leave the forest, you can follow the road west across the last bridge. There's a giant tower 1,000 feet high on the hills west of the wasteland. That is the territory of the wizard Dewar, and you can settle there. Gandalf, Dai looked at him in surprise, not expecting him to make such a suggestion. Gandalf sighed and explained to Dewey, their village has been destroyed and it's no longer safe here. Besides the threat of trolls, there are also orcs who could come down from the mountains to raid at any time. These dark creatures will not be merciful to the villagers. If they want to survive, they can only migrate westward to find a lord or power to rely on. With the forces of darkness surging, I foresee that the entire central continent will be in turmoil and ravaged by war. With you, the black-robed wizard, in charge of Fengyun Peak, it is enough to become a new safe haven, protecting them from the ravages and impacts of war. Gandalf, you flatter me too much. Dai shook his head with a wry smile, but for Gandalf's sake, he did not resist the matter any longer. Moreover, they might not be willing to take the risk of traveling thousands of miles across the wilderness to settle in a place where there is nothing but a tower. Looking at the anxious villagers below, Dewey thought for a moment and then led everyone to the cave where the ogres hid their treasure, distributing some of the gold and silver coins to the villagers. The villagers, holding their share of gold and silver coins, were in a daze, as if in a dream. They had never seen so much money before. The gold coins alone were enough to feed them for a lifetime. You all heard what Gandalf and I said. With this money, you can go anywhere and live a comfortable life. So I have 2 suggestions for you to consider, Dewey said to the villagers. Firstly, you can build boats and travel down the Kenquin River from the last bridge to the southern human kingdom. Secondly, one can cross the last bridge and head west, following the east-west road, crossing the wasteland to reach the vicinity of Fengyun Peak, or continue west to reach the town of Barry. He then distributed some of the armor and weapons that the ogres had collected to the villagers, so that they could have some means of self-defense on the road. After doing all this, Dewey had the python lead the villagers away from the ogre forest onto the main road and back, and it was strictly forbidden for it to have the idea of eating the villagers. To appease the gluttonous python, Dewey had no choice but to dismember the monstrous creature himself, lest the monstrous creature be too large and choke the gluttonous snake to death. Ogres have formidable defenses. Even when they are completely dead, their thick scales are impenetrable to ordinary swords and knives, and the muscles and bones beneath the scales are as hard as stone. Even using his sharpest flaming sword, Dewey still struggled greatly to dismember an ogre. The giant python, having swallowed one of the ogre's arms, sat contentedly with its swollen belly as it slowly led a group of trembling villagers away, intending to return and enjoy the rest of its food after delivering these humans to the main road. Dewey, who was dismembering the troll, did not stop. He extracted the troll's nerves and took out its huge black heart, which he then placed into a glass jar that he had created using a shape-shifting technique, and sealed it away. Trolls are dark creatures that turn to stone when exposed to the sun. Dewey wanted to see if troll nerves could be used to make wand cores, and whether their hearts could be used as ingredients for potions. Dewey placed the ogre's heart and nerves together with the ogre's treasure and hid them with magic. These things are inconvenient to carry around, so he plans to come back and collect them later. Dewey and Gandalf did not delay any longer, and based on the information provided by the trolls, headed to the next nearest troll cave. When Dai and Gandalf found the second troll cave, this time they were not given good news. When they stealthily entered the cave, they only saw 2 ogres and a pile of skeletons. All the villagers who were captured were eaten by these 2 greedy ogres in one go. Upon seeing this result, Gandalf was furious. His immense power broke through the illusionary charm, and he manifested himself directly. Dewar, lend me your flaming sword. Without hesitation, Dewey immediately drew the flaming sword and handed it to him. When the flaming sword fell into Gandalf's hands, it immediately burst into golden flames, radiating a dazzling light like the sun. No, it's sunlight. The troll was terrified when it saw the dazzling light. Its gray-green skin turned ashen and stiff when it came into contact with the light. However, the light emitted by the Arno fire is not true sunlight. Although it has some effect on the trolls, it cannot truly turn them into stone. Gandalf was incredibly agile and nimble, wielding his flaming sword as he slashed at the ankle of an ogre. In an instant, a gash was cut into the ogre's leg, leaving a burn mark. Ouch, it hurts so much, my foot. The troll screamed in agony. The troll tried to stomp Gandalf to death, but Gandalf quickly dodged and added another wound to its foot with his sword. Seeing his companion injured, another ogre grabbed a giant log more than 10 meters long and used it as a club to smash Gandalf. Expelliarmus, before the stick could even strike, it broke free from the ogre's grasp and flew away. The troll didn't react in time. Only when it realized its weapon was gone did it warily call out to its surroundings. Who's there? However, Dewey was still using the disappearance charm to remain invisible, so no matter how the trolls searched, they couldn't find him. Petrify them all. A beam of white light suddenly struck the troll. The troll's body froze for a moment, but it immediately broke free from the petrification spell and became even more vigilant. Who's there? Damn bug, I can smell you. Come out now. Wow, is its magic resistance that strong? Dewey was somewhat surprised. He had easily dealt with 5 ogres using the shrinking potion, which made him feel that ogres were nothing special. Unexpectedly, things have turned out quite differently for him. Dewey then cast several more spells, but they only lasted for a few seconds. Seeing that the spell was ineffective, Dewey quietly approached and used his magic to control the dagger at his waist to shoot at the troll. The dagger was sharp and managed to cut through the ogre's thick scales, but in addition to the scales, the ogre also had muscles and bones as hard as stone, which caused the dagger to sink into the flesh and become impossible to pull out. Ouch, that hurts, you damned despicable worm, I'm going to eat you. The wounded ogre roared angrily, grabbing the surrounding boulders and throwing them around, trying to force the invisible Dewey out. The ogre's tactic was quite effective. The flying boulders struck the invisible barrier formed by the ironclad curse, instantly revealing Dewey's whereabouts to the ogre. The troll grinned menacingly, its eyes wide as it swung its fist toward Dewey, as if it could see him smashed into a pulp in the next second. The troll possessed immense strength. Its full-force attack shattered the defensive barrier formed by the ironclad curse. To the ogre's astonishment, there was no one behind the ironclad curse, causing its fist to miss its target entirely. Before the troll could react, 2 daggers shot towards it with lightning speed, piercing its 2 most vulnerable eyes. Black blood splattered out instantly, and a deafening scream of pain echoed throughout the cave. Without its eyes, the ogre was like a headless fly, bumping around aimlessly. Dewey used a leg-locking spell to make it trip over its own feet and fall heavily to the ground. Yugadimu Leviasa, Dewey repeated Ron Weasley's act of stunning the troll, floating the ogre's thick wooden club and slamming it heavily onto the back of the ogre's head. Once wasn't enough, so they did it twice. Under the constant pounding, the troll could no longer stand up and passed out. Obviously, physical attacks are the most effective way to deal with monsters like trolls that have high magic resistance. Just as Dewey finished dealing with the ogres, Gandalf was not far behind. Gandalf used his flaming sword to sever the ogre's 2 Achilles tendons. After the ogre collapsed to the ground, Gandalf jumped onto its chest and plunged his flaming sword deep into its heart, burning it to ashes. After taking down the trolls on his side, Gandalf threw the flaming sword over. Jur, catch! Dewey reacted quickly, catching the flaming sword, leaping onto the unconscious ogre, gripping the sword tightly with both hands and forcefully plunging it into the heart, unleashing a burst of flames. The unconscious troll struggled instinctively for a moment before dying. After dealing with the 2 trolls, Dewey and Gandalf conducted a brief inspection of the cave and found that apart from a pile of bones, there was nothing of value inside. It can only be said that there are differences even among ogres. Dewey silently cursed the poor man in his heart before continuing with Gandalf toward the next ogre cave. However, before leaving, Gandalf used magic to collapse the ogre cave, burying a pile of bones and ogres inside. The 2 then found 2 more troll caves. The first cave contained only 1 troll, which was even poorer than the previous 2 trolls, lacking even an iron pot for cooking. Gandalf and Dai easily dealt with it together and immediately headed to the next location. But the next cave was the one where Dai and Gandalf had seen the most ogres, with a full 12 living inside. This group of cannibals had a clear division of labor and even a distinct hierarchy, with a cannibal leader. The ogre leader was much taller than the other ogres, standing 7 or 8 meters tall. He sat on a tall stone platform, holding a 10-meter-long iron hammer and wearing a tattered, rusty suit of armor. He was served by the other ogres. On the cave walls, there were also dug-out cells, enclosed by wooden bars which imprisoned hundreds of humans. The people in the prison were emaciated, their eyes numb and lifeless, like a group of living dead. When an ogre poured a bucket of sticky, gooey substance into a wooden trough in front of him, the group of people scrambled for the food like mindless livestock. The troll leaders here are clearly smarter. They capture humans from outside the forest, but instead of eating them immediately, they lock them up and raise them like pigs, then slaughter them regularly. In order to obtain a continuous supply of food, they even locked human men and women together and forced them to give birth to new human babies. Seeing this, Gandalf and Dai's expressions became very serious. This was the first time they had ever seen such an intelligent ogre. If given a chance, it might one day unify the entire ogre forest and become the king of ogres. This time, both Dewey and Gandalf were very cautious and did not choose to launch a direct attack. After some discussion, Dewey decided to use the same trick again and use a magic potion to deal with them. However, since he had run out of shrinking potions, Dewey chose a hypnotic potion he had previously prepared. But when Dewey finally managed to sneak up to the cauldron and pour in a whole bottle of hypnotic potion, the troll leader ate the entire pot of food laced with the drug, leaving not a single drop for the other trolls. Damn it, Dewey cursed inwardly. Not afraid of retribution for eating alone. Hasn't this come true? The ogre leader, having consumed a whole pot of food laced with the drug, quickly took effect and fell into a deep sleep in his seat, snoring loudly. The other ogres who saw this were not surprised. Instead, they set up a large pot and poured a bunch of green worms into it to cook with other seasonings. This is their food. As for the humans in prison, they all belonged to the ogre leader. No matter how much the ogres coveted them, they dared not touch them. After all, the ogre leader was not only the strongest and most intelligent among them, but also the most brutal. Those who attempted to challenge the authority of the troll leader have long since perished under the giant hammer, their bodies even devoured. As the 11 ogres scrambled for the pot of worm-based goo, Gandalf whispered in Dai's ear, "Do you still have the potion from earlier?" Dewey shook his head with a wry smile. He had originally concocted 5 kinds of magical potions: scabies potion, shrinking potion, amnesia potion, soothing potion, and hypnotic potion. He had already used up the shrinking and hypnotic potions, and the remaining magical potions were not very useful at this moment. Could it be that we're using scabies medicine to cure the troll's scabies, or using an amnesia potion to erase its memories, or using a soothing potion to treat the troll's illness? Oh right, he almost forgot about the magic potion. Dewey quickly pulled a bottle of green potion from his pocket. Strictly speaking, this potion is a failed attempt at making. When Dewey was making the scabies potion, he deliberately added porcupine quills directly into the potion before the fire was extinguished, which turned the scabies potion, which was supposed to treat scabies, into a highly corrosive liquid. Dewey carefully opened the potion bottle, then used a levitation spell to control it to hover above the ogre cauldron. The potion then lost its support and fell directly into the cauldron. Plop! A sound came from the big pot. "Hey, what fell in there?" one of the trolls asked curiously, then looked up at the stone wall above the cave. "Could it be a rock? I don't care what it is, I'm starving." Another ogre said indifferently, then picked up a large bowl, scooped the food from the pot into it, and then ate it like crazy. Seeing this, the other ogres quickly joined in the scramble for food, afraid of falling behind and missing out. After they had snatched all the food from the large pot, the glass bottle that appeared at the bottom of the pot stunned the cannibals. "What is this? It looks like something human. Why would human-related items appear in food?" Before they could even figure it out, they felt a sharp pain in their stomachs. Their stomachs, small intestines, and large intestines felt like they were being corroded and melted. The excruciating pain of their intestines being ripped open caused all the ogres to collapse to the ground and wail in agony. The deafening wails echoed throughout the cave, attracting the attention of the humans in the cells. Even with such a commotion, it failed to wake the fast-sleeping ogre leader. Taking advantage of your weakness, Dewey and Gandalf immediately made their move. Gandalf borrowed Dai's flaming sword and charged into the wailing, fallen trolls, leaping and reaping their lives with the flaming sword. Dewey then approached the unconscious ogre leader and used a levitation spell to make the giant hammer float into the air. The giant hammer was made of iron and was extremely heavy, weighing over 1,000 pounds. Even with the levitation spell, Dewey had great difficulty controlling it. Once the giant hammer had floated to a certain height, Dewey withdrew his magic, and the hammer fell freely, smashing heavily into the head of the ogre leader. A heavy object weighing over 1,000 pounds fell from the sky, instantly smashing the ogre leader's head, leaving it covered in blood and dented. The trolls were indeed formidable in defense. Their attack failed to kill the troll leader, instead waking him from his slumber. But before it could make any other move, the giant hammer slammed down again. This time, the troll leader was not spared. His head was smashed by the giant hammer, his brains splattered, and he died instantly. Gandalf moved quickly, his body agile beyond that of an old man, and he dispatched the ogres one by one with a single sword strike. Soon there wasn't a single living troll left in the cave. After the battle, Gandalf, without taking a breath, went straight to the prison where humans were held, cleaved the cage open with his sword, and released everyone inside. The task of comforting people was left to Gandalf, while Dai went off alone to find the ogre's treasure. He continued deeper into the cave and soon found the end. At the end, piles of gold and silver jewels shone brightly under the fluorescent light, their quantity several times greater than the treasures found in the caves of the 5 ogres. But just as Dewey was marveling at the sheer amount of treasure, he accidentally discovered a black object radiating magical energy buried among the gold coins. Curious, Dewey went over and used his wand to pry open the gold coins on it. Once fully revealed, it turned out to be a black crystal sphere the size of a head. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a sphere polished from a single piece of black crystal, with a faint, swirling mist inside, flashing various blurry images. What is this? Dewey cautiously touched it with his wand, and only dared to touch it with his hand after finding no reaction. The moment it was touched, the black crystal ball reacted instantly, emitting light, and the mist inside transformed into a clear image. The scene depicted in the image is strikingly different, Gandalf comforting the villagers on the other side of the cave. Gandalf seemed to sense something and roared into the void, "Who goes there?" Dewey was startled when he saw Gandalf's gaze, which seemed to be looking directly at him from inside the crystal sphere. He immediately shouted towards the outside of the cave, "Gandalf, come here for a second." Upon hearing Dewey's call, Gandalf headed towards Dewey, and his figure was displayed on the crystal sphere in a dynamic perspective. "What's going on?" As the footsteps drew closer, Gandalf entered the treasure cave. Dewey showed the black crystal ball to Gandalf. "Gandalf, can you tell me what this is?" Upon seeing the black crystal sphere held in Dai's hands, Gandalf was greatly surprised and blurted out, "The crystal of knowledge." Then it dawned on me, no wonder I felt like I was being watched earlier. It was the true knowledge crystal in your hand. You are so lucky. You actually found a true knowledge crystal, a treasure that everyone dreams of. Gandalf couldn't help but feel envious. "Gandalf, you say this is the crystal of knowledge?" "Absolutely right," Gandalf said with certainty. "I have seen other knowledge stones, and apart from their size, they are no different from other knowledge stones." Upon hearing Gandalf confirm that it was the crystal of knowledge, Dai, though he had already suspected it, still couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. The true knowledge crystal is a magical artifact that allows users to see events that occurred in the distant past or in faraway places. Those with strong will and a powerful mind can also direct their gaze to wherever they wish to see. It can be said that with the true knowledge crystal, he is essentially given a clairvoyant eye, enabling him to win battles from afar. It can even be used to see things from long ago and explore ancient secrets. However, Gandalf immediately warned Dai, "Dai, you must use this knowledge crystal with caution. Especially do not use it to try to contact other knowledge crystals, because you have no idea who else is using other knowledge crystals whose whereabouts are unknown." "I understand. Thank you for reminding me. I will use it carefully." Dewey nodded seriously. As far as he knew, both the Demon King Sauron and the White Wizard Saruman possessed a true knowledge crystal. Saruman was corrupted by Sauron after using the true knowledge crystal, and thus chose to betray the side of justice. Even Saruman could be corrupted by Sauron through the crystal of knowledge, so he naturally wouldn't be so presumptuous as to try to contact other crystals of knowledge. Dai was overjoyed to have acquired the crystal of knowledge, a treasure that even Gandalf envied. Even the vast amount of treasure in the cave failed to excite him. Gandalf has comforted the villagers outside who were imprisoned by the trolls and rekindled their hope and courage. As before, the two distributed a portion of the money to the villagers, instructing them to take it and leave the area, either by boat south to the southern human kingdom or west to the vicinity of Dewey's Cloud Peak or further west to the town of Barry. Dewey summoned another cobra that knew the way, and the fearful villagers followed the cobra out of the forest. After doing all this, Dewey used magic to seal and hide the treasure, intending to collect it when he returned. Then they continued their search for the next troll cave. However, this time, thanks to the true knowledge crystal, the two found it much easier to search. "Let me see where the next troll is." Dewey held the true knowledge crystal, trying to concentrate his mind on it. Gandalf also came over, looking expectantly at the light mist inside the crystal sphere. In an instant, a scene appeared inside the crystal sphere. However, the scene that appeared surprised both of them. The image clearly shows Thorin and his companions, who are being tied to tree trunks by 3 ogres and placed over a fire to be roasted. Bilbo, undeterred by the danger, displayed remarkable composure and wisdom. He constantly distracted the 3 trolls with words, claiming that the dwarves were sick and that eating them would make them ill, and exploiting the conflict between the 3 trolls by arguing about unequal distribution, thus stalling for time. Seeing that Thorin and the others were trapped as shown in the crystal orb, Gandalf did not show any anxiety. Instead, he cheerfully commented, "It seems that my choice was right. Bilbo is indeed the best choice for the snitch. With him with the dwarves, his brilliance shines even brighter." Dewey was not as calm as Gandalf. He hadn't expected that even with himself as a variable, they would still encounter 3 trolls. While lamenting the inertia of fate, he hurriedly urged, "Bilbo and the others look like they won't last much longer. Gandalf, let's hurry and go rescue them." The situation was urgent, so Gandalf and Dai rushed toward Thorin and his group without stopping. With the monitoring of the wisdom crystal, the 2 of them could see what was happening on Bilbo's side at any time. Before long, the 2 arrived near Bilbo and his group. Seeing the distant firelight and the figures of 3 enormous ogres, the 2 moved slowly and carefully hid behind a boulder. "What should we do? Should we just go up and deal with them?" Dewey asked in a low voice, turning his head to the side. "Bilbo's provocation is very effective. Perhaps we won't even need to lift a finger. They can hold out until dawn," Gandalf said approvingly, looking at the 3 trolls arguing and nearly coming to blows in the distance. "Of course, if you still have those potions from before, you can use them again to deal with them. I've run out of potions and I don't have any left to deal with them, Dewey said, shaking his head. Then he looked at the dwarves tied to the logs with a hint of schadenfreude. Looks like I can only let them suffer a little longer and deal with them when it's light. However, despite saying that, he didn't stop what he was doing. He quickly cast an illusion spell on himself and Gandalf, and then the two of them became invisible and slowly approached the firelight. The three ogres were still arguing fiercely about how to divide the number of people, completely unaware that someone had quietly come up behind them. Distract the public, Tilda, a faint voice rang out, barely audible in the sound of the wind. The three trolls suddenly became dazed, their not-so-bright minds filled only with their obsession with food, their only thought being to obtain the largest number of dwarves, and thus they became full of hostility towards their other two companions. A voice kept tempting him in his mind. If he killed the other party, all the dwarves would belong to him. It's unclear who made the first move, but soon the three ogres were fighting each other to the astonishment of the dwarves, as if they were mortal enemies, using all their strength to kill one another. In an instant, the surrounding trees and boulders became their weapons, and the fighting area was left in ruins, with trees destroyed. Only the area where Thorin and the others were located was protected by an invisible barrier, which blocked the impact of the rubble. The dwarves who witnessed this were immediately overjoyed. Bilbo turned his head in surprise, searching around, and whispered to the air, "Jur, is that you?" The battle between the ogres intensified, eventually ending with all three sides suffering heavy losses. One troll was smashed on the head by a boulder and lay on the ground, its life hanging in the balance. Another had a hand and a foot broken and was unable to move. The last one, the final winner, also won at the cost of serious injury. "Hee, they're all mine now," the Pirhik ogre said happily. But before it could even finish rejoicing, a flaming sword pierced straight through its chest, unleashing scorching golden flames that burned its heart to ashes. And the one wielding the sword was none other than Gandalf. Seeing this sudden scene, the other ogre, who had lost an arm and a leg, was terrified and immediately tried to stand up on one leg and run away. But the next second, two sharp daggers pierced its most vulnerable eyes, instantly blinding the crippled troll once again. The ogres let out painful screams and, having lost its eyes, scurried around like headless flies. "Jur, catch!" Gandalf threw the sword at him. Dewey caught the flaming sword and plunged it into the ogre's back, unleashing a burst of flames. The troll's screams stopped abruptly and it collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. Dewey drew his sword, approached the last unconscious troll, and easily defeated it. Thus, Dai and Gandalf dealt with all three trolls. As Dewey painstakingly pulled his two daggers from the ogre's eyes, and with a hint of disgust, wiped away the dark bloodstains, Gandalf had already freed Bilbo and the dwarves from their bonds. Seeing that Dewey and Gandalf had so easily killed the three trolls and rescued them, Bilbo and the dwarves were very excited and grateful. Even the most stubborn Thorin solemnly expressed his gratitude to Dewey and Gandalf. "Jur, what is this?" Bilbo asked in surprise and curiosity when he saw Jur bring over a huge black crystal ball. "This is a true knowledge crystal." Thorin Oakshield was very surprised. As the heir of the Durin family, he had extraordinary knowledge and immediately recognized it. Seeing that Thorin recognized him, Dewey didn't hide anything and nodded with a smile. "We found it in an ogre cave. We happened to see you trapped from above, so Gandalf and I rushed over without stopping." Upon hearing this, Thorin was filled with envy. If the Dueling clan also possessed a true knowledge crystal, they would have been able to discover the dragon's presence earlier and wouldn't have been forced into exile after losing Lonely Mountain. They rescued everyone and brought back the horses that had been captured by the ogres, including Dewey's dwarf horse, Zayadai, and the carriage. The carriage was protected by magic by Dewey, so it was not damaged and nothing inside was missing, including the pot of mature mandrake. A mature mandrake is a deadly weapon, but unfortunately Dewey didn't learn the spell to block hearing, so he could only periodically cast a petrification spell on it to prevent it from killing him before killing the enemy. After putting the true knowledge crystal into the carriage, Dewey suggested that they explore the cave of the three trolls. He remembered that Gandalf's sword and Bilbo's dagger were both obtained there. The trolls' cave was nearby, and with the true knowledge crystal locking them in place, Dewey led them directly to the cave without them even needing to search for them. The troll cave was as foul-smelling as ever. Upon entering the cave, the group discovered a pile of gold coins and treasures at the deepest part. With his target clear, Dewey ignored the treasure and searched the surroundings for the whereabouts of the elven swords. Sure enough, Dewey soon found several dusty swords in a corner covered in cobwebs and dust. There were 3 swords, 2 long and 1 short. The 2 long swords were sheathed in beautiful scabbards with large gemstones on their hilts, while the short sword was placed in a leather scabbard. These swords have been here for a long time, covered with a thick layer of dust, but there is not a trace of rust. Even the leather sheaths, which are the most difficult to preserve, are as good as new without any signs of corrosion from the years. "Is this the magic of the elves?" Dewey couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. "Jur, have you found something good again?" Gandalf noticed Dewey's movements and walked over curiously to ask. Others were also drawn over. Dewey smiled and nodded, displaying the 3 swords in front of him to everyone. I have found 3 swords that look quite extraordinary. Hearing Dewey's words, Gandalf became even more curious. May I see it? Dewey handed over a longsword. Gandalf took the longsword, examined the blade, and commented, "The scabbard is made of ivory, and it is beautifully carved, looking like the work of elves." As he spoke, he drew his sword, its blade gleaming with a cold light that was striking even in the dim cave. Gandalf stroked the blade, looking at the mysterious inscriptions on it, and carefully deciphered them. Gramdrin, this is Sindarin, meaning hammer that strikes the enemy. It seems this is a sword belonging to the elves. Gandalf reluctantly put it down, seemingly quite fond of the sword. He then picked up another longsword, which when drawn was a slender curved sword with an incredibly sharp blade. It was engraved with inscriptions in the same Sindarin language. Ocrist meaning goblin cutter, the hilt carries the aura of a dragon. It is made from a dragon's tooth. Gandalf was very surprised. Dragons were Maiar-level creatures, almost invincible. This elven sword had a hilt made from a dragon's tooth, which meant that a dragon had died at the hands of elves in order to obtain the dragon's tooth. The others also looked at the sword with curiosity. After all, they were facing a giant dragon on this trip. Finally, Gandalf picked up the short sword to examine it, but since there were no inscriptions on it, he could not learn anything about it, only that it was also a sword forged by elves. Seeing Gandalf's gaze linger on the first longsword, Dai smiled inwardly. It seemed this sword and Gandalf were destined for each other. To Gandalf's astonishment, he handed him the sword that originally belonged to him. "Gandalf, since you don't have a suitable sword, this hammer is yours." Gandalf really liked the sword, and without any hesitation, he solemnly accepted it, saying, "I owe you a favor." Dai shook his head. After several battles with the ogres, his relationship with Gandalf had deepened. He gave the sword not out of any intention to seek repayment, but simply to return it to its rightful owner. He then turned his gaze to Bilbo, handed him the short sword, and said with a smile, "This sword is perfect for you. It's yours from now on." Amidst the envious gazes of the dwarves, Bilbo waved his hand, somewhat flattered. "Dewey, you've already given me a dagger, so I don't need this sword." Dewey ignored his refusal and shoved the short sword into his hand. "Take it, the previous dagger was just an ordinary weapon and couldn't protect you. This short sword is a weapon forged by elves. Use it for self-defense." Seeing Dai's insistence, Bilbo no longer refused and accepted the short sword with a grateful expression. "Thank you, Dai." He then solemnly hung the short sword and the previous dagger on his left and right sides of his waist. Then, under the expectant gazes of the dwarves, Dewey put away the last of the Beastbite's sword, no longer intending to continue being the money-giving boy. Gandalf and Bilbo are Dai's acknowledged friends, and Dai doesn't mind giving them the elven sword. However, his relationship with the dwarves has always been that of traders. Although he already possesses the flaming sword, he is not generous enough to give it away to them. Although the Beastbite sword originally ended up in Thorin's hands, first come, first served. The sword was the first one he encountered, so it was his. Thorin looked at the Beastbite sword in Dewey's hand and vaguely felt that it was connected to him. The dragon fang hilt also carried auspicious meaning, which was vaguely in line with the dragon he would face on this journey to Lonely Mountain. But he also knew that his relationship with Dai wasn't good enough for Dai to give him a precious sword, so he said, "Dai, would you be willing to trade this beast-biting sword with me?" "Oh, how do you plan to make the deal?" Dewey turned to ask him. He already has the blazing sword, so he doesn't need another one. If Thorin's offer satisfies him, he wouldn't mind letting the sword return to him. Thorin paused for a moment, then said, "What do you think about exchanging 1% of the Lonely Mountain treasure for this sword?" Dewey shook his head. "I don't need the treasure. According to the contract he signed earlier, he owns 1/10 of the treasure in Lonely Mountain. In addition to the treasure in Ancient Tomb Hill and the treasure in the Ogre Cave, he doesn't need that 1% share at all." "Then what do you want?" Thorin asked, frowning, assuming that Dewey was complaining that the amount given was too little. Dewey thought for a moment before saying, "After you reclaim Lonely Mountain, I hope you will build a castle for me on the summit of Wind and Cloud, centered around the Tower of Amon-Sur. I will provide the blueprints, and you will be responsible for its construction." Since the Tower of Amon-Sur has already been renamed Hogwarts, he wants the name to truly reflect its meaning. The dwarves have exceptional skills and brilliant achievements in construction. Many magnificent buildings in Middle-earth were built by dwarves. If Dai wants to bring Hogwarts Castle to life in this world, dwarves would be a good choice. Upon hearing Dewey's request, Thorin frowned even more. This request was no small matter. It could even be described as an exorbitant demand. After all, the scale of building a castle centered around the Tower of Amon-Sur is unimaginable, and the manpower and resources required are enormous. But Thorin hesitated for a long time before finally gritting his teeth and agreeing. Although building the castle required a lot of manpower and resources, these were no longer problems once he reclaimed Lonely Mountain and became the king of the mountain. Thus, as fate would have it, the beastbite sword returned to Thorin's oak shield once more. The 3 elven swords in the ogre's cave were divided among Gandalf, Thorin, and Bilbo, while the remaining treasure was shared equally among the 16 people. After leaving the ogre cave, Dewey used the True Knowledge crystal to search for other ogre caves. However, he and Gandalf had already searched through the nearby ogre caves, and the rest were all far away, and they had not found any more living people who had been captured by the ogre. After discussing it, the two decided not to continue tracking the trolls. Instead, they decided to go to the secluded valley, with Gandalf and Dai both agreeing to be the saviors. Thorin, though reluctant, no longer stubbornly objected. After the ordeal with the trolls, he became even more eager to reach Lonely Mountain, enter it, and obtain the Arkenstone to rally and command the dwarves. Therefore, no one objected to the trip to the secluded valley. After packing their things, the group left the ogre forest and continued eastward toward the secluded valley. Soon after, news of the ogre's tragic death spread among them. It was said that a monster had appeared in the forest that hunted ogres, that it ate their hearts and released flames, and that any ogre that encountered it would perish. As the rumors grew increasingly terrifying, many terrified ogres hid in deep mountain caves, afraid to descend the mountain for fear of encountering the horrific monster and losing their lives. As a result, the probability of attacks near the ogre forest decreased sharply, and travelers and merchants passing through were much safer. Meanwhile, some of the villagers rescued from the ogres by Dewey and Gandalf chose to travel by boat downriver from the last bridge to the human settlements and kingdoms to the south. The other group chose to cross the final bridge, traverse the wasteland, and head west along the east-west highway. The story of Dewey and Gandalf killing the trolls and saving the villagers spread far and wide with the villagers. The fame of the Grey Wizard and the Black Wizard spread once again throughout the Erebor region, and the title of Ogre Slayer quickly became known. The group hadn't gone far when they heard a commotion in the distance after leaving the ogre forest. This immediately put everyone on high alert. However, it soon turned out to be a false alarm. It turned out that the brown-robed wizard Daragaster was driving a wooden sled pulled by rabbits, gliding swiftly through the forest and arriving before them. Gandalf was somewhat surprised to see an old friend appear. "Daragast, what are you doing here?" Daragast was as tall as Gandalf, wore a wide-brimmed brown hat covered in bird droppings, and a khaki robe smeared with dirt, grass, and twigs, making him look very slovenly and strange. "I'm looking for you, Gandalf. Something's wrong, very wrong." Daragast looked somewhat erratic. "What's wrong?" Gandalf, however, was used to his behavior and asked with a puzzled look. "The great green forest is sick, shrouded in some kind of darkness. The trees are withering, the air is polluted, and the river water is poisonous. Moreover, many giant spiders have appeared there, which must be the offspring of the Ugoliant. Ugoliant is an evil god born from the darkness of the void on the outskirts of Arda. He is an enormous spider who once joined forces with Morgoth, Sauron's master, to destroy the 2 trees, which symbolize light, plunging the world into darkness. The fact that even the demon king Sauron dared not easily antagonize Ugoliant's offspring Hylob, and would even regularly send him orcs as food demonstrates his terrifying power. I followed the giant spider's trail all the way to Dagordu," Daragust continued. "There I found the necromancer and this thing." As he spoke, he pulled something wrapped in leather from his pocket. "Necromancer," Gandalf's expression turned serious and solemn. He took the item and lifted the leather cover. Wrapped in cloth was a jet-black ancient sword, exuding a chilling, dark, and ominous aura. The blade of Mogul, the sword of the Witch King of Angmar. Gandalf frowned and looked up to meet Dai's gaze. Since encountering the Wight at Ancient Hill, Gandalf already knew that the Witch King of Angmar was still alive. Now, seeing the Witch King's sword again, he instantly realized the seriousness of the situation. As is widely known, the Witch King of Angmar is a minion of the demon lord Sauron. Now that the Witch King of Angmar has appeared in Dorgal, there are even rumors of necromancers in the surrounding area. The necromancer's identity is almost obvious, only final confirmation is needed. Before Gandalf could continue his thoughts, the distant howl of wolves interrupted his reverie. "Is that a wolf howling? Are there wolves around here?" Bilbo asked, puzzled. But the dwarves immediately tensed up. "A wolf? This isn't an ordinary wolf howl, it's a dire wolf." The next second, a giant wolf leaped out of the forest, soaring high into the air and baring its fangs to bite at the group. However, before the giant wolf could even land, it was struck by a spell from Dewey, instantly petrified and collapsed to the ground, and then pierced through by the flaming sword, dying instantly. Another dire wolf that charged out was also killed by Gandalf with a single blow using his newly acquired sword. "Hurry, these are dire wolf scouts, and there must be a large pack of orcs following them," Gandalf warned solemnly. "We can't go any further, the horses have all been scared away." The dwarf Dori, who was in charge of logistics, told everyone the bad news. On the contrary, Dewey's ponies, Zyadai, reacted just as dull as their name suggests, and since they were being pulled by a carriage, they didn't run away like the other horses. But even one carriage like this couldn't possibly fit so many people running together. Seeing this, the brown-robed wizard Daragast suggested, "I'll distract them and you can take the opportunity to escape." "But that's a Gondobard dire wolf, are you sure, Daragast?" Gandalf asked, still uneasy. "I have raw Gobert hairs and I'd like to see if they can catch me," Daragast said confidently. "Then I'll take charge of attracting a group of orcs and werewolves," Dewey said, stepping forward. "I'll drive the carriage by myself, that way I can share the workload and it'll be safer." "And who is this?" Daragast asked Dewey curiously. "This is the black-robed wizard Dewar," Gandalf introduced, then frowned and looked at Dewar with concern. "Dewar, are you sure you really want to do this? Those are dire wolves in the orc army, not like those ragtag orcs we encountered in the wasteland." Dewey smiled confidently. "Gandalf, don't worry, I'm confident in my ability to protect myself. Once we've drawn the orcs away, you should run towards the Valley of the Dead as soon as possible. Once you cross the Broiler Crossing and enter the Elven territory, you'll be safe." Just as the dire wolves and orcs were closing in on the expedition from all sides, first, the brown-robed wizard Daragaster sprang out of the forest in his rabbit sled, taunted Oak and the dire wolf, and then quickly fled into the distance. Immediately afterwards, another carriage rushed out of the forest. Dewey used a spell to knock down the two dire wolves blocking the way, and then brazenly drove the carriage off in another direction. Surprisingly, the ponies pulling the carriage seemed to feel no weight at all, pulling the light carriage at a brisk pace. Seeing the people running in two directions, hundreds of orcs and werewolves split into two groups and chased after the two. Daragast, with the speed of the Ross Gobert hare and his superb driving skills, traversed the forest as if it were flat ground, narrowly escaping the dire wolf. Dewey presents a different picture. Although the dwarf horse pulls the carriage quickly, it still cannot match the speed of the dire wolf. So whenever the dire wolves caught up, he would cast a spell to repel a group of dire wolves, putting them and the orcs some distance away. But soon the dire wolves would catch up again, knock down another group, and then catch up again. In this way, the number of dire wolves and orcs chasing Dewey decreased. The dire wolf is a very cunning and intelligent creature. Although it became Orc's mount, the two were only cooperating, not in a subordinate relationship. Seeing that he hadn't gained any advantage from Dewey, he immediately abandoned the chase, ignoring Oak's curses, and chose to pursue the others instead. Dewey's original intention was to lure the enemy away, but now that the enemy had stopped chasing, he was naturally not going to allow it. He immediately changed direction and chased after the dire wolf and the orc instead. Petrify them all, Dewey caught up with the dire wolf and unleashed a spell. The dire wolf came to a stop, and the orc on its back was flung off by the immense inertia. Before Dewey could cast a spell on Oak, an arrow pierced Oak's head and sent him straight to hell. "Who stole my head?" Dewey looked in the direction the arrow had come from. A melodious and resounding bugle call came from afar. The ground shook and the sound of horses' hooves thundered. A tall, silver army clad in magnificent and elegant armor, riding swift and agile steeds, hunted down orcs and dire wolves across the wilderness. Their skills were superb, their movements swift and elegant. Every arrow they shot hit its mark, and every swing of their swords severed an orc's head. It's like a perfect display of the art of fighting. They are warriors of the elves. Faced with the invincible elven cavalry, Orc and his wargs were unable to form an effective defense and crumbled at the first blow. After losing most of their fighting strength, they began to flee in disarray. The elves were disciplined and acted in an orderly manner. After chasing for distance, they quickly stopped and began to finish off the remaining orcs and werewolves. One of the groups of Pokémon walked towards Dewey. The lead elf rode a tall, white steed, clad in magnificent armor and a midnight blue battle robe. His face showed no signs of age. He was neither old nor young. His jet-black hair flowed smoothly down his back, bound by an exquisite silver band. His gray eyes shone with wisdom and a profound depth that seemed to have seen many hardships, like a king who had weathered many storms, exuding an aura of nobility and majesty that inspired awe in others. "A guest who has come from afar greets you. May I ask how you should address me?" Dewar, a wizard, came from the west. Dewar, the black-robed wizard. "Friend of halflings, tree cutter of Huon, slayer of corpses, your name is known even among the elves," the elf said with curiosity and a hint of scrutiny. "But now I suppose we should add the honorary title of enemy of orcs. And I sensed a fear emanating from you from another race. Did you go to the ogre forest?" The elf's gray eyes were penetrating, as if they could see through everything in the world and discern all secrets and truths. "Ogres attacked several nearby villages, and Gandalf and I went into the ogre forest to rescue the villagers and killed several ogres," Dewey explained. "A noble act." The elf nodded, his face showing approval. "So Gandalf came with you too? We traveled together, but I was in charge of distracting Oak and the dire wolf, so we got separated." Upon hearing this, the elf's attitude became friendly. "Since you are Gandalf's friend, please come with us." Traveling together, the elves were all very quiet, which made Dewey, who was used to the dwarves' noise, feel a little uncomfortable. These dwarves and elves are truly two extremes. One talks too much, annoying people. The other talks too little, like a pair of silent bottles. Hidden in a heather-covered wasteland, the secluded valley is surrounded by treacherous valleys, forests, swamps, and streams, making it difficult to find. Without the guidance of the elves, it would be impossible to find the path into the valley. Dewey followed the elf procession in his carriage, entering the canyon along the steep, zigzagging path. The moment Dewey stepped into the secluded valley, his eyes widened in amazement, as if he had fallen into a dreamlike realm forgotten by time. Wildflowers bloom in the canyon, and winding paths paved with white gravel led to the valley. White and elegant buildings stretch along the valley and riverbanks, built according to the terrain, with palaces, towers, bridges, gardens, terraces, and other structures standing side by side. What shocked Dewey even more was that he discovered the entire valley was shrouded in an extremely powerful energy, making it full of magic, spring-like all year round, vibrant with life, and filled with an atmosphere of holiness and peace. There is no other explanation for such power except for Elrond, who possesses the Ring of Air via. Meanwhile, after Dewey and Daragast distracted the orcs and the wargs, Gandalf led Bilbo and the dwarves into a secret passage and into a secluded valley. The expedition members had just crossed a narrow stone bridge without railings and arrived at the entrance to the valley. An elf then descended the steps. "Miss Landir, Lindir, it's been a long time," Gandalf greeted him familiarly. "Where is Lord Elrond?" "I'd like to speak with him." "Lord Elrond is not here." "Not here? Where is he?" Gandalf asked in confusion. Suddenly, horns sounded outside the entrance to the valley, and an elven cavalryman entered in an orderly fashion along the stone bridge. Upon seeing the elven cavalry in full armor, the dwarves instinctively became wary. Alert, weapons ready, tight in formation. With Thorin's shout, the dwarves drew their weapons, pulled Bilbo into the center, and formed a defensive circle back to back. The elven cavalry didn't hold back either, circling the dwarves repeatedly as if taunting and teasing them. "Dure, I see Dure." Bilbo's eyes lit up as he spotted the wagons following the elven cavalry and tried to squeeze through the dwarves. Gandalf, the leading dark-haired elf, greeted Gandalf. "Lord Elrond," Gandalf greeted, "my friend, where have you been?" "Hunting a group of orcs who crossed the Bruinen River and ventured into the elven forest." Elrond dismounted and handed his sword to his secretary Lindir. "It's strange that these Ock are so close to here. There must be something or someone that has attracted them." Elrond gave the wary dwarves a meaningful look, then the tone changed. "By the way, we encountered one of your companions while we were hunting orcs, and we invited him to join us." He pointed to Dewey, who had come with the elves. As soon as Dewey stepped off the carriage, an elf stepped forward to help him take care of the horse and the carriage. He thanked him and stepped forward, greeting Gandalf with a smile. "Gandalf, I'm so glad to see you're all right, Dure," Gandalf said happily. "It seems you already know Lord Elrond, so there's no need for me to introduce you." Elrond nodded in praise. "The wizard Dure's magical skills are extraordinary. When we were hunting orcs, he had already taken care of hundreds of orcs and dire wolves. I think it won't be long before the name of the enemy of orcs spreads throughout the Erebor wasteland." "Lord Elrond, you flatter me," Dewey quickly declined. There were many people who had killed far more orcs than he had, such as the countless orc souls under the command of this elven lord. He dared not bear the title of enemy of the orcs. After exchanging pleasantries with Gandalf and Dai, Elrond looked at Thorin and said politely, "Welcome, Thorin, son of the rain. We probably haven't met before," Thorin questioned. "Your mannerisms are reminiscent of my grandfather," Elrond explained in a friendly manner. "I've known Thor since he was king of the mountain. Really, he's never mentioned you once." Thorin's attitude was far from friendly, his tone sarcastic. Gandalf rolled his eyes. Dewey was speechless. Thorin really knew how to say things that offended people, just like always. Elrond, being quite composed, didn't take Thorin's attitude to heart and turned to Elvish, instructing, "Light the fire and prepare fine wine. We must entertain our honored guest." "What is he saying? Is he talking badly about us?" The dwarf Groin was furious and was about to charge forward, and the other dwarves also looked ready to fight. "No, Lord Groin, he means he's inviting you to a banquet," Gandalf explained wearily. The dwarves were skeptical, and they huddled together whispering, discussing whether this was a trap or not. After discussing it, Groin said it as if it were a matter of course. "In that case, lead the way." At the banquet, Elrond, Gandalf, Dewey, and Thorin sat at one table, while the other dwarves and Bilbo sat at another. Dewey looked at the table full of green food, without a trace of meaty smell, and then at the group of dwarves opposite him who had nowhere to eat and felt helpless. It seems the elves aren't without temper after all, and so he immediately retaliated with a small act of revenge, but he also got dragged into it. Apart from Thorin remaining silent, the atmosphere at Dewey's table was quite pleasant. However, when they got to Bilbo's table, it was a completely different story. Among them, the youngest dwarf, Killy, stared intently at the elf playing the harp and even winked at her. It turned out the other party was a male elf, which immediately made his companions burst into laughter. The noise even attracted the attention of Elrond and others. Halfway through the banquet, Gandalf told Elrond about his and Dai's hunt for trolls and handed Elrond his sword, asking him where it came from. Elrond recognized it at a glance. "This is Gramdrin, the hammer of the enemy, the sword of King Turgon of Gondolin, forged in the First Age for the war against the orcs. I didn't expect you to encounter it." "Looks like you're lucky." "This isn't my luck," Gandalf shook his head, explaining with a bright smile, "It's a gift, something Dure found and gave to me." Upon hearing this, Elrond looked at Dewey with surprise, his gaze becoming even more amiable, and nodded. This is a precious friendship. Dewey felt a little embarrassed by what the two said and could only turn his attention to other things. Elrond then appraised Thorin's beastbite sword and wished him good fortune in using it. Seeing this, Bilbo below hesitated and picked up his short sword. Seeing this, the dwarf Balin immediately retorted, "Don't even think about it. Swords and blades are only named after their glorious achievements in battle. If you ask me, what you have is probably not even a sword. At most, it's just a letter opener." Hearing this, Bilbo put away his short sword with a hint of disappointment. However, Dewey happened to see this scene and immediately said, "Bilbo, bring me your elven sword. Lord Elrond might know its origin." This isn't necessary," Bilbo hesitated, as he lacked confidence in the short sword. After all, compared to the exquisitely forged and gem-encrusted swords of the enemy-slaying sword and the beast-biting sword, the short sword appears very inconspicuous and has no decorations. However, Elrond was also drawn to Dewey's words and looked at Bilbo. "Since you also have an elven sword, may I take a look at it?" Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Bilbo became somewhat restrained, stood up, and placed his short sword in front of Elrond. Elrond saw that it was a short sword and curiously drew it from its leather sheath. He examined it closely and then showed surprise. Seeing this, everyone became curious. Could this short sword really have some kind of history? "Lord Elrond, do you know the origin of this sword?" Gandalf asked. Elrond nodded, his expression complex. "This sword, or rather this dagger, is indeed of extraordinary origin, for it once belonged to the Golden Flower Lord of Gondolin, Glorfindel." "You mean this dagger, the one that killed Balrog?" Gandalf was also very surprised to hear this. Elrond nodded and then told everyone about the origin of the dagger. Glorfindel was a Noldor elven nobleman and lord of House Goldenflower, one of the 12 houses of Gondolin. In the year 510 of the First Age, Gondolin was attacked by Morgoth, who laid a trap and sent a large army consisting of dragons, balrogs, wolves, and orcs. After Gondolin fell, only a very small number of residents escaped. They passed through a place called Eagle Rift, where they were ambushed and intercepted by orcs and balrogs. Glorfindel fought the balrog alone, allowing the others to escape. He fought the balrog, but was pulled off a cliff by its fiery whip. During the fall, he plunged a dagger into the balrog's abdomen, killing it before dying on the cliff. Bilbo's short sword was the same dagger that Glorfindel used to kill Balrog. Everyone was very surprised to receive this news, and their gazes toward the short sword in Bilbo's hand changed. Dewey was also very surprised at this moment. He did not expect that Bilbo's thorn sword had such an extraordinary origin. What's even more interesting is that Glorfindel, the former owner of this dagger, now lives in the valley and is one of the most powerful elves there. Yes, Glorfindel is not dead, or rather, he was reborn. After Glorfindel killed the Balrog, he himself perished, but he received divine favor and was reborn soon after. He was then sent to Middle-earth along with 5 other wizards to assist the Noldor High King Gil-galad and Elrond in their fight against Sauron's growing power. So now something interesting is happening. Both the former and current owners of this dagger are in the valley. Should it be returned to its original owner, Glorfindel, or should it remain with its current owner, Bilbo? Even Elrond was somewhat troubled by this and ultimately decided to seek Glorfindel's opinion. Glorfindel was tall and handsome, with beautiful, dazzling blonde hair, bright and sharp eyes, a voice as melodious as music, and a wise air about him. He had a noble and elegant demeanor and was more like a knowledgeable elven sage than a warrior. As a high elf born in the era of the Twin Trees, he was bathed in the light of the Twin Trees and radiated a holy light like that of an angel. He lived in seclusion in a secluded valley and rarely came out to receive guests, spending most of his time in his library or his palace. Now, upon hearing that his lost dagger had reappeared, the elf made a rare appearance. Elrond. "Miss Landier, it's been a long time." Glorfindel greeted Elrond and Gandalf with elegance, his voice melodious and pleasant. "Glorfindel, my friend, your brilliance remains as ever." Gandalf greeted him happily, clearly acquainted with the Golden Flower Lord. Everyone was awestruck by the radiance of the reborn elf, and even the dwarves fell silent. Dewey also looked at Glorfindel with amazement. This elf is not mentioned much in the original work, but he was reborn after his glorious death in the First Age. His strength and abilities are equal to those of the Maiar, making him one of the most powerful elves in Middle-earth. If he, like Gandalf and the other Maiar, hadn't been forbidden from using powerful abilities and only allowed to assist the forces of Middle-earth in fighting against Sauron's dark forces, Sauron probably wouldn't have been able to cause trouble for so long. After exchanging pleasantries with Gandalf, Glorfindel turned his gaze to Bilbo, mainly at the dagger in his hand. "Can you show me?" Of course." Bilbo handed over the dagger, somewhat at a loss. Glorfindel took the dagger, his eyes filled with memories and sorrow. "I thought it had fallen into the abyss along with the Balrog, but I never thought I would see it again one day." Seeing the uneasy hobbit before him, a smile flashed in his eyes, and amidst the hobbit's surprised expression, he returned the dagger to him. I lost this dagger for countless years. The fact that you have found it now means we are destined to meet. I hope it will be of use to you. Thank you." Bilbo breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought the dagger would be returned to its rightful owner, but it turned out the original owner had no intention of taking it back. This dagger was a gift from Dewey, and he didn't want to lose it. Glorfindel did not linger at the banquet. After seeing the dagger once more, he bid farewell and left. Bilbo became the star of the banquet and attracted everyone's attention, especially the dagger in his hand, which had a record of killing a Balrog and was also the weapon of the famous Golden Flower Lord, Glorfindel. Everyone was extremely envious and covetous of possessing such a divine weapon. Dewey was also happy for Bilbo, but what pleased him even more was that his system finally responded. Hogwarts check-in system, location, the valley, check-in now, sign in, Dewey silently repeated to himself. Sign in successful. Congratulations on receiving the first edition of the Book of Spells. Before him appeared a thick book of spells that only he could see. The Book of Spells is another spellbook written by Miranda Goshak, the author of the Standard Spells series, a Hogwarts Spells textbook, or you could say it was the precursor to the Standard Spells series. The Book of Spells contains most of the spells in the magical world, making it a veritable encyclopedia of spells. It contains not only all the spells available in the magical world, but also some evil spells. The Ministry of Magic stopped the book from being published at the outset, deeming many of the spells in it dangerous and unsuitable for distribution. Therefore, at the Ministry of Magic's request, all the evil curses and some highly offensive and destructive spells were removed from the book, resulting in the Book of Spells that has been translated into 72 languages worldwide. Under Miranda Goshak's revision, it was divided into the Standard Spells series for Hogwarts students from grades 1 to 7. Previously, Dewey had been somewhat hampered in combat because the spells he mastered were more defensive in nature, making it difficult for him to kill his enemies in one strike. Now that he has obtained the Book of Spells, he feels as if it has been a godsend, instantly fulfilling all his needs. For a long time afterward, he didn't have to worry about running out of spells. If he weren't still at a banquet, he would have loved to find a quiet space right now to study the contents of the spellbook. At this moment, during the banquet, the dwarves, after drinking too much, completely revealed their true nature. The dwarves found the soothing music played by the elves unpleasant, like funeral dirge, so Beaufort stood on the table and loudly sang the dwarves' songs. The other dwarves clapped and cheered, banging various utensils together and making all sorts of noises, and even throwing food at each other. The chaotic dance of the demons left the surrounding elves bewildered, exchanging bewildered glances. Elrond, sitting at the head of the table, frowned slightly, but his good manners prevented him from saying anything. Gandalf, who had just praised the dwarves as descendants of the Dallin people, and said they were all noble, well-mannered, and exceptionally cultured, was now embarrassed, looking as if he wished he had never met them. Dewey was speechless at this moment and just wanted to end the banquet as soon as possible and then learn the contents of the spellbook before leaving the valley so as to make himself stronger. After the banquet, Gandalf and Elrond had something to discuss. The dwarves got drunk and stayed in the banquet hall to entertain themselves. Bilbo wanted to visit the Valley of the Dead. Dewey found a quiet terrace, seemingly to relax, but his eyes and attention were focused on the spellbook in front of him. The book contains a wide variety of spells, including not only basic and practical spells, but also advanced spells such as the Patronus Charm and the Unseen Stretch Charm. What Dai was most concerned about were the offensive spells and curses that the Ministry of Magic had specifically removed. Among offensive spells, the Thunder Explosion spell is a very powerful one. It can cause a cursed object to explode violently, with a power equivalent to more than 10 kilograms of TNT. In Harry Potter, Peter Pettigrew used this spell to blow up an entire street in order to escape Sirius Black's pursuit. Other powerful offensive spells include the Sandstorm spell, the Shattering spell, and the Arrows spell. As for curses, from minor ones like stinging curses, nail growth curses, and bone expanding curses, to major ones like gut pulling curses and extraction curses, they all fall under the category of black magic. If used properly, they can produce different effects. Dewey first chose a spell that interested him, the Guardian Charm. The Patronus Charm is a high-level white magic spell. The incantation is Patron Saint, which summons a physical animal guardian spirit and can ward off dark creatures such as ground bats and dementors. There are no creatures like ground bats or dementors in Middle-earth, but the wights and ringwraiths he encountered before were all dark creatures. Dark creatures are naturally at odds with white magic, and Dewey believed that if he mastered the Guardian Charm, dealing with dark creatures like ghouls would be much easier. He carefully read the book about the theory of guardian spirit spells, and after he had a good understanding of it, he began to try reciting the spell. Expecto Patronus. He tried hard to recall happy memories and waved his magic wand in response. Silver mist spewed from the tip of the wand, but it remained just a cloud of silver mist, unable to take shape and quickly dissipated due to distraction. Dewey was not disappointed and chanted the incantation again. This time, the silver mist that was spewed out increased, converging into a large, dazzling silver light, like a cocoon of light, as if something was being nurtured inside. But perhaps because Dewey didn't have enough happy memories, the physical guardian deity's image has yet to materialize. Dewey withdrew the spell and stopped to rethink. He thought he had thought of all the happy memories he could think of, but the guardian spirit had not yet materialized, which puzzled him. Does the guardian charm require something other than happy memories? Guardian spell, protect. Dewey's eyes lit up. The guardian spell contains the word guardian, so in addition to having happy memories, one must also have a firm will to protect when casting the spell. The book only mentioned that one needs to recall happy memories when casting a spell, which caused him to overlook this simple issue. Having found a solution, Dewey did not hesitate and cast the guardian spell again. Expecto Patronus, many happy memories kept flashing through his mind, some from his past life and some from this one. Then he thought about what he, Bilbo, and Gandalf were about to face, and a strong desire welled up in his heart for himself and those he cared about to live. Silver mist gushed forth from the wand, growing ever thicker and thicker, enveloping Dewey in a white haze. Finally, the silver mist condensed into a large, silvery white bird, flapping its wings and circling around Dewey, releasing positive energy and making people feel hope and joy in its presence. This is an owl. Dewey looked at his guardian spirit with some surprise. With its large eyes and distinctive ear-shaped feathers, it perfectly resembles an owl. As soon as Dewey reached out, the owl guardian flew down and landed on Dewey's arm. It was so light that it nuzzled his face affectionately, appearing very lively and agile. What exquisite magic! A voice came from behind Dewey. Dewey turned around and saw two young elves approaching. They were handsome and looked exactly alike, with the same jet-black hair. Apart from their headbands, one was gold and the other silver. It was almost impossible to tell them apart. The two elves looked at the silvery white, translucent owl in Dewey's hand with admiration and amazement. Guests from afar, we are the sons of Elrond. The elf wearing a golden headband spoke. I am Elohir. This is my brother Eladin. Eladin, wearing a silver headband, nodded politely and elegantly to him. These are Elrond's twins, the only pair of twin brothers among the elves. Dewey was surprised to see them so soon and nodded in greeting. Greetings to you both. I am the wizard Djur from Windcloud Peak. I have long heard of your great name, black-robed wizard Djur, Elohir said with a smile. Your deeds have spread throughout the wastelands. You are the tree cutter of Huon, the nemesis of the tomb golems, the troll killer, the enemy of the orcs, and you restored the once-destroyed tower of Amonser to the top of Windclouds overnight. Such great achievements have even been heard of among us elves. This rumor is too exaggerated. Dewey smiled helplessly. No need for such modesty, wizard Djur. Elohir disapproved, his blue eyes seeing through everything. I can sense that your achievements are genuine, and that is something to be praised. Is he truly worthy of being called the son of Elrond? His insight is so sharp. Eladin, standing to the side, was interested in the wand in Dewey's hand. Wizard Djur, the staff in your hand is different from any other wizard I've ever seen. Could you satisfy my curiosity? This is a wand, and it's different from the wands that Gandalf and the others have. Dewey explained, and looking at the two of them, he felt a surge of curiosity. I wonder if the elf can use his wand. As far as he knew, although elves were a magical race, their magic was more manifested in creating magical items such as the Silmarillion, the 3 rings of the elves, and forging elven swords like the sword of the Beastbite sword, and Bilbo's dagger. Only high elves like Elrond and Galadriel, who have accumulated great power and a profound understanding of magic over many years, can unleash powerful magic. Most elves cannot cast spells directly like wizards, and instead choose to fight using weapons such as swords and bows. Or rather, the magic of elves is more manifested in their superior physical abilities, as well as their deeper understanding of the world and nature, and their insight into the essence of all things. So Dewey, out of curiosity, handed the wand to Eladin and taught him the simplest spell. Lumos. Eladin waved his wand and whispered a spell. Under the watchful eyes of the 3, a cluster of white light faintly emerged from the tip of the wand. The faint light, though seemingly insignificant, instantly widened the eyes of the 3 people. I did it, Eladin said excitedly. As young elves, Elredin and his companions had limited experience and a shallow understanding of the world and nature, so they were naturally unable to possess the same powerful ability as their father, Elrond, to summon floods. Successfully casting a spell for the first time was an extraordinary experience for him. Elohir then tried it with his wand and successfully made the tip of the wand light up. What a wonderful experience. It's a pity that this wand seems to be somewhat resistant to us, making it difficult to cast spells. Elohir reluctantly returned the wand to Dewey, saying. Dewey was no less surprised than the 2. He hadn't expected that the 2 elves would actually succeed in casting a spell with his wand. This means that if they had the corresponding wands, these elves would all have the ability to cast spells. They might even transform from warriors into mages. With this in mind, Dewey instantly conjured up an image in his mind. On the battlefield, the elves waved their wands in unison, chanting spells such as expel your weapons and petrify them all, routing the opposing orc army. Dewey quickly shook his head, knowing he couldn't think about it anymore. This art style is really strange. It doesn't fit the elements of Central Continent at all. On another terrace in the distance, Elrond and Gandalf also watched the whole thing. "How are you feeling, Lord Elrond?" Gandalf asked with a chuckle. "Has my companion surprised you? That's truly a wonderful surprise." Elrond took a breath, gazing admiringly at the figure in the distance. "It seems I need to have a formal conversation with this young wizard." Dewar was invited by Elrond's secretary Lindir to Elrond's palace along with Elrohir and Elredin. Gandalf was also in the palace. "Father," the two elf brothers bowed to Elrond. Seeing his twins, Elrond nodded, his eyes filled with affection. He and his wife Celebrian had 2 sons and a daughter. His wife was ambushed and kidnapped by orcs at Redhorn Pass in the Misty Mountains on her way to visit her parents in Lothlorien, and suffered physical and mental torture. The twins ventured deep into the orcish lair of the Misty Mountains and rescued their mother, Celebrian. But her spirit and soul were severely wounded, and she could only cross the sea and sail west to Valinor, the land of the immortals, hoping to heal her wounds. The youngest daughter, Alwyn, was cared for by her parents-in-law, Celeborn and Galadriel, and lived in Lothlorien for a long time, so only the twins stayed by his side and lived with him. "Lord Elrond, what are your orders?" Dewey asked with a puzzled look after exchanging greetings. "Wizard Dewar, may I take a look at your wand?" Hearing this request, Dewey was a little puzzled and turned his eyes to Gandalf beside him. Gandalf smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Dewey did not hesitate and handed over the wand. Elrond took the wand and examined it closely, his surprise growing stronger. What a brilliant invention. Using magical wood and magical substances, a simple combination that produces special magical effects. If I'm not mistaken, the staff's shaft originated from the willow tree of Han. As for the staff's core, the core of the staff is made from a strand of hair from the river maiden Goldenberry and a beard from Tom Bombadil, Dewey explained. Elrond suddenly realized, and with great interest, he grasped his wand and gracefully swung it. A gust of wind blew the waterfall outside the palace, condensing it into a tall water horse that rushed into the palace and galloped wildly, bringing a refreshing breeze. Then it rushed out of the palace again, leaped high into the air, and plunged headfirst into the valley below. "Very good," Elrond commented with satisfaction. "Although your wand does not greatly amplify its power, it is an excellent tool for channeling magic. Even underage elves can use your wand to cast impressive magical effects." He returned the wand to Dewey. "Witcher Dewar, would you be willing to make wands for us? Of course, as a condition of the deal, we promise to give you a satisfactory return." Dewey hesitated upon hearing this, glancing at Gandalf, who remained silent and unresponsive. "Lord Elrond, I would be very happy to make wands for the elves. However, making wands is time-consuming, and I am currently on an expedition with my companions, so I am afraid I will not have the time to make wands." This wasn't Dai making excuses. After all, he hadn't even fulfilled his promise to Gandalf about the wand yet. Gandalf's staff shaft was already carved, but the remaining core was nowhere to be found. He had previously tried to make a wand from the nerves of trolls in the troll forest, but the result was completely unsuitable for Gandalf, so he had to abandon the idea. Upon hearing Dewey's reply, Elrond waved his hand. "Time has no effect on us. We can wait for you to finish this expedition for years, decades, or even centuries." Dewey was surprised to hear this. He had forgotten that these elves were immortal. He quickly waved his hand and said, "It doesn't have to take that long. After this mission is over, I can promise to make a wand for the valley. However, the wand-making process is complicated. I wonder how many wands I need to make. If it's too many, I'm afraid I won't be able to help." Hearing Dewey's agreement, Elrond smiled. "Don't feel embarrassed, Wizard Dewar. Just make wands for my 2 sons." Dewey breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. "That's fine. However, you will need to prepare the magical wood and magical materials for making wands yourselves. I will only be responsible for making the wands." Elrond readily agreed, then countered with a question. "Which Dewar, you've helped us. What do you need?" Before Dai could answer, Gandalf winked at him, coughed, and then spoke first. "Lord Elrond, Dial wants a staff, but the magic gem for the staff is still missing. Do you have any information about the magic gem?" Dewey opened his mouth, not expecting Gandalf to ask for such an exorbitant sum on his behalf. He instantly felt his face burning, worried that Elrond might think it was his idea. Magic gems are incredibly precious. Even if he made 1,000 wands for the valley, it probably wouldn't be worth as much as the magic gems themselves. And now he's only making 2 wands for the elves. However, to Dewey's relief, Elrond did not feel that the deal was unfair, nor was he angry. Instead, he shook his head. "Unfortunately, the valley does not have a tradition of collecting gems, so the magic gems you are looking for are not here. However, I recall that Lady Galadriel of Lothlorien possesses several precious gems. I will contact Lady Galadriel and convey your request to her, but I cannot guarantee whether she will grant it." His gaze then turned to Gandalf, who was standing to the side. However, with Gandalf added to the mix, given your relationship with Lady Galadriel, there should be a considerable chance of obtaining the magic gem. Gandalf nodded upon hearing this, indicating his willingness to contribute. After discussing the wand, Elrond turned the conversation to the dwarves. Although Thorin and the dwarves tried to conceal the purpose of their expedition, they could not escape the eyes of Elrond, who had witnessed countless years. Gandalf had no intention of hiding the map from Elrond, so he sent Thorin to deliver it to Elrond to decipher. Our affairs have nothing to do with the elves. Even at this point, Thorin was still unwilling to show the map to Elrond. He remained hostile and distrustful of the elves. Gandalf was somewhat angry upon seeing this. "My God, Thorin, put away your dwarven stubbornness and show the map to Lord Elrond. This is an heirloom of my people, and I should protect it, including the secrets within it." Thorin stubbornly refused. "Stop with your dwarven stubbornness. Your arrogance will get you one day," Gandalf said firmly. "The man in front of you is one of the few people in Middle-earth who can read that map." "Show him the map." Thorin, head tilted back, stood frozen with Gandalf, neither giving an inch. Dewey and Elrond remained silent, observing quietly from the sidelines. In the end, Thorin lowered his head first, took the map out of his pocket, and handed it to Elrond. Elrond ignored Thorin's attitude and took the map to examine it carefully. As one of the wisest elves in Middle-earth, deciphering the information on a map was a piece of cake for Elrond. He immediately recognized the text on the map as the ancient dwarven code, the moon script, and knew how to interpret it. The lunar script can only be revealed under moonlight, and it must meet certain conditions of waxing and waning, and the timing must be exactly the same as the phase of the moon on the day it is written, Elrond explained. These words were written on a midsummer night under the moonlight of a crescent moon nearly 200 years ago. "Your visit to the valley seems preordained," Elrond said, looking at Thorin. "Fate has favored you, Thorin Oakenshield, for the same moonlight shines upon you tonight." Elrond led the group to a crystal platform and placed the map on it. The moonlight refracted through the map, revealing the lunar script on it. "When the thrush taps its beak, standing beside the gray rocks, the sun gradually sets, and the last rays of the day in Dúlin will shine on the keyhole." Upon hearing the information deciphered and translated by Elrond, Thorin abandoned his arrogance and frowned as he pondered the information provided by the map. The map clearly indicates that they need to reach the Lonely Mountain on the day of Durin, and then use the key to open the entrance to the Lonely Mountain when the last rays of light on the day of Durin reach the keyhole, thus gaining entry into the Lonely Mountain. Having obtained the method to enter Lonely Mountain, Thorin was eager to set off and determined to reach Lonely Mountain before the day of Turin. But Gandalf said he would stay in the valley for a few more days. He summoned members of the White Way Society to discuss how to deal with the appearance of the Witch King of Angmar and the emergence of necromancers in Dor Guldur. Thorin was very dissatisfied with this. He was only focused on recapturing Lonely Mountain and didn't care about anything else. So they were ready to abandon Gandalf and lead the group away from the valley to continue their journey. As for Dewey, he had spent the last few days with Elohir and Eladin, and under the guidance of these two elven brothers, he visited the garden, library, forge, and other places, and even met the future king of Elezar, Aragorn. However, at this time, Aragorn was just a little boy of about 10 years old, and he didn't even have that name. Instead, he had the name Estel, which means hope, and he was raised by Elrond. Looking at the little kid who was as close as Elohir and Eladin as brothers, Dewey couldn't help but think of their sister Alwyn, who lived far away in Lothlorien. I wonder if the two brothers would still be so close if they knew that he was the one who married his sister Alwyn and even made Alwyn give up the eternal life of an elf, with the White Way Society meeting about to convene. Just when Dewey thought he would leave with the dwarves first, Gandalf approached him first, wanting to take him to the meeting of the White Order. "Gandalf, isn't this a bit inappropriate? After all, he's not a member of the White Path Society, so what's the point of attending this meeting?" Gandalf shook his head. "This meeting needs your presence, and there are some things that need to be proven by you and me together to be more convincing." Seeing that Gandalf persisted, Dewey no longer refused. He also wanted to meet the members of the White Path Society, since each member was a big shot in their own right, and it was a rare opportunity for them to get together. A garden at the highest point of a secluded valley on a moonlit night. Dai followed Gandalf to the stone pavilion in the garden. The first thing that caught my eye was a tall, incredibly beautiful elf standing in the moonlight, radiating a hazy glow with a noble and elegant air about her. She wore a magnificent white robe, and her long, shimmering golden hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Her eyes were bright and deep, exuding wisdom and mystery as if they could see into people's hearts. Miss Landu. Upon seeing Gandalf, a smile appeared on her face, and instantly the surroundings seemed to brighten. "Countless years have passed. Lady Galadriel." Gandalf nodded and praised. "Time may have changed me, but it cannot change Mrs. Lorien." Lady Galadriel's smile deepened, her beauty more radiant than the moon in the sky. Dai was also stunned by Galadriel's beauty. She was the most beautiful elf he had ever seen, surpassing human understanding of beauty. Every smile and frown of hers was incredibly attractive. However, Galadriel's smile blossomed upon seeing Gandalf's compliment. If he hadn't known she had a husband, he would have suspected the relationship between the two. But just as she thought that, the elven lady opposite her seemed to sense something and turned her gaze to Dewey. Meeting those eyes that seemed to see right through people, Dewey's heart skipped a beat. He quickly cleared his mind, bowed to the other person, and avoided those penetrating gazes. Gandalf, who was standing nearby, took the initiative to introduce Dai. Lady Galadriel, this is my companion Dai, the Black Wizard Dai. I cannot match his talent and skill in magic. Greetings, Lady Galadriel. May the starlight forever shine upon you. Dewey greeted her again with utmost respect. A black-robed wizard, Galadriel looked at him with curiosity and inquiry. Young wizard, why do you dare look me in the eye? A voice suddenly echoed in Dewey's mind. Galadriel, however, remained silent, her eyes revealing a meaningful glint. Is she hiding something from me? Telepathy? Dewey was instantly shocked. Confirming that the other party was speaking to him telepathically, he quickly tried to say in his mind, of course not, Lady Galadriel, I just can't look directly into your beautiful eyes. They are like the most dazzling star of Eärendil in the sky, blinding. Could he possibly say that he was talking about her relationship with Gandalf while they were cricket fighting, afraid that she would find out? Then raise your head, look directly at the other person, and try to make your expression more sincere. Galadriel's smile deepened, as if she were pleased by Dewey's praise. You cunning young wizard, you have a silver tongue. Galadriel seemed to have teased Dewey enough and stopped speaking to him telepathically. Young wizard, once you've completed this journey, you're welcome to visit Lorien. Then, to Dewey's astonishment, she stretched out a slender hand, opened her palm, and revealed a luminous green gemstone. This is the Elessard gem, also known as the Elf gem. It contains the light of the sun and can be used as the core of a staff. This is far too precious. Dewey hesitated to accept it. He could sense the powerful magic contained within the gemstone. If it were used to make a staff, it would definitely create a powerful staff. Moreover, he remembered that the gem was eventually given to Aragorn by Galadriel as part of Arwen's dowry and as a gift for Aragorn's coronation as king. They've only just met, and he's already giving away such a precious magic gem. Even for the sake of Elrond and Gandalf, it shouldn't be this bad, right? After all, he saw that Gandalf and Elrond both looked surprised, clearly not expecting Galadriel to give them this gem. Take it. Galadriel's voice was gentle but carried an undeniable power. When Dewey came to his senses, the gem was already in his palm, radiating a warm power like the sun. However, I have one condition, Galadriel said. What are the conditions? Dewey immediately looked up, and upon hearing the request, he felt somewhat reassured. I need you to make a magic wand for Alvin. What kind of request is this? Dewey was speechless. Exchanging a magic wand for fairy gem is practically giving it away for free. Then, to Dewey's astonishment, Galadriel gently cut a strand of hair with her hand, and a shimmering strand of silvery gold hair fell into her hand. Elrond told me about the ingredients needed for wands, so let's use these as the core materials for Alvin and the others' wands. Dewey took the strand of hair and felt as if the stars were shining in her hand. It is truly worthy of being the hair that even Fanner, the creator of the Silmarils, requested as a gift. As a light elf who was once bathed in the light of the two trees and was the most powerful elf in Middle-earth, even a few strands of her hair possess extraordinary power. Dewey was both surprised and delighted. There were 5 strands in this lock of hair, 3 of which could be used to make wands for the 3 siblings, Elrohir, Elladan, and Alwyn. Of the remaining 2, one can be used to try and make Gandalf's wand, but the remaining one was given away as a gift. He benefited from Alvin and his group, gaining an honor that even Fanner, the crafter of the Silmarils, had never received. Dewey plucked a leaf from the side, used transfiguration to transform it into a beautiful silk handkerchief, carefully wrapped the strand of hair around it, tucked it into his bosom, and then solemnly assured Galadriel, "Don't worry, madam, I will definitely make a powerful wand for His Highness Alvin and the others." Galadriel smiled upon hearing this. But even in such a wonderful atmosphere, there are always people who spoil the mood. Gandalf, why did you bring an irrelevant person to such an important occasion? You're getting more and more unreliable. An aged voice, tinged with sarcasm, came from not far away. A tall, slightly thin old man in white robes appeared, holding a staff with a cold and dignified expression. Gandalf's initial joy at seeing Galadriel instantly vanished, but he still forced a smile and turned to the newcomer with a polite nod. Saruman, it's been a long time. Then he introduced Dai. This is my friend, the black-robed wizard Dial. He's not an irrelevant person. There's a reason I brought him to this meeting. A black-robed wizard. Saruman interrupted Gandalf, his sharp eyes sweeping over Dewey before revealing a look of disdain. Gandalf, when did you come to know such a third-rate sorcerer? He dares to call himself a black-robed wizard after learning a few magical tricks. Gandalf took a deep breath and gave Dewey an apologetic look. Saruman had always been at odds with Gandalf, and Dewey was completely implicated by him this time. Dewey shook his head slightly at Gandalf, not paying much attention to Saruman's mockery and belittling. He stared directly at the white-robed wizard before him, his expression showing no fear or timidity. Mr. Saruman, my wizarding name comes from my deeds in slaying the tomb raiders, ogres, and orcs. It was given to me by the people of Eliador, and you seem to have no right to judge it. He had already foreseen Saruman's fate and wasn't afraid of offending him. As the only white-robed wizard among the 5 who voluntarily came to Middle-earth, Saruman possessed the greatest strength and status, and was also the leader of the White Way. However, Saruman was narrow-minded and petty. After learning that the shipbuilder Sildon had given the Ring of Fire, Nea, one of the 3 rings of the elves, to Gandalf instead of him, he became extremely jealous of Gandalf and remained at odds with him. He even secretly wanted to forge a ring of power that surpassed the 3 rings of the elves. However, Saruman lacked Sauron's forging skills, which enabled him to create a powerful ring of power. Therefore, he turned his attention to the one ring that Sauron had lost. He even tried to find the one ring in the Anduin River where it was lost, but in the end they gained nothing, although Saruman has not yet fallen into darkness and colluded with the Demon King Sauron. But it won't be long before he uses the true knowledge crystal in his hand to hook up with the Demon King Sauron. Therefore, Dewey had no respect for Saruman. Now, not to mention that because of his conflict with Gandalf, Saruman wants to use him as a scapegoat. Duico had no intention of passively accepting his fate. Saruman frowned, looking displeased that Dewey dared to openly retort to him. However, given his status as the leader of the White Path Society, he simply said in a cold voice, "Unrelated personnel, leave this place. This is not a place for you." "Saruman, you're someone I invited," Gandalf said in a deep voice. "He is involved in what I've said, a witness to Nazgûl and also a powerful ally." "Nazgûl? Gandalf, are you kidding me?" Saruman sneered. "Back in the Battle of Mordor, these ringwraiths disappeared along with Sauron's defeat. And now you're saying you and this third-rate wizard saw Nazgûl. But the fact is, not long ago, when we passed through Ancient Burial Mound, we encountered the Witch King of Angmar who was possessed by a white," Gandalf argued forcefully. "Furthermore, Daragaster also brought news that a necromancer has appeared in Dorgod, and the relics belonging to Mordor, the Blade of Morgul, have been discovered." As he spoke, he took out the Mogul blade that he always carried with him and placed it in front of everyone. Upon seeing the weapon radiating dark power, Elrond and Galadriel, who had remained silent until now, instantly became serious. "This is the sword forged for the Witch King of Angmar," Galadriel recognized. After the fall of Angmar, the men of the north sealed his body and all his belongings in the high hills of Rudolph, burying them deep beneath the rocks, never to see the light of day again. Elrond frowned deeply, saying in disbelief, "This is impossible. That tomb is sealed with a powerful spell. It could never be opened." "How did this sword come from there?" Both of their eyes were fixed on Gandalf. "The seal will not be broken, but what if someone can summon him?" Gandalf said. "You and I both know his master, and if that person is willing, he can summon them to his side no matter where he is." "Nonsense," Saruman said angrily. "Sauron has already been defeated, and he can never regain his power. The one ring that he relied on was also lost in the Anduin River, and may have been washed into the ocean by the river long ago, nowhere to be found, and he could never come back. But the problem is that we encountered the Witch King of Angmar, and his power is still formidable. Djur met him once on the ancient Tomb Hill, and later we even encountered an army of undead controlled by him on the Eastern Road. We saw it with our own eyes, and I couldn't possibly be mistaken." "That's just your opinion," Saruman insisted, glancing at Dewey again. "Adding a third-rate sorcerer with no credibility to the equation makes it insufficient evidence." Dewey was not without temper after being repeatedly insulted. He said, "Since the wizard Saruman thinks this is not enough to prove anything, then I do have a way to prove that Gandalf is right, but I'm afraid you won't admit it then." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Dewey. Even Gandalf was somewhat surprised. What means do you have to prove it?" Saruman asked coldly. "I have a spell that can extract memories from myself or others." Dewey pressed his wand to his temple, recalling the situation as he chanted the spell in a low voice. A silver thread was pulled out from the temple, a memory from that time. Once the memory is extracted, if you want to see it, you either have to put the memory into someone else's mind or use a pensive to view it. The pensive is impractical, and everyone around is a powerful figure who would probably be unwilling to let Dewey touch their memories. However, Dewey has another option. He looked at Galadriel and pleaded, "Lady Galadriel, I've heard that you can create a water mirror that allows us to see the past and future. Could you perhaps create a container here that can hold those memories so that everyone can see what's inside?" "As you wish." Galadriel did not refuse. She picked up a wine jug from the table, strolled over to the nearby river, and scooped up a jug of water. When poured onto the table, the water seemed to be infused with magic, radiating starlight, and was so clear and bright that it formed a very clear water mirror. At Galadriel's instruction, Dai flicked the memory threads wrapped around his wand into the water mirror. Memories blend into the water mirror, stirring up ripples. The water mirror revealed Dewey's past memories, from the first time he encountered the possessed Witch King of Angmar in the tomb chamber of Ancient Hill, to the expedition encountering hundreds of whites on the road, and Gandalf's battle against the Witch King of Angmar possessed by whites. Everyone gathered around the water mirror, looking solemnly at the scene reflected in it. Even Saruman, who was stubborn and unwilling to admit the truth, remained silent with a grim expression. After all, the facts were already very clear. Apart from Dewey, everyone present was a person of great knowledge and strength, and they could all recognize that it was undoubtedly the Witch King of Angmar. But Saruman clearly didn't want to admit he was wrong. Although it is certain that it is the Witch King of Angmar, it does not mean that Sauron has returned. When his finger was cut off by the holy sword of Narsil, his physical form was destroyed, and he was no threat as long as he was left as a spirit. Moreover, without the One Ring, he would never be able to gain power and pose a threat to Middle-earth again. Elrond and Galadriel remained silent but stood behind Gandalf, clearly having made their choice. Seeing this, Saruman's jealousy of Gandalf intensified. Gandalf was clearly the leader of the White Order, yet he was now isolated and helpless. Leaving aside the matter of the Ringwraiths, Gandalf, you need to give us an explanation regarding the dwarves alone. Saruman seized on another topic and pressed on relentlessly. You always love to interfere in other people's business. Even when there's no trouble, you still go looking for it. We all know what's sleeping in Lonely Mountain, but you insist on trying to awaken that dragon. You're just asking for trouble. I cannot agree with you, Saruman. Gandalf shook his head. Smaug the dragon belongs to no one. If he allies with the orcs, it will have unpredictable consequences for the various powers in Middle-earth. Only by letting the dwarves reclaim Lonely Mountain can we restrain the dark forces in the far east and prevent them from expanding. Just as Gandalf and Saruman were arguing, Lindir, Elrond's secretary, brought a message. Thorin Oakenshield, along with the dwarves and Bilbo, left the valley ahead of time. When Lindir spoke of this news, there was a hint of excitement in his voice. During this time, the dwarves have been a real headache for the elves of the valley. Not only did they squander all the food and wine in the valley, but they also dismantled the elves' musical instruments to burn as firewood, made a ruckus every day, and even bathed in the elves' fountain. But Elrond, being a guest of honor, did not blame him. Now that the dwarves have left, the entire valley is like a festival, and the elves are just short of holding a celebratory feast. The meeting of the White Way Society ended in discord because Saruman disagreed. Saruman is the leader of the White Way. Although Elrond and Galadriel agree with Gandalf's opinion, they will not oppose Saruman. Therefore, Gandalf's proposal for the White Walkers to attack Dorcourt together ultimately failed. So Gandalf decided to first go to Dorgan to find out if the Dark Lord Sauron was really hiding there. Before leaving the valley, after obtaining permission from Elrond, Dewey used magic on a fireplace to set up a node in the Floo network, connecting the fireplaces in the valley and the Stormtop Tower. In this way, he can easily travel back and forth between Wind Peak and Valley via the Floo network in the future. As a thank you gift, Dewey gave Elrond a small packet of Floo powder, enough for one person to use 10 teleportation opportunities. To reach Lonely Mountain from the secluded valley, one must traverse the Misty Mountains, which are treacherous and impassable. So Dewey left the carriage and the short-legged horse, Ziadai, in the valley, entrusting them to the elves for care. After that, he and Gandalf set off on foot for the Misty Mountains, following in the footsteps of Thorin and his companions. Thorin and his party set off a day earlier than Dewey and Gandalf. However, the two did not rush. Instead, they walked at a leisurely pace. With the true knowledge crystal in his possession, Dewey has no fear of not being able to find Thorin and the others. Where are they? Gandalf asked, plopping down on a rock and slowly smoking his pipe. Let me see. Dewey picked up a small leather pouch from his waist, took out a crystal ball several times larger than himself, and carefully examined the inside of the crystal ball. They're almost at the high pass now. It'll probably take us quite a while to catch up. He then stuffed the true knowledge crystal back into the small leather bag and took out a bottle of water from it to drink. Upon witnessing this, Gandalf exclaimed, "Your magic is truly astonishing me more and more. You even have involvement in spatial magic. This is the seamless stretch charm, just a spell to expand space. It can't really be considered spatial magic at all," Dewey said, shaking his head. The Book of Spells records many spells, including the spell of seamless stretch. The seamless stretch charm allows the internal space of an object to be expanded indefinitely without changing its external volume. This spell is used in many things in the magical world, such as wizard suitcases, magical tents, secret bases, and other places that need to be hidden or expanded. The most iconic item is Newt Scamander's trunk, which is almost like a small world inside, inhabited by countless magical creatures. The seamless stretch spell is an advanced spell that is very difficult to learn. Dewey practiced for a long time before he was able to expand a stable space with a diameter of more than 2 meters within a small leather bag. With the space, Dewey's life became much more convenient. He packed all the items in the carriage into a small leather bag, including his sword and dagger. Apart from having a magic wand in hand, he could travel light. Gandalf was very envious of this and begged Dai to make him a space as well. He specially expanded the space in his tobacco pouch to store Shire tobacco so that he could smoke it wherever he went. It's no wonder Saruman mocked him, saying that he had been brainwashed by the hobbit's tobacco. Excessive humility is pride, Dure, Gandalf said, shaking his head in disapproval. your magic is different from ours. We borrow the power of nature from the outside, while your magic is more like a manifestation of your inner self, changing with your will. Say, let there be light, and there was light. Such abilities are beyond our reach. Although they are still very small, their potential is limitless. Oh, by the way, now that you have the elven gem given to you by Lady Galadriel, you can start making your own staff. What kind of wood do you plan to use? Once you've chosen, I'll begin making it for you. Crushed to pieces. A dazzling spell struck the boulder, shattering it into countless fragments. Dewey stood in front, warily watching the rock giant in the distance, and loudly complained, "Gandalf, your method is completely useless." Instead, it attracted the attention of all the rock giants. Things don't always go as planned, do they? Gandalf shrugged, looking completely innocent. At least Bilbo and the others are safe, aren't they? Dewey rolled his eyes speechlessly. You still have the leisure to joke around now? Why don't you make a move? Watch out, Gandalf shouted a warning. Several rock giants grabbed huge stones and hurled them at Dewey and Gandalf. Those boulders were like meteorites falling from the sky, carrying immense impact force enough to smash through the mountain and turn the two of them into mincemeat. Dewey saw it immediately. His expression changed. He gripped his wand tightly and activated his magic with all his might. Super strong armor protection. A powerful magical barrier instantly formed, transforming into a thick sphere of light that enveloped both Dewey and Gandalf. Gandalf didn't just stand by and watch. He grabbed his staff with both hands and slammed it into the air. The powerful force shattered the incoming boulders into countless pieces, which were then blocked by Dewey's magical barrier. The two successfully withstood the wave of boulders, but this clearly aroused the interest of the rock giants, who picked up more boulders to smash them down. The two immediately became serious. Casting magic is very physically demanding, and they would eventually run out of energy, while the opponent's boulder was inexhaustible. We can't confront them head-on. We need to find a way to distract them, then find Thorin and the others and get out of here as soon as possible. Gandalf shouted loudly in the thunderstorm. I have a spell I can try, Dewey said loudly, but I've never tried it before, so I don't know if it will work. Don't hesitate, give it a try, I believe in you. Gandalf shouted, smashing a flying boulder with all his might. Dewey directly summoned the Book of Spells. He remembered that there was a smoke spell inside that could release mist to conceal one's figure and obscure the enemy's vision. He remembered the spell. He recalled that Dumbledore had used it to shroud the entire city of London in mist when he met Newt Scamander. Dewey had only briefly read the spell once before, and now he could only learn it on the spot from the spellbook. Surrounded by clouds and mist, fortunately, the spell was not complicated, and Dewey succeeded on his first attempt. Thick clouds of mist poured out from the tip of the wand and swirled outwards in a continuous manner. In the blink of an eye, the entire Gao Pass was shrouded in thick fog, so thick that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. The giant rocks tried to push through the fog to find someone, but the fog seemed endless, so they could only roar in frustration and throw away the boulders in their hands haphazardly. Well done, Dewey, Gandalf whispered in praise. Dewey took out the Crystal of Knowledge, and guided by it, the two successfully passed through the mist and the rock giants, arriving at Thorin's location. This is inside a cave, which is empty, and there is no sign of anyone leaving. When Gandalf saw this, he struck the ground in front of him with his staff, and the ground instantly collapsed, revealing a huge, dark slide. Oh no, this is a trap set by goblins. Thorin and the others must have been captured by goblins. Don't worry, Gandalf, let's use the Crystal of Knowledge to check on them first. Dewey took out the Crystal of Knowledge, and the image that Dewey wanted to see appeared inside the crystal. In the crystal sphere, Thorin and his companions were in a huge underground cavern, surrounded by countless wooden suspension bridges and ladders, and thousands upon thousands of goblins. Goblins are actually a type of orc. They are short in stature, with dark green skin, and are much smaller than humans. They usually live in underground caves, mines, or mountain tunnels. They like to move around in the dark, are good at digging and building underground passages, and make a living by stealing, robbing, and making traps. Unlike the strong and violent orcs, goblins are more cunning and cowardly. At this moment, the dwarves were surrounded by countless goblins, their weapons confiscated, and brought before the Goblin King. Bilbo, on the other hand, displayed the hobbit's talent for stealth, managing to escape the notice of the goblins and thus successfully escaping arrest. It seems our Thief has luckily escaped unscathed, Gandalf said. We'd better hurry or these dwarves will become goblin food. As he spoke, he tapped the surrounding stone walls with his staff, then struck one of them hard, causing it to crack and reveal a cave passage. Let's go to Goblin Town. Just before Dewey put the crystal ball into the leather bag, he saw Bilbo being discovered by a goblin, and the two fell into the abyss crevice below the cave during their fight. Bilbo was very lucky to survive the fall from the height. Aside from a few scrapes, he was not seriously injured. The goblin, on the contrary, died from the fall. He truly lives up to his role as the protagonist. Dewey breathed a sigh of relief, but could only sigh inwardly. If it were an ordinary person, they would have died from the fall, just like the goblin that fell with them. But they just happened to be fine by chance. Once he was sure Bilbo was all right, Dewey put the crystal back into his bag and quickly followed Gandalf. He thought that if he remembered correctly, Bilbo was about to encounter the One Ring, which was destined for him, thus officially beginning the prelude to the destruction of Sauron. Dewey did not interfere with Bilbo's fate or have any intention of getting the ring first. Aside from hobbits like Bilbo with ridiculously high magic resistance, even Gandalf and Galadriel dared not easily touch the One Ring. He did not believe he would be an exception and be able to resist the dark corruption of the One Ring. Perhaps once you put on the One Ring, you'll become its servant or even a being like the Ringwraiths. Therefore, he kept his distance from the One Ring and had no desire to get involved with it at all. Gandalf and Dai finally arrived at the cave inside the mountain. This place resembles an underground world with intricate passages and interconnected caves like a vast and complex underground labyrinth. The cave was dark, and Thorin and his companions were led before the Goblin King. Unlike other goblins, the Goblin King is incredibly tall, with a head that is almost 3 meters high, and he holds a ram's head staff. Compared to other goblins, the Goblin King is more cunning, evil, cruel, and also very intelligent. After capturing the dwarves, they interrogated them about their purpose for coming there. They even suspected that the dwarves were sent by the elves after seeing that some of the confiscated items were stolen from the elves. When they discovered that Thorin's sword, Beastbite, had killed many goblins, they angrily ordered their men to kill them all. In the distance, the 2 people who were hiding with the disguise spell witnessed this scene. Dewey whispered to Gandalf, who was standing nearby, "Gandalf, should we make a move?" Gandalf shook his head slightly. "Wait a minute." At the same time, the Goblin King also uttered these words. The Goblin King recognized Thorin's identity, and after mocking and ridiculing Thorin's wretched state, ordered his men to deliver a message to Azog, the king of orcs, intending to exchange Thorin for Azog's reward. Now, Gandalf leaped directly in front of the goblins, unleashing a powerful magical shockwave that instantly overturned the goblin cave. Countless goblins, including the Goblin King, were blown away by the shockwave. Gandalf appeared before the dwarves like a savior, shouting, "Grab your weapons and run." The cave contained tens of thousands of goblins. Although Gandalf dealt with a number of them, they continued to pour in from all directions. The group ran while dealing with goblins blocking their way and shaking off the enemies that were relentlessly pursuing them. Just then, the fallen Goblin King suddenly appeared in front of them, its enormous body blocking their path. "You think you can escape? Don't even think about it." The Goblin King angrily brandished a large club, his face contorted with savage cruelty. Swarms of goblins surrounded them from all directions, blocking all the roads. The group was suddenly in dire straits. "Gandalf, what should we do?" Balin the dwarf placed his only hope on Gandalf. Gandalf remained calm, even with a smile on his face. "Don't worry, we have helpers." Petrified. The next second, a dazzling spell struck the Goblin King from behind. The Goblin King's face contorted in a ferocious expression, his movements and demeanor instantly frozen, leaving only his eyes revealing terror and unease. Dewey appeared behind the Goblin King, drew his flaming sword, and plunged it into the Goblin King's lower back, unleashing scorching flames that instantly burned the Goblin King's internal organs to ashes. When the Goblin King died, the surrounding goblins fell silent for a moment, but then their anger erupted. "He killed the king. That wizard killed the king. We must avenge the king." All the goblins were driven mad with rage, filled with murderous intent and insanity, and they swarmed towards Dewey and the others. Protect them all. A circular barrier protected everyone and blocked the goblins outside. The goblins attacked the magic barrier relentlessly, swarming onto it and forming a dense, impenetrable wall of flesh. Seeing that the goblins around them couldn't break through, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, seeing the increasing number of goblins around them, the dwarves became worried again. "Dewey, what should we do now? They can't get in, but we can't get out either." "Don't worry, I have a way," Dewey reassured her. He then took out a pot of mandrakes from his leather bag. Since it matured, the mandrake has been regularly bound with a petrifying spell by Dewey to prevent it from making a deadly sound. Now that he has learned the soundproofing spell from the spellbook, he can finally put it to good use. Dewey first cast several soundproof spells on himself and his companions before removing the petrification spell on the mandrake, grabbing the root of the mandrake and squeezing hard. The mandrake, which had been accumulating resentment for so long, instantly unleashed its emotions as soon as the curse was lifted, writhing its ugly body and emitting a piercing, sharp cry. Even those protected by the soundproof spell heard a piercing sound and instinctively covered their ears. Meanwhile, the goblins outside were directly struck by the mandrake's cries. Under the deadly demonic attack, goblins at close range died instantly, while those further away were knocked unconscious and fell into the abyss below like dumplings, turning into mincemeat. The goblin cave fell silent instantly, not a single goblin remained standing. Dewey waved his wand, sweeping the pile of goblin corpses around him into the abyss, then cast a petrifying spell on the still-crying mandrake, quieting it down again. This finally lifted the soundproofing spell on everyone. "All right, it's safe now." The dwarves stared in shock at the goblin corpses scattered everywhere, then looked at the humanoid plant in Dewey's hand with expressions of awe. This plant is absolutely terrifying. My God, what is that thing? Its voice killed so many goblins. The dwarf Balin exclaimed in disbelief. Its voice was terrifying. I could hear it even through the magic just now. It sounded like a female ghost, making me feel lightheaded, as if my soul was about to be pulled out. Philip said, still shaken. I can't imagine what it would be like to actually hear it. If you really hear that, you'll end up like those goblins. Balin rolled his eyes at him, annoyed. Since this thing makes such a powerful sound, why don't we just throw it at the dragon when we get to Lonely Mountain and kill it outright? The youngest dwarf, Killy, excitedly proposed. Upon hearing Killy's idea, all the dwarves' eyes lit up, their gazes fixed intently on the mandrake in Dewey's hand. Thorin was filled with hope. If he could really get rid of the dragon in this way, he wouldn't need to search for the Arkenstone to gather the dwarves. He could simply reclaim Lonely Mountain. However, Gandalf gave a negative answer the next moment. Gandalf was also very surprised by the power of the mandrake's voice, but he still shook his head. The mandrake cultivated by Dewar has a magical sound that can strike the soul and is fatal to most creatures. But a powerful creature like Smaug the dragon has a very strong soul. Even the sound of mandrake cannot kill him. At most, it can only seriously injure him, and that is only when he is off guard. Gandalf's words are very convincing. The dwarves were disappointed upon hearing this, and Thorin even turned his gaze away from the mandrake. Let's go, let's get out of here first. No rush, Dewey shook his head, reminding him, Bilbo hasn't been found yet. Oh right, where's Bilbo? Bilbo, hasn't he been with us the whole time? We haven't seen him since we were captured by the goblins. The dwarves then realized what was happening and started talking all at once. Gandalf frowned as well. Has anyone seen Bilbo? The dwarves shook their heads. Oh my God, did Bilbo hear that plant crying out just now? The dwarf Balin gasped and said in horror, as if he had just realized something. The other dwarves stared wide-eyed at Dewey in horror. Gandalf looked at Dewey with some concern upon hearing this. Dewey shook his head. Don't worry, I only dared to play the mandrake sound after I was sure Bilbo wasn't here. Not here, then where did he go? Dewey pointed to the abyss below. I saw him fall from the crystal of true knowledge. Seeing the change in everyone's expression, he continued. Don't worry, he's lucky. He was fine except for scrape after falling. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Wizard Dewar, next time please speak in one breath. It's really quite frightening. I'll try, Dewey replied insincerely. By the way, Dewar, quickly use your true knowledge crystal to find out where Bilbo is. Let's go find him. Dewey took out the crystal ball and examined it intently, and the others gathered around. Strange, where is Bilbo? Dewey frowned, looking puzzled. The crystal sphere displayed a view of the bottom of the abyss, but Bilbo was not there. What's going on? Is the crystal ball broken? The dwarves were also full of surprise. Gandalf, seeing this, was also puzzled and reached out his hand. Dewar, may I take a look? Dewey handed the crystal ball over. Gandalf took the crystal ball, thinking about Bilbo's location. However, the crystal sphere still displayed the same image as before, and Bilbo was not seen. Is this crystal ball really broken, or has the crystal reached its expiration date? I knew these things made by elves are all show and no substance, not as sturdy as what we dwarves make. The dwarves launched into a tirade of complaints. On the contrary, Dewey, looking at the image on the crystal sphere, suddenly realized something. Could it be that Bilbo has obtained the One Ring and is now invisible by wearing it? That's why the true knowledge crystal can show his location but not his form. However, only he knew about this, and it was not appropriate to reveal Bilbo's acquisition of the One Ring to these dwarves. So he maintained the same puzzled expression and put the broken crystal ball into his leather bag. He then suggested that everyone go to the bottom of the abyss to find Bilbo. However, before that, Dewey needs to sign in once. The system responded shortly after we entered the goblin cave, but we were in an emergency and didn't have time to respond. I can finally sign in now. Hogwarts check-in system, location, Misty Mountains, Goblin Town, check-in required. Full of anticipation, Dewey silently said to himself, check-in, sign-in successful, congratulations on obtaining the method to raise the basilisk. The method of breeding basilisks. Dewey was surprised. He never expected that this would be the sign-in item. As far as he knew, the basilisk was a very dangerous dark magic creature in the Harry Potter world. The basilisk's eyes had powerful killing power. Any creature that made direct eye contact with it would die instantly, while those that made indirect eye contact would be petrified. Moreover, the basilisk possesses deadly venom, which can only be cured by phoenix tears. No other potions or magic can save it. The basilisk also has a long lifespan, living for thousands of years, and it grows larger and larger as it grows. The basilisk is extremely dangerous. Apart from the Parseltongue, who can communicate with and control it, no one else can tame it. Therefore, many dark wizards who attempted to cultivate basilisks were ultimately devoured by the basilisks and died. Now that Dewey has the talent for Parseltongue, if he can cultivate a powerful weapon like the basilisk, it would be like adding wings to a tiger for him. But why does he feel like he's increasingly heading in the direction of a dark wizard? Parselion's speech and basilisk pets in the magical world, isn't that exactly what a dark wizard would be like? Fine, a dark wizard it is then. Dewey gave up on agonizing over it. As long as it enhances my strength, I don't care if he's a black wizard or a white wizard. After all, as a great man once said, it doesn't matter if it's a black cat or a white cat, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. Dewey learns about the breeding of the basilisk. The breeding of the basilisk is not complicated. You need to find a 7-year-old rooster, lay a magic egg on a night when Sirius is in the sky, and then put the magic egg under a toad to incubate it. The final result of the magic egg is a bright green serpent monster. Its gender can be determined by whether it has a scarlet feather on its head. If it does, it is a male serpent, and if it does not, it is a female serpent. Of course, it is against common sense for a rooster to lay an egg, even in the magical world. Therefore, there is a special black magic ritual and astrological resonance that can break the taboos of natural laws. That is, on a night when Sirius is in the sky, using the power of the stars as a catalyst, black magic is used to forcibly rewrite the instincts of living beings, causing a rooster to lay a cursed magic egg, which in turn gives birth to a black magic creature called a basilisk. Middle-earth also has Sirius, so Dewey doesn't need to worry about not being able to breed basilisks. It's just that 7-year-old roosters are hard to find, and Sirius only appears in the sky around midnight on January 1st every year. It's already June, and we'll have to wait another 6 months for Sirius to appear. By then, the Lonely Mountain mission had already ended. Therefore, Dewey had to temporarily put aside the matter of breeding the basilisk. The goblins inside the cave were either dead or unconscious and posed no longer a threat to the group. Instead of rushing to find Bilbo, the group planned to search for treasure in the underground Goblin Kingdom. First is the largest cave where the Goblin King resides, which is obviously the most likely place to hide treasure. As expected, once everyone entered, the cave was filled with an unprecedented amount of gold, silver, jewels, and diamonds. It was a treasure trove unlike anything they had ever seen before, perhaps only the treasure of Lonely Mountain. Even Thorin, who had seen the treasures of Lonely Mountain, couldn't help but be amazed when he saw the treasures before him. "My God, we're going to be rich," the dwarf Dvalin exclaimed, his eyes filled with fascination. "Stop drooling, Dwarin. These treasures are Djur's spoils, not yours." The dwarf Balin slapped his bald head and reminded him irritably. The dwarves, after being reminded, immediately realized what was happening and reluctantly looked away. Although they were greedy, they knew that the fact that everyone was able to escape from the goblin encirclement unharmed was thanks to Dewey, and that they had not contributed anything. Dewey, however, did not show much emotion towards the treasure before him. Having seen many treasures, he had become able to treat them with a calm mind. Therefore, they generously expressed their willingness to share, allowing everyone to take as much as they could. Except for Thorin, who refused as always, the other dwarves accepted Dewey's offer and happily rummaged through the gold and silver jewelry in front of them, stuffing their pockets and backpacks until they were bulging. Just as the dwarves were rummaging through the treasure, Dewey noticed a glint of silver light peeking out from beneath the gold coins. Curious, he walked over and brushed aside the gold coins covering them. The object buried in the gold coins was finally revealed. It was an exquisite and magnificent spear, entirely silver-white, radiating a cold light. The spearhead was engraved with beautiful patterns and mysterious runes, and its tip was like the sharp point of a snow-capped peak, snow-white and cold, extremely sharp, as if it could pierce through the hardest substance. Dewey's eyes widened in amazement as he looked at it, and he couldn't help but reach out and grab the spear. As soon as he grasped the spear, his pupils contracted, and the magic power within his body involuntarily surged into the spear. The spear burst forth with a dazzling cold light, its tip gleaming with sharpness and containing a terrifying explosive force. Dewey couldn't resist thrusting the spear into the cave wall, and it pierced straight into the stone wall as easily as piercing tofu. Immediately, a powerful destructive force was released from the spearhead, and the entire stone wall quickly cracked and teetered on the brink of collapse. Gandalf, who was standing nearby, looked very surprised when he saw the spear. "Djur, may I take a look?" Dai noticed the change in Gandalf's expression, handed him the spear, and asked, "Gandalf, do you recognize this spear?" Gandalf took the spear, stroking it and examining it closely, exclaiming, "Djur, your luck is truly enviable. If I'm not mistaken, this spear has an extraordinary origin. It is the spear of Gil-galad, the High King of the Noldor Egros. It fought alongside Gil-galad and even wounded the Dark Lord Sauron in the final battle of the Alliance. However, after Gil-galad died in battle, the spear disappeared without a trace. But I never expected to see it in the Goblin King's treasure today." Upon hearing Gandalf's account, everyone was astonished, and their eyes all turned to the silver spear. Even the dwarves, who were at odds with the elves, had heard of Gil-galad. As the last High King of the Noldor and the founder of the Kingdom of Lindon, Gil-galad and Elendil, the founder of the Kingdom of Arnor, formed the last alliance between the elves and men. They assembled their army in the valley, crossed the Misty Mountains, marched south along the Anduin River, defeated Sauron's army in the Battle of Dagorad Plains, and then besieged Sauron's stronghold, Barad-dûr. During the siege of Barad-dûr, Sauron was forced to emerge from the Black Tower to confront Gil-galad and Isildur. In the end, Gilgalad and Elendil both died in battle. Gilgalad's spear, Egros, disappeared without a trace, and Elendil's holy sword, Narsil, was broken by Sauron. At the height of Sauron's triumph, Isildur, son of Elendil, picked up a shard of the broken sword and severed the finger on which Sauron wore the One Ring. Sauron's body perished, and he was ultimately defeated. Dewey was overjoyed to receive the spear. He hadn't expected it to have such a history. As the weapon of Gilgalad, the High King of the Noldor, the spear Egros embodies the hard work of countless elven artisans and represents the pinnacle of elven craftsmanship, making it a truly divine weapon. The spear Egolos is nearly 2 meters long. It is made of some unknown material, and it is extremely hard and sharp, yet incredibly light. Dewey can hold it and wave it with one hand. Use it well. This is the only weapon stained with Sauron's blood that's still intact. It can intimidate many dark creatures, Gandalf said enviously. The spear is indestructible. It can even penetrate Sauron's dark armor. Perhaps it can even penetrate the scales of a dragon, becoming a key weapon in this victory at Lonely Mountain. I will. Dewey nodded solemnly. Although he already has the flaming sword, who would complain about having too many weapons, not to mention it was an indestructible divine spear. He also discovered that while spells were indeed effective against orcs, they were largely ineffective against powerful Maiar-level creatures like dragons and Balora. He even had some doubts about whether the killing curse could really kill the dragon Smaug. After all, the killing curse targets the soul, but creatures like dragons have extremely powerful souls. With Dewey's current strength, the killing curse he casts probably wouldn't be fatal to a dragon. Just like in Harry Potter when Barty Crouch Jr. disguised himself as Moody with Polyjuice Potion. He said that even if a fourth-year student mastered the killing curse and cast it on him, at most he would only make him bleed from the nose and he wouldn't be able to kill him at all. In this situation, artifacts crafted locally, such as the spear Eglos, can actually unleash greater power and inflict damage on dragons. Dewey put the divine spear Eglos into his leather pouch, then looked at the cave full of gold and silver jewels. Although he already has plenty of treasure, he won't give up on meeting him. He picked up some money bags of varying ages from the ground and used the seamless stretch spell to expand the space inside to about 2 meters. Then, waving his wand, he filled all the treasure in the cave into his money bag, stuffing it into more than a dozen bags, and then put those bags into another bag. The dwarves were stunned when they saw this. Such a huge treasure had been put into a small bag. Then what about their stuffing up of food earlier? Under the resentful and pleading gazes of the dwarves, Dewey touched his nose and agreed to expand the space in everyone's purse. Even Thorin, who didn't take the treasure, was given a spatial dimension. So the dwarves happily stuffed all their treasures and belongings into their money bags. The 2 young dwarves, Killy and Philly, were even more astonished, reaching their entire hands into the bag before excitedly pointing at the hand that resembled a severed arm and exclaiming in surprise. "All right, we should get out of here," Dewey called out to the group of dwarves who were excitedly playing with their money bags. "Don't forget we haven't found Bilbo yet." Upon hearing this, the group of dwarves instantly calmed down and looked at each other in bewilderment. "Oh right, we still haven't found Bilbo. I almost forgot about him." Remembering poor Bilbo, everyone hurriedly left the treasure cave. Looking at the steep and bottomless abyss, the group couldn't find a way down for a moment. "This is too steep. How do we get down?" The group looked at each other in bewilderment. "Jump down," Dewey said. "I'll catch you with magic." Without saying a word, he jumped off. Everyone was terrified by this sudden scene, watching as Dewey fell into the abyss. "Oh my God, he didn't fall to his death, did he?" the dwarf bomb said in horror. "Listen to Jur, gentlemen, I'll go first." Gandalf chuckled and then, before anyone could react, jumped down as well. The dwarves who remained in place looked at each other in bewilderment. "Why don't you jump first, Philip?" Kiri urged. "Why didn't you jump first?" Philip retorted irritably. Beaufort cautiously glanced down at the abyss below, then quickly retreated, patted his chest, and shook his head vigorously. "It's so high, if I fall, I'll be turned into mincemeat." "I'm not jumping, my heart can't take it." While the dwarves hesitated, Thorin hesitated for a moment before resolutely jumping down. "Thorin," the dwarves were startled. "Thorin is the heir of the Dúlin dwarves. If anything happens to him, this trip to Lonely Mountain will be meaningless." Without further hesitation, all the dwarves jumped down. Feeling the rapid descent and the gust of wind, the dwarves screamed in terror just as they thought they were about to fall to their deaths. "Stop the speed by reducing shock," Dewey's voice rang out from below. The dwarves instantly felt their descent slow down, stopping abruptly when they were 20 centimeters from the ground. Before they could even catch their breath, they lost their support and crashed face first to the ground. The dwarves groaned and scrambled to their feet. This was so thrilling, my heart almost stopped. The eldest dwarf, Balin, gasped for breath, clutching his chest with lingering fear. Gandalf was already standing beside Dewey, watching the group of dwarves with a smile. This is a rare opportunity to experience something like this. It would be a real shame to miss it, since not many people can jump from such a height and survive. "Forget it, we dwarves only like living on the ground. We can't enjoy this kind of excitement at all," Beaufort said with a look of rejection. Where's Bilbo? Isn't he at the bottom of the abyss? I haven't seen him. Let me check again with the crystal. Dewey took out the true knowledge crystal again, thinking that after so much time, Bilbo should have taken off the ring and broken his invisibility. Wasn't your crystal ball already broken? How can you still see it? Balin asked suspiciously. Exactly, it would be more reliable if everyone splits up and searches separately. Dewey ignored the dwarves, holding the crystal ball in his hands and focused on finding Bilbo's location. This time, Bilbo's figure finally appeared on the crystal sphere. Bilbo, it's Bilbo, he's looking for the way out. The dwarves excitedly crowded around, pressing their heads close to the crystal sphere, their eyes fixed on Bilbo in the image. It seems your crystal ball is working again. Dewey glanced at the screen and walked directly to the left. Follow me, let's meet up with Bilbo first and then leave here. Gandalf followed closely behind Dewey and the other dwarves followed suit. Guided by the crystal of knowledge, the group followed a winding path until they finally spotted Bilbo in the distance, trying to find an exit. Bilbo, the dwarf bomb shouted. Hearing the sound from afar, Bilbo turned around immediately, his face lighting up with surprise, and waved his hands excitedly. I'm here. When the two sides met, the dwarves happily gave Bilbo a hug. You're really lucky, kid. You fell from such a height and you're still okay. If Jur hadn't said you were all right, we would have been worried sick. Bahrain said, How did you know I was here? Bilbo asked, both excited and curious. You've forgotten Jur has a true knowledge crystal. That thing can find people, so naturally it can see you here. However, that thing works sometimes and it doesn't work sometimes. There was a period when we couldn't find you at all. I don't know what went wrong. Upon hearing this, Bilbo looked somewhat uneasy, unconsciously reaching into his pocket to feel around before glancing tentatively at Dewey, only to meet a pair of meaningful eyes. He immediately looked away nervously, his eyes unsure of where to look. Gandalf also noticed Bilbo's unusual behavior and exchanged a glance with Dai. Unlike the dwarves who suspected the crystal of knowledge was broken, Gandalf and Dai both knew that the crystal of knowledge was the hardest substance and could not possibly be damaged. Therefore, the reason why the true knowledge crystal couldn't see Bilbo before was not because of the true knowledge crystal itself, but because Bilbo encountered something unusual that concealed the true knowledge crystal's vision. Although Gandalf was somewhat curious, he had no intention of getting to the bottom of Bilbo's adventures. As for Dewey, he already knew about Bilbo's situation, so neither of them asked any questions. This relieved Bilbo, but also made him feel ashamed and uneasy. Jur, I just encountered, Bilbo hesitated. But before he could continue, Gandalf glared sharply at the shadows opposite him and shouted, Who goes there? Shatter to pieces. A spell shot out from Dewey's hand, striking directly at the shadow. Under the dazzling light of the magic spell, a hunched, pale-skinned monster with bulging eyes was revealed to everyone. The spell struck the stone in front of it directly, shattering it instantly and blasting the monster away. That's Gollum, the previous owner of the One Ring, Dewey realized. But before he could make another move, Gollum looked at Dewey with fear and terror, then glanced at Bilbo with resentment before turning around and disappearing into the rocky cave. What the hell is that? It doesn't look like a goblin. The dwarves were surprised and puzzled. Bilbo, have you seen this thing before? Yes, I've met him. Bilbo nodded hesitantly. He said his name was Gollum and he fed on fallen goblin corpses. He was a bit mentally unstable and often talked to himself. I stalled for time with him by playing riddles and finally found a chance to escape. Wow, it's a talking monster. It's a real shame our magic didn't kill it and it escaped, the dwarves lamented. All right, forget about that. We need to find an exit and get out of here, Gandalf interrupted, then looked at Dewey. Jur, please lead the way for us. Dewey glanced at the crystal ball in his hand and nodded. Let's go, let's get out of here first. Guided by the crystal sphere, the group successfully found an exit and arrived at the other side of the Misty Mountains. They're finally out, the dwarves cheered. Dewey put the crystal ball back into the leather bag, then took out a money bag and handed it to Bilbo. This is my enchanted money pouch. It has 2 cubic meters of space inside, and it already contains some of the treasure obtained from the Goblin Cave. There's still some space left, so you can put any extra luggage in it to make things easier. Bilbo took the money bag, opened it, and was pleasantly surprised and moved by the spacious interior and the dazzling gold and silver jewelry inside. Thank you, Jur. After struggling and hesitating for a moment, glancing at the distance of the others, he whispered to Dewey. Dewey, actually, I found something at the bottom of the cave. Dewey stopped himself from speaking, shook his head slightly, and his smile deepened. I'm glad you're willing to tell me, but this is your opportunity, Bilbo. You don't need to tell me. Bilbo was surprised by Dewey's words, and the last trace of hesitation in his heart vanished. I understand, Jur. I'm only telling you this. I found a ring at the bottom of the cave. The ring seemed to have magic. After I put it on, it was like entering another world. No one could see me. It was like I became invisible. Dewey nodded. He already knew all this, but looking at his excited friend, he still warned him, Bilbo, don't wear this all the time unless it's absolutely necessary, or it will bring you unpredictable consequences. Although hobbits are naturally resistant to the ring, it does have an effect on them. After the War of the Ring, Bilbo was invited to Valinor to spend his later years, not only because he was the first owner of the ring, but also because his long-term contact with the ring had left indelible marks. This kind of harm does not affect the body, but rather the mind and soul. Therefore, only by going to Valinor could Bilbo be cured and live out his old age in peace. To give Bilbo a clearer understanding, he revealed, "Bilbo, you must be careful of that ring. You've already met Gollum, but you don't know that he was originally a hobbit, but after he got that ring, he was gradually changed and became what he is now." Bilbo was stunned by the news. He couldn't believe it. You're saying Gollum is a hobbit. How is that possible? But that's the truth. Bilbo was restless. He wanted to choose not to believe, but considering that Gollum was about the same size as him, and that his language, style, and way of thinking were similar to those of a hobbit, he had no choice but to believe. Not to mention that the ring was also very tempting to him, making him want to possess it, and sometimes even having dark thoughts, such as the evil idea of killing everyone who knew about the ring. He himself was startled by this idea. Thinking of this, he felt the ring in his pocket become extremely hot to the touch, and he wished he could throw it away immediately, but he was also deeply attracted to it and couldn't bear to throw it away. His consciousness seemed to split into two people, one rational and the other obsessed, constantly arguing and wrestling with each other. "Jur, what should I do?" Bilbo asked Jur for help, completely at a loss. "Don't be nervous or worried. I'm just saying this to keep you vigilant and prevent you from being tempted and addicted to it," Dewey reassured you. "As long as you stay rational and don't overuse it, it won't have too much of an impact on you in the short term." After finishing their conversation, the group continued on their way. But soon, the distant howls of wolves made everyone's expressions change. "It's a wolf!" In the distance down the hillside, thousands of well-equipped orcs rode giant wolves and moved rapidly toward them. "Be prepared," Gandalf shouted. Seeing the densely packed orc army in the mountains, everyone immediately felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The dwarf Beaufort looked hopefully at Dewey. "Dewey, quickly bring out that crying plant of yours and kill them." The others also looked at him expectantly. After all, they still vividly remembered the scene in the Goblin Cave. Dewey glanced at the surroundings and then at the distance of the dire wolves, shaking his head. "Don't have too high hopes for the mandrake. The cave environment is special, which is why it has that effect. But this is the open field, and at distance, the mandrake's cries won't cause much damage." Despite saying that, he still took out the mandrake. After casting a soundproof spell on everyone, he pulled out the mandrake and threw it in front of the charging orcs and dire wolves. As Dewey had predicted, the direwolves and orcs who were closest to the mandrake were caught off guard and immediately collapsed to the ground, their fate unknown. Only the direwolves and orcs who were farther away escaped unscathed. Terrified by the sight, they immediately ceased their attack. As the team leader Oak heard the faint cries, he felt a sharp pain in his head and looked at Dewey and the humanoid plant that was making the cries with apprehension. "Retreat to a place where you can't hear anything." Oak, the leader, said, "He's that black-robed wizard. There's something strange about what he's holding. Don't listen to him. But the chief has ordered us to get the dwarf's head." In black language, his second-in-command Oak reminded him. "Then let's attack from a distance and shoot them dead." Slang, anyway, all the leader wants is a head. On Dewey's side, the dwarves cheered when they saw the orcs, and the dire wolves hesitate to approach and made various crude gestures to provoke the orcs in the distance. But the next second, thousands of arrows rained down on Dewey and his men. Dai raised his wand high, forming a barrier that blocked the attack of countless arrows. But just as everyone cheered for Dewey once again, Dewey felt a jolt of alarm as if there was a deadly threat. The next second, he saw the tall oak leader grinning as he shot an arrow at him from the distant mountaintop. Before Dewey could react, the arrow ignored the magical barrier and pierced through it, striking Dewey in the chest. Jur, everyone was shocked. Unable to believe that Dewey had been hit by an arrow, they all gathered around. "Jur, are you all right?" Bilbo asked anxiously. Gandalf reacted the fastest, quickly helping Dewey up with a concerned expression, but when he saw the black arrow stuck in his chest, his face changed instantly. "Mogul's arrow. Mogul's arrow, what's that?" Bilbo asked. "Those are arrows forged by Mordor, engraved with dark spells, and the arrowheads are poisoned. Those struck by them will suffer an agonizing death." "Will Jur be all right?" The dwarves looked at the pale-faced Jur with concern. Cough, cough. Dewey's cough drew everyone's attention. "Jur, how are you feeling?" Bilbo asked anxiously. Dewey shook his head, pulled the arrow out of his chest, and tore open his clothes, revealing that under his robe, Dewey was wearing a silver chainmail. "Mithril chainmail," Thorin exclaimed in surprise. "I never expected you to possess such a treasure. No wonder you were able to block Mogul's arrow. That's great, Jur, you're all right," Bilbo exclaimed happily. Gandalf and the dwarves breathed a sigh of relief. Dewey looked at the arrow in his hand with lingering fear. If he hadn't worn the chainmail he obtained in Dadong Town, he would probably be in grave danger today. Thinking of this, Dewey looked at the leader of the oak team on the distant mountain peak, his eyes cold. Since his transmigration, he has almost always had smooth sailing, but he never expected that this guy would almost cause him to stumble today. Jur, that mandrake outside seems to have stopped chirping." the dwarf Killy suddenly reminded him. Upon hearing this, everyone looked towards the mandrake outside the soundproof spell. I then noticed that the mandrake looked listless and weak, as if it had cried itself out, whimpering and lying there silently. Meanwhile, Oak, who was watching from a distance, also noticed this situation and began to get restless. "Mandragora, come here." Dewey summoned the mandrake, buried it back in the soil of the pot, and let it rest. "Gandalf, I'd like to trouble you to lead Thorin and the others in making a breakout later," Dai entrusted to Gandalf. "And what about you?" "Me." Dewey looked at the oak leader on the distant hilltop, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Naturally, I'll go and take care of that leader." Although the mithril chainmail had stopped the mogul's arrow, there was still a faint pain in my chest. If he didn't avenge this arrow wound, his Dow heart would be unstable. Surrounded by Miss Tilda, Dewey released a mist that enveloped an area of several miles in fog, giving Gandalf and his men a chance to leave quietly, while also giving himself a chance to attack. The appearance of the fog made Oak and the dire wolves anxious, and the dire wolves could only rely on their howls to determine each other's location. Dewey weaved through the mist, guided by the true knowledge crystal, as if entering an uninhabited place, and approached the direction of the leader, Oak. Upon encountering dire wolves and orcs along the way, Dewey unleashed a ruthless attack, crushed to pieces. With a scream from the dire wolf and the orc were instantly torn into countless pieces by the immense force. The other orcs and dire wolves in the mist became restless, and the orc leader's expression changed. "Gather everyone together to guard against a wizard's sneak attack." Slang. Upon hearing the command, the dire wolf beneath him immediately let out a tremendous roar. Upon hearing this, the other dire wolves quickly gathered around their leader. Dewey saw this scene from the crystal sphere and sneered. Did they think having more people meant they had an advantage? "They've given me a chance to finish this off in one go." Hearing the screams that kept coming from the mist, the fear in the eyes of the leader of the Oak team deepened. He knew that the wizard's target was him, but seeing the nearly 1,000 subordinates and dire wolves that had gathered around him, he felt a little more at ease. Even if that wizard's magic was powerful, it was impossible for him to kill so many people at once, let alone himself. Just then, the dire wolf beneath him seemed to have caught a whiff of something and immediately bared its teeth at the mist not far away. Shoot an arrow there." In slang, the orcs reacted quickly, immediately firing countless arrows in the direction the dire wolves were wary of. The leader of the orcs even pulled out another Morgul arrow and shot it into the mist. The dense arrows shot into the mist and disappeared, leaving the orcs anxiously awaiting the outcome. A volley of arrows, a voice came from the mist. The next second, all the arrows that had just been fired bounced back. Amidst countless screams and howls, Oak and the werewolves suffered numerous casualties. The Oak leader managed to grab one of his men in time to shield himself, thus avoiding being shot, before he could breathe a sigh of relief. A dazzling red light flashed in his iris, and the leader of the Oak team looked terrified. Thunderbolt explosion. The magic was dazzling, but it carried a deadly signal. With a deafening explosion, countless orcs and dire wolves were caught in the blast wave. Those closer to the blast were instantly blown to pieces, while those farther away were thrown into the air, resulting in countless deaths and injuries in an instant. Even the dense fog was blown away by the massive explosion and quickly dissipated. Seeing the densely packed orc army in the mountains, everyone immediately felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The dwarf Bofur looked hopefully at Dewey. "Dewey, quickly bring out that crying plant of yours and kill them." The others also looked at him expectantly. After all, they still vividly remembered the scene in the Goblin Cave. Dewey glanced at the surroundings and then at the distance of the dire wolves, shaking his head. "Don't have too high hopes for the mandrake. The cave environment is special, which is why it has that effect. But this is the open field, and at a distance, the mandrake's cries won't cause much damage." Despite saying that, he still took out the mandrake. After casting a soundproof spell on everyone, he pulled out the mandrake and threw it in front of the charging orcs and dire wolves. As Dewey had predicted, the direwolves and orcs who were closest to the mandrake were caught off guard and immediately collapsed to the ground, their fate unknown. Only the direwolves and orcs who were farther away escaped unscathed. Terrified by the sight, they immediately ceased their attack. As the team leader Oak heard the faint cries, he felt a sharp pain in his head and looked at Dewey and the humanoid plant that was making the cries with apprehension. "Retreat to a place where you can't hear anything," Oak, the leader, said. "He's that black-robed wizard. There's something strange about what he's holding. Don't listen to him. But the chief has ordered us to get the dwarf's head." In black language, his second-in-command, Oak, reminded him. "Then let's attack from a distance and shoot them dead." Slang. Anyway, all the leader wants is a head. On Dewey's side, the dwarves cheered when they saw the orcs, and the dire wolves hesitate to approach and made various crude gestures to provoke the orcs in the distance. But the next second, thousands of arrows rained down on Dewey and his men. Dai raised his wand high, forming a barrier that blocked the attack of countless arrows. But just as everyone cheered for Dewey once again, Dewey felt a jolt of alarm as if there was a deadly threat. The next second, he saw the tall oak leader grinning as he shot an arrow at him from the distant mountaintop. Before Dewey could react, the arrow ignored the magical barrier and pierced through it, striking Dewey in the chest. Everyone was shocked. Unable to believe that Dewey had been hit by an arrow, they all gathered around. Are you all right? Bilbo asked anxiously. Gandalf reacted the fastest, quickly helping Dewey up with a concerned expression, but when he saw the black arrow stuck in his chest, his face changed instantly. Mogul's arrow, what's that? Bilbo asked. Those are arrows forged by Mordor, engraved with dark spells, and the arrowheads are poisoned. Those struck by them will suffer an agonizing death. Will Dewey be all right? The dwarves looked at the pale-faced Dewey with concern. Cough, cough. Dewey's cough drew everyone's attention. Dewey, how are you feeling? Bilbo asked anxiously. Dewey shook his head, pulled the arrow out of his chest, and tore open his clothes, revealing that under his robe, Dewey was wearing a silver chainmail. Mithril chainmail, Thorin exclaimed in surprise. I never expected you to possess such a treasure. No wonder you were able to block Mogul's arrow. That's great, Dewey, you're all right, Bilbo exclaimed happily. Gandalf and the dwarves breathed a sigh of relief. Dewey looked at the arrow in his hand with lingering fear. If he hadn't worn the chainmail he obtained in Dadong Town, he would probably be in grave danger today. Thinking of this, Dewey looked at the leader of the Oak team on the distant mountain peak, his eyes cold. Since his transmigration, he has almost always had smooth sailing, but he never expected that this guy would almost cause him to stumble today. Dewey, that mandrake outside seems to have stopped chirping. The dwarf Killy suddenly reminded him. Upon hearing this, everyone looked towards the mandrake outside the soundproof spell. I then noticed that the mandrake looked listless and weak, as if it had cried itself out, whimpering and lying there silently. Meanwhile, Oak, who was watching from a distance, also noticed this situation and began to get restless. Mandragora, come here. Dewey summoned the mandrake, buried it back in the soil of the pot, and let it rest. Gandalf, I'd like to trouble you to lead Thorin and the others in making a breakout later. Dai entrusted to Gandalf. And what about you? Me. Dewey looked at the Oak leader on the distant hilltop, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Naturally, I'll go and take care of that leader. Although the mithril chainmail had stopped the Mogul's arrow, there was still a faint pain in my chest. If he didn't avenge this arrow wound, his Dao heart would be unstable. Surrounded by Mist Tilda, Dewey released a mist that enveloped an area of several miles in fog, giving Gandalf and his men a chance to leave quietly, while also giving himself a chance to attack. The appearance of the fog made Oak and the dire wolves anxious, and the dire wolves could only rely on their howls to determine each other's location. Dewey weaved through the mist, guided by the true knowledge crystal, as if entering an uninhabited place, and approached the direction of the leader Oak. Upon encountering dire wolves and orcs along the way, Dewey unleashed a ruthless attack, crushed to pieces. With a scream from the dire wolf and the orc were instantly torn into countless pieces by the immense force. The other orcs and dire wolves in the mist became restless, and the orc leader's expression changed. Gather everyone together to guard against a wizard's sneak attack. Slang, upon hearing the command, the dire wolf beneath him immediately let out a tremendous roar. Upon hearing this, the other dire wolves quickly gathered around their leader. Dewey saw this scene from the crystal sphere and sneered. Did they think having more people meant they had an advantage? They've given me a chance to finish this off in one go. Hearing the screams that kept coming from the mist, the fear in the eyes of the leader of the Oak team deepened. He knew that the wizard's target was him, but seeing the nearly 1,000 subordinates and dire wolves that had gathered around him, he felt a little more at ease. Even if that wizard's magic was powerful, it was impossible for him to kill so many people at once, let alone himself. Just then, the dire wolf beneath him seemed to have caught a whiff of something and immediately bared its teeth at the mist not far away. Shoot an arrow there. In slang, the orcs reacted quickly, immediately firing countless arrows in the direction the dire wolves were wary of. The leader of the orcs even pulled out another Morgul arrow and shot it into the mist. The dense arrows shot into the mist and disappeared, leaving the orcs anxiously awaiting the outcome. A volley of arrows, a voice came from the mist. The next second, all the arrows that had just been fired bounced back. Amidst countless screams and howls, Oak and the werewolves suffered numerous casualties. The Oak leader managed to grab one of his men in time to shield himself, thus avoiding being shot, before he could breathe a sigh of relief. A dazzling red light flashed in his iris, and the leader of the Oak team looked terrified. Thunderbolt explosion. The magic was dazzling, but it carried a deadly signal. With a deafening explosion, countless orcs and dire wolves were caught in the blast wave. Those closer to the blast were instantly blown to pieces, while those farther away were thrown into the air, resulting in countless deaths and injuries in an instant. Even the dense fog was blown away by the massive explosion and quickly dissipated. The area where the explosion occurred was a scene of devastation, with rubble scattered everywhere. Black blood was everywhere, and fragments of the bodies of dire wolves and orcs were scattered all over the place. Dewey strolled over, his wand moving ceaselessly, easily reaping the lives of the barely surviving orcs and dire wolves. When they arrived at the leader of the Oak team, they saw that he had only lost an arm and a leg and raised their eyebrows in surprise. You're really lucky you're still alive. Wizard, you have no idea who you're up against. Leader Oak threatened hoarsely, his eyes filled with fear. Our master possesses boundless power. He is the ruler of darkness, and the entire world will grovel at his feet, and you are powerless to stop him. Your master. Are you talking about Sauron, who's hiding in Dor-Guldur? Dewey asked with a mocking smile. But before he could say anything more, the mogul arrow that had almost hit Dewey pierced his head instantly, killing him instantly. Having eliminated the orc leader, Dewey finally breathed a sigh of relief, ignoring the remaining orcs and dire wolves who escaped. Let me see where Gandalf and the others are, Dai murmured, pulling out the crystal of knowledge. What's going on? Dewey stared wide-eyed at the crystal ball. How come there's another orc team? Did they chase us all the way to the cliff? Looking at Gandalf and his men, who were being surrounded and cornered by the orcs and forced to the edge of cliff, and then at the orc leader riding a white wolf, Dewey's gaze fell on this orc. Judging from the iron claw attached to his severed hand and the hateful look in his eyes as he stares at Thorin, his identity is obvious. Could this be the blasphemer Azog, the leader of the orcs? As if sensing something, Gandalf in the mirror called out in his direction, "Dewey, we need your help." Dewey couldn't hear Gandalf's voice, but he knew he was asking for help. He shook his head somewhat helplessly. Gandalf really had a tough time. Despite being a Mayor and possessing demigod-level power, his power was restricted, preventing him from using overly powerful magic. Dai had previously asked Gandalf in secret, and in Gandalf's cryptic words, they wizards were not allowed to use magic excessively, but rather to guide rather than replace the free people of Middle-earth so as to avoid undermining free will. Dewey could only complain about Vera, who set the rules. She was no different from the leaders in the previous life, demanding that her subordinates complete their tasks well while imposing a whole bunch of restrictions. No wonder Gandalf preferred to hit people with his staff rather than use it to cast spells, saving him the trouble of having to worry too much when using magic. Shaking off his jumbled thoughts, Dewey hurried toward Gandalf and the others. They were now forced to hide in the trees. If we don't go soon, they'll probably all fly away on giant eagles. At this moment, on the summit of the Misty Mountains, Thorin and Azog, these two sworn enemies, were extremely hostile to each other when they met. Thorin was shocked to learn that Azog was still alive. Azog, still harboring resentment over the loss of his arm, sees Thorin as a major threat and vows to kill him. After all, Thorin the Oak Shield got his name from the fact that he once used an oak shield to successfully cut off Azog's arm. Azog had previously offered a bounty for Thorin's head. Now he even personally led his dire wolf riders to pursue and intercept Thorin, vowing to kill him on the Misty Mountains. Look what I smell, it's the smell of fear. Azog looked at Thorin hiding in the tree and mocked. Your father smelled just like this, Thorin, son of Thrain. Leave him to me, kill the rest. At Azog's command, all the dire wolves began to climb and tear at the trees. The orcs seemed to enjoy the dwarves' struggles before they died, so instead of shooting them with arrows, they let the dire wolves press closer and closer until the dwarves were plunged into despair and fear. The dwarves looked down at the giant wolf with its fangs bared and shouted as they used their weapons to drive it back. Quickly think of a solution. I don't want to end up inside these giant wolves and be excreted. Where is Dewey? When will he arrive? If Dewey were here, he could have just thrown that crying grass over there and we wouldn't have had to go through all this trouble. Don't even think about it. Dewey has thousands of orcs and werewolves to deal with. How could he possibly get rid of them so easily? Bilbo clung tightly to the tree trunk to avoid being shaken off by the giant wolf and asked Gandalf hopefully, Gandalf, do you know when Dewey will come? Gandalf shook his head. I can't guarantee that. After all, he's facing thousands of orcs and dire wolves. Dealing with them won't be an easy task. Moreover, we can't rely on Dewey for everything. That would be bad for neither you nor Dewey. As he was speaking, he saw a moth on the tree and his eyes lit up. However, if we have enough time, we might be able to call on some friends for help. He then caught a moth, held it in his palm, whispered something to it, and then let it fly away. After enjoying a game of cat and mouse, the orcs finally lost patience and ordered the dire wolves to knock down the pine tree. Driven and bitten by the dire wolves, the pine trees fell one by one. The people on the tree were forced to jump to another tree in order to buy time. When everyone had landed on the last pine tree, the tree was swaying precariously and in danger of collapsing at any moment. Faced with the dire wolf closing in step by step from under the tree, the group was suddenly in dire straits. Gandalf plucked a pine cone, lit it with his staff, and threw it to the ground. The flames quickly spread to the fallen pine trees, igniting a raging fire. The flames were so rapid that it was clear Gandalf had used magic. The flames forced the wolves to retreat temporarily, saving the last pine tree they were on. But before anyone could catch their breath, the pine tree, unable to bear the weight, was uprooted and fell towards the cliff in a panic. Everyone was hanging on the cliff edge, in danger of falling at any moment. To buy his companions more time, Thorin climbed down from the tree and chose to fight Azog once again. But this time Thorin was unable to continue his previous victory. He was easily defeated by Azog and seriously injured. Just as Thorin was about to be killed by Azog, Bilbo wildly swung his dagger and stopped Azog's final blow. Having his chance to kill his greatest threat interrupted, Azog was filled with rage and murderous intent, and with a single blow he knocked Bilbo's sword away. Kill him, Azog commanded his giant wolf mount, then continued to kill Thorin. Shatter to pieces. a dazzling spell struck the dire wolf that was biting Bilbo. The dire wolf was instantly torn into countless pieces. Bilbo was startled, then his face lit up with surprise. Azog was shocked to see his mount torn to pieces. The next second, his keen sense of danger made him react instantly, grabbing one of his men and holding him in front of him. Dewey's magic followed immediately, striking the orc in front of him. His body was instantly torn to pieces, and black blood splattered all over Azog. Black-robed wizard. In black language, Azog looked at the suddenly appearing Dewey with great apprehension. Seeing him appear here safely, but not seeing the other Ock team, his heart sank. Is this what you're looking for? Dewey threw the head of the leader of the OK team in front of Azog. I've already sent those Ock to hell. You probably won't live to see them arrive. Or I can send you to meet them, to be shattered to pieces. Villains die from talking too much. Although Dewey didn't consider himself a villain, he still attacked without hesitation, adhering to the principle of a quick victory. If we kill Azog, the orc leader here, the orcs will be temporarily leaderless, and perhaps the subsequent pursuit and the battle of the 5 armies on Lonely Mountain will not happen again. Dewey's magic was fast, but Azog's reaction speed was not bad either. Orcs value strength above all else, and Azog's leadership was achieved by eliminating countless competitors. With his superhuman strength and reflexes, Azog dodged Dewey's curse. Those he couldn't dodge, he simply pulled one of his men aside to use as a human shield. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage, Azog raised his good arm and shot a hidden dart from his wrist. Those were Mogul's arrows inscribed with dark spells. Dewey was on guard and immediately used a levitation spell to control a piece of pine wood to block in front of him, but this also gave Azog an opportunity. He grabbed an orc from a dire wolf, got up, and ran away. The other orcs and dire wolves also fled in disarray. Don't let Azog get away, the dwarves shouted anxiously. Don't worry, he can't escape, Dewey said calmly, watching Azog flee as if he had been prepared all along. The next second, Azog and the dire wolf, who hadn't run far, plunged headfirst into the mud, into a swamp that had appeared out of nowhere in front of the trap. The orcs and the war-wolves followed behind, struggling in the muddy swamp. Azog did not give up the struggle. He stepped on the dire wolf to climb out of the swamp, and then ruthlessly used his subordinate orc's dire wolf as a stepping stone to leap high to the other side of the swamp. Wizard, I'll remember you. You will be my mortal enemy. Azog stared intently at Dewey. His greatest threat had changed from Thorin to this wizard. His response was a dazzling curse. Thunderous explosion. The massive explosion blasted the mountaintop open, triggering a landslide. The mountain is collapsing. The dwarves cried out in terror, for cracks had appeared in the cliff they stood on, and it was about to crumble at any moment. Don't panic, our giant eagle friend is here. Gandalf told everyone some good news. No sooner had the words been spoken than a loud cry of eagles rang out in the sky, and more than a dozen enormous eagles flew toward the group, snatching them up and carrying them away amidst their gasps of alarm. Dewey was also spotted by a giant eagle. Before he could react, the eagle pounced on him, grabbed him, and threw him onto the back of another giant eagle. The thrilling scene caused Dewey to gasp in surprise. As everyone was carried into the sky by the giant eagle, the mountain peaks and cliffs below could no longer support them and quickly collapsed, causing all the orcs and dire wolves to fall and be crushed and buried by the boulders. He's still alive. Is he that tough? Dewey had only taken out the true knowledge crystal to check if Azog was dead out of concern, but he was surprised to find that he was still alive. It turns out that when the mountain collapsed, Azog used the iron hook attached to his severed arm to catch the cliff face, thus avoiding being killed by the fall or being crushed. Is this the villainous boss's luck? Why doesn't he die until the very end? Dewey doesn't believe it. He patted the giant eagle beneath him. Brother Eagle, can I discuss something with you? Could you please take me down first? I'll go kill that Azog before I leave, okay? The giant eagle let out a loud cry, and before Dewey could react, it plummeted downwards. The immense feeling of weightlessness made Dewey's heart leap into his throat. Azog sighed. Having survived, he looked at his men buried by the landslide and let out a furious and resentful roar. Wizard, I will make you pay for this in blood. Is that calling me Azog? A mocking voice rang out from above. Azog was horrified. The moment he looked up, he saw Dewey flying down on a giant eagle. Realizing the difference in their strength, he tried to run away without saying a word. But Dewey didn't give him another chance to escape, crush him to pieces. The spell struck Azog instantly. With a scream, Azog's body was covered in cracks like shattered porcelain, and black blood kept gushing out. Even so, Azog still had a breath left. You're really hard to kill, Azog, Dewey sighed, his eyes filled with coldness. But no matter what, today is your death day, shattered into pieces. Azog's expression froze, his blood-red eyes gradually dimmed, and he died completely. Looking at the dead Azog, Dewey took a deep breath. Azog is dead, and the trajectory of fate has changed. Who knows if the battle of the 5 armies will ever happen again? Gandalf flew in on a giant eagle, followed by the others. When the dwarves saw Azog's body, they cheered, celebrating the death of their mortal enemy. Gandalf was also very pleased and appreciative. You have killed King Azog of the Orcs. This will soon spread from the Orcs throughout Middle-earth. You truly deserve the title of Enemy of the Orcs. However, in return, you will become the enemy of all the orcs, and they will do everything they can to get rid of you. You should be prepared. I understand. Thank you for reminding me, Gandalf. Dewey nodded, but he didn't feel any pressure about it. After killing Azog, the group did not linger and flew away on their giant eagles. The giant eagles are messengers of Manwë, the king of the Valor. They are enormous, intelligent, and can speak human language. They are responsible for informing Manwë of news from all over Middle-earth and assisting the free people of Middle-earth in their fight against evil. Gandalf was also one of the Maiar who belonged to Manwë, so he had a good relationship with the Eagle clan and was able to summon eagles to help him. The giant eagle was very fast, and the group flew over the Misty Mountains on its back, stopping only at Carl Rock on the Anduin River. As for why they didn't fly directly to Lonely Mountain, one reason is that the giant eagle lives in the Misty Mountains and is mainly responsible for monitoring the orcs in the mountains. It is unwilling to go too far away from the Misty Mountains. For another reason similar to Gandalf's, the giant eagles are not allowed to interfere too much with the forces in Middle-earth. Their main role is to assist in the fight against evil. Dewey could only offer a speechless response. Isn't this just like in Journey to the West, where everyone has to go through 108,000 miles and all sorts of hardships, instead of having Sun Wukong somersault to the Western Paradise to retrieve the scriptures? After dismounting from the giant eagle's back, as Gandalf bid farewell to the Eagle King, Dewey looked at the Eagle King's crest and suddenly had an inspiration, quickly saying, "Gandalf, the core of your wand has been missing for a long time. Perhaps the feather of the giant eagle could be used as the core. Since both the giant eagle and Gandalf were under Manwright's command, perhaps the two would be a better match. Otherwise, he would have to consider the Balrog in the Moria mine." But the Balrog was terrifyingly powerful. Even Gandalf's best efforts could only result in a mutual destruction. Dai had no confidence in using the Balrog's materials to craft a wand for Gandalf. Hopefully, the eagle's feathers will be compatible with Gandalf's, otherwise Gandalf's wand will be a long way off. The giant eagle could understand human speech. After hearing Dewey's words, the Eagle King turned its head, plucked a feather from its tail feathers, and handed it to Gandalf. Gandalf did not refuse the Eagle King's kindness and smiled as he patted his head. "Thank you, my friend." The Eagle King nuzzled Gandalf's hand, then spread its wings again, leading the giant eagle back to the Misty Mountains. Gandalf watched the giant eagle fly away and handed the tail feather in his hand to Dai. "Thank you for your help, Dai." Dewey took the metallic-looking feather, feeling its rich magic, nodded in satisfaction, and asked, "How is it, Gandalf? Is this feather suitable? If it's not suitable, then we really need to consider other cane core materials." Gandalf nodded and smiled. "It feels good. It didn't resist my magic. That's good." Dewey breathed a sigh of relief. "Gandalf, Djur, come quick," the dwarves cried anxiously. "Look at Thorin, what's wrong with him?" Hearing the dwarves' cries for help, Gandalf and Dai rushed over. Amidst the dwarves' tense and worried state, Thorin lay there quietly, showing no signs of waking up. "Let me see." Gandalf quickly knelt down and carefully examined Thorin. He found that Thorin's injuries were very serious, and his expression immediately became solemn. They immediately began to use magic to save Sauron. "Gandalf, let me do it," Dewey said. He knew Gandalf couldn't use magic easily and didn't want to put him in a difficult position. As he spoke, he took out a bottle of potion and handed it to the dwarf Balin. "I also have some white dried tomato essence here, which is perfect for treating external injuries. I almost forgot, Djur, you have potions. These are much more effective than my healing." Gandalf's eyes lit up, and he didn't insist on casting the spell anymore. Balin and the dwarves were overjoyed and hurriedly applied the white essence to Thorin's wounds. They even grabbed handfuls of it and applied it thickly, fearing it wouldn't be effective enough. This made Dewey feel a pang of heartache. These extravagant dwarves don't know how to be frugal at all. It's not easy to make succinct flavoring, and he finished off more than half a bottle in one go. He really doesn't care about the cost of selling off his father's land. The healing effect of the white cinnamon essence was rapid. Thorin's wounds healed completely in the blink of an eye, and he opened his eyes and woke up. Thorin, upon waking up, was stunned for a moment after hearing that Azog had been killed by Dewey. His grandfather Saul died at the hands of Azog, and his father, Sarian Roman II, was also involved in Azog's death. It can be said that he and Azog were sworn enemies, wishing they could kill each other. "I never expected that this enemy would die like this." After accepting this fact, Thorin solemnly thanked Dewey for killing Azog. He also expressed his gratitude to Bilbo, who had stopped Azog from delivering the fatal blow to Thorin. He would probably be dead. After regaining his senses, Thorin became less arrogant and stubborn, and the whole team became more harmonious than before. After descending from Carl Rock, the group headed south along the Anduin River, intending to take the old forest road through the dark forest to reach the Lonely Mountain. Soon, however, the group came across a huge wooden house. The wooden house was surrounded by a thorny fence, resembling a city wall, with a tall wooden door opening in the fence. The wooden door was wide open, revealing many wooden buildings, including barns, stables, livestock sheds, and beehives with bell-shaped thatched roofs. A wide road connects the gate to the innermost wooden house. The dwarves looked at the building before them with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. Gandalf, is the master here a friend or foe? Gandalf's expression turned serious as he cautiously looked around. None of them. He will either help us or he will kill us. Everyone was speechless at Gandalf's nonsensical literature. The next second, a huge commotion came from the distant forest. Countless bushes were pushed aside like weeds, as if a huge beast was rampaging through the forest. With a deafening roar, a massive black bear as big as a small mountain appeared. Its huge footsteps sounded like heavy drum beats, and the earth seemed to tremble as it ran. My God! Everyone stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. Run! Gandalf shouted, and immediately turned and ran towards the cabin. Seeing the menacing giant bear in the distance, everyone took off running for their lives without hesitation. Upon seeing this, the giant bear roared and chased after the group. In the final moments, everyone narrowly escaped into the house and closed the door. The dwarves were still very worried and nervously peered out through the cracks, exclaiming in fear, Gandalf, this hut can't withstand the bear's power at all. What should we do? Once inside the house, Gandalf breathed a sigh of relief and said with a relaxed expression, Don't worry, we're safe once we're inside. He won't attack the house. Him. Bilbo noticed Gandalf using the word him to describe the bear. Gandalf, you know this bear? I think this giant bear must be the owner of this house, Dewey said. That's why Gandalf said the bear wouldn't attack the house. Gandalf nodded with a smile. Jura's right. Although the giant bear may be hostile to us, it will never destroy its own house. So as long as we stay here, we will be safe. Then, as if he were at home, he found a seat and sat down. All right, it's getting late. Let's all get some rest. We can talk about the rest tomorrow. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, for there was still a giant bear lurking outside the door, and no one dared to truly relax and fall asleep. What surprised everyone even more was that Dewey followed Gandalf closely, skillfully using transfiguration to create a place to sleep, and then lay down comfortably to rest. It seems like there's no pressure at all. Seeing this, everyone could only temporarily put their minds at ease and lie down on the mattress that Dewey had conjured up to rest. After all they've been through today, they're all exhausted. Hogwarts Check-In System. Locate Beorn's cottage. Check-in required. Dewey lay on the soft mattress and was overjoyed to see the system respond. Sign in, Dewey muttered to himself. Sign in successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Animagus transfiguration technique. Animagus transformation? Dewey's eyes lit up instantly. This sign-in was truly a surprise. Animagus is one of the greatest achievements in human transfiguration. Can transform a wizard into a specific non-magical animal, making it easier to conceal their identity or lie in wait. To perform the Animagus transformation, one must hold a mandrake leaf in their mouth for a full month, from one full moon to the next. The leaf cannot be swallowed or removed from the mouth during this time. If the leaf leaves the mouth, the entire process must be restarted. On the second full moon, take out the leaf, fill a small crystal bottle with saliva, and soak the leaf in it, allowing it to receive the pure moonlight. If the night is cloudy, you will have to find a new mandrake leaf and start over. Add a strand of your own hair and a silver teaspoon of dew to the crystal vial illuminated by the moonlight. The dew must be collected from a place that has been without sunlight and human contact for 7 whole days. Finally, add a pupa of a hawk moth and place the mixture in a quiet, dark place until the next thunderstorm. Do not look at it or disturb it during this time. The entire process involves a great deal of luck, and the waiting time can be as long as weeks, months, or even years. Therefore, very few people in the magical world can successfully transform into Animagus. However, Dewey was very confident in his luck, so after obtaining the Animagus transformation, he was very curious about what animal he could transform into. Dewey looked at the full moon in the sky through the skylight and felt that his luck was on his side. He immediately took out a mandrake from his spatial bag, plucked the tenderest new leaf, and placed it under his tongue. Although it feels a little strange, it doesn't really affect my speaking or eating. Dewey then lay back down. After climbing the mountain for so long and going through several battles, he was so tired that he could fall asleep as soon as he lay down. As for the giant bear outside, Dewey knew it was the skin-changing man Beorn, a decent character. So unlike the dwarves who were tense and worried, they, like Gandalf, calmly let themselves fall into a deep sleep. The next day, everyone gradually woke up. Peeking through the crack in the door, the giant bear outside was gone. Only a very tall man was there, wielding an axe and chopping firewood. Seeing this, Gandalf told the dwarves to stay in the house until he gave them a signal, and then they went out again in pairs. This is simply because the owner of this place has no affection for the dwarves. Then he walked out the door with Dewey and Bilbo. Gandalf, you seem a little nervous, Bilbo asked, puzzled. Nonsense, why would I be nervous? Gandalf shook his head in denial. Dewey looked at the somewhat uncomfortable Gandalf with amusement. Yesterday, they forcibly occupied someone's house and even blocked the owner from entering. Now that they've finally met the owner, they're feeling quite awkward. The three of them dawdled as they approached the 3-meter-tall man. The man was extremely tall, with black hair and a thick black beard, broad shoulders, and an exposed upper body. His strong, well-developed muscles bulged as he swung his giant axe, splitting a thick wooden stake in two with a single blow. He seemed oblivious to the arrival of Dewey, Gandalf, and the other two and went about chopping wood as if nothing had happened. Good morning, Gandalf greeted him first. The man didn't turn around and continued chopping wood. Good morning, Gandalf called out again, raising his voice. The man stopped this time, gripped his giant axe, turned around, and glared at them coldly, looking as if he was about to chop them up like firewood at any moment. Who are you? I am Gandalf, Gandalf the Grey. This is Jur in black robes, and this is Bilbo Baggins. Gandalf introduced them one by one. Never heard of it, the man said coldly, showing no respect whatsoever. Gandalf's throat tightened instantly, and he explained again, perhaps you've heard of Daragaster. He lives on the western edge of Mirkwood. What do you want? It was just to thank you for your hospitality, Gandalf said without any embarrassment. You may have noticed that we hid in your room last night. 2 wizards and a halfling. What brings you here? The man looked at the 3 of them with a suspicious and scrutinizing gaze. Well, it's a long story. It's all the fault of those orcs in the mountains. They harassed us for ages. Luckily, Jur killed Azog, which allowed us to get here safely. Who did you say was killed? The man instantly became agitated, rushing straight to Gandalf and grabbing him by the collar to interrogate him. Gandalf quickly stepped back a few paces and presented Dewey. You heard me right, Mr. Beorn. Azog is dead. He was killed just yesterday by this black-robed wizard Jur standing before you. Beorn's gaze instantly shifted to Dewey, his sharp and wild eyes staring straight at him. Is what he said true? Dewey shrugged, meeting his gaze without flinching. You can't lie about something like this, since lies are easily exposed, aren't they? Beorn stared at him for a long while before withdrawing his oppressive aura and revealing a less than pleasant smile. I trust you. The orcs are my enemies, but you killed their leader, so you are my friend. Just then, the dwarves inside the house mistakenly thought they had received Gandalf's signal and came out in pairs. The previously amiable Beorn suddenly changed his expression, grabbed his giant axe, and glared fiercely at the dwarf. You even brought dwarves with you. Well, I have to confess something. There are a few of us who are actually dwarves, Gandalf explained awkwardly. How many names do you call these dwarves? Beorn questioned. Actually, there are only 13 dwarves, not many. But in the end, Beorn did not take action against the dwarves. I hate dwarves, they are greedy and blind, but I hate orcs even more. My people were the first inhabitants of the mountains, but then the orcs came down from the north, and the blasphemer Azog almost wiped out my family. Now I am the only one left. You are being hunted by the orcs. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I will allow you to stay here. Beorn invited everyone back into the house, where they were treated to bread, milk, and honey. However, compared to the dwarves' somewhat cold attitude, Beorn was very friendly to Dewey, inviting him to sit in the seat closest to him, and then patiently inquired about Dewey's account of killing Azog. Gandalf, sitting on the other side of Beorn, would occasionally add some of these points. Through conversations with Beorn, Dewey gradually gained a better understanding of him. Beorn can not only transform into a giant bear, but also communicate with animals by growling. So in addition to him, there were some animal servants in the entire estate, including 4 white horses, several gray dogs, a large charcoal black ram, and several snow-white sheep. In addition, there were cows, chickens, mice, bees, and so on, all of whom obeyed Beorn's orders and had their own tasks. It looks just like an animal kingdom. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Dewey was filled with envy. Beorn's abilities are very similar to those of the legendary druids. He can not only transform into a giant bear, but also communicate with animals. Keep in mind that he currently only knows Parseltongue, which is far inferior to Beorn's abilities. More importantly, Dewey has now begun practicing animagus transformations, but even if he succeeds, he will only transform into an ordinary animal. The giant bear that Beorn transformed into was not only enormous, but also incredibly strong and defensively powerful, exceeding the capabilities of ordinary bears. If given the chance, Dewey would love to investigate the secret of Beorn's transformation into a bear. Could he combine it with his own animagus to become the first wizard in history to transform into a magical creature? Of course, the prerequisite is that he first successfully masters the animagus transformation. At Beorn's invitation, the group stayed an extra day. While that was happening, Dai also began to work on Gandalf's wand. The grapevine wood for the cane has already been carved, and the only missing piece, the core, has now been found. In addition, other materials such as resin and lacquer have also been prepared. Under Gandalf's expectant gaze, Dai carefully processed the Eagle King's tail feather, then used tweezers to gently and evenly place it into the hollow hole in the vine. He then poured resin into the hole, allowing the core and the staff to completely fuse together. Finally, it is polished and ancient magic runes are engraved on the end. At this point, a complete magic wand is fully formed. As the midnight moon reached its zenith, Dai waved his wand, chanting a complex and lengthy incantation. Moonlight, like a silvery mist, gathered from the tip of the wand and entered it, fully waking it. Feeling as if the wand in his hand had come to life, Dewey smiled with satisfaction. He handed the wand to Gandalf, who was already eager to get started. 12 inches long with a vinewood shaft, it is suitable for wizards with lofty aspirations, unassuming nature, and extraordinary foresight, while the Eagle King's tail feathers as the core make the wand's spellcasting speed extremely fast, making it very suitable for casting various offensive or powerful spells, and it also has a high degree of loyalty to its master. Gandalf, you give it a try, Dai urged. This was the first time he had made a wand for someone else, and he was very much looking forward to it. Gandalf took the wand, held it in his hand, and his face was also full of anticipation. With a gentle wave, he unleashed his most proficient light magic. In an instant, the tip of the wand shone with a dazzling light, illuminating Gandalf's smiling face. What a wonderful feeling. It's as if my arms have been extended, making it easier and more convenient to cast spells. Upon seeing this, Dewey felt a surge of pleasant satisfaction. He now understood Ollivander's feelings somewhat. Seeing the wand he made find a suitable owner always brings a sense of psychological satisfaction and recognition. This wand was made in a bit of a rush. You can use it for now, and I'll make you a better one when I have the chance later. Dai wasn't particularly satisfied with the finished wand and assured Gandalf. According to his wand maker's eye, while the Eagle King's tail feathers were usable, they weren't the most suitable for Gandalf. Even the grapevine wood staff was just made from a very ordinary branch of horn, so this wand could only be considered passable. Dai thought that once he found a better magical tree, such as the White Tree, a descendant of the Two Trees, or the Moron Tree, he could try to make another wand for Gandalf. As for the staff core, if you're strong enough, you could even consider the Balrog from the Moria mines. After all, they are both fire elemental and future mortal enemies. Perhaps they really are destined wand cores. Gandalf didn't have many needs. He played with the wand in his hand and liked it very much. He shook his head happily. No need for that, Jur. This wand is fine as it is. As he spoke, he waved his wand, unleashing gusts of wind, flames, light, lightning, and so on. The more he played with it, the brighter his eyes became. He said in a low voice, barely audible to the two of them, "Thank you, Jur. I can feel that as long as I use this wand to cast spells, the restraints on my body are much lighter." Dewey understood Gandalf's words, and his eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you sure, Gandalf? You should know that Gandalf is restricted by the Valor, so he cannot use magic too much. But now that you're using a wand you made yourself, there's no such restriction. Are the wands he makes really that magical?" "It's true." Gandalf nodded with a smile. "While they still cannot cast powerful spells, some ordinary spells are no longer restricted." "Congratulations, Gandalf," Dewey said sincerely after confirming the news. He was really looking forward to seeing Gandalf in the future, wielding a magic wand in one hand and a sword in the other. After completing Gandalf's wand, after obtaining Beorn's permission, Dewey used magic to connect his fireplace to the Floo network and gifted him a small bag of Floo powder, inviting him to visit Windrise Peak in the future. Beorn was amazed by Floo powder's abilities and readily accepted Dewey's invitation. The group did not linger there and set off again after breakfast the next day. When they parted, Beorn lent them horses, which would take them to the edge of the dark forest. Furthermore, he told Gandalf some bad news. An orc army had recently been gathering in the vicinity of Dor Guldur at the southern end of Mirkwood, and there were even signs of ringwraiths. Upon hearing this news, Gandalf's expression turned solemn, and he remained silent. The group bid farewell to Beorn, rode their horses across the wilderness, and arrived at the edge of the dark forest. Gandalf suddenly announced that he was going somewhere else and would have to part ways with them temporarily. Everyone was shocked and confused upon hearing this. Thorin frowned even more, and his attitude turned cold again. In his eyes, nothing was more important than reaching the Lonely Mountain, and Gandalf's actions were a betrayal. Dai wasn't surprised. After all, Gandalf had mentioned this possibility to him when they set off, and with the information provided by Daragus and Beorn, it was surprising that they were leaving now. After all, Gandalf's purpose in organizing the expedition was to prevent the Dragon Smaug and the Orc Alliance from affecting the situation in Middle-earth. The orcs are now gathering in Dorgan, and even the ringwraiths have appeared there, making the situation far more serious than that of the Lonely Mountain. Therefore, he had to go to Dor Guldur to find out the truth. Dewey hesitated, wondering whether he should tell Gandalf directly that Sauron was there and had even regained his strength. He vividly remembered that Gandalf had been imprisoned and tortured by Sauron in Dorgus after his journey there, only to be rescued by members of the Righteous Order. "Gandalf, have you considered that this might be a trap?" Dewey hesitated before reminding him, "The orcs are gathering in Dorgan, and the ringwraiths are also lurking there. Their master may very well be hiding there. The other side has a large number of people and is powerful. If you go alone, you will likely get stuck there." "Thank you for reminding me, Jur," Gandalf said solemnly. "It is precisely because it is likely a trap that I need to go there. If it is proven that the necromancer is Sauron, it will alert all the forces in Middle-earth, allowing them to unite once again to prevent the resurgence of dark forces." Then, changing the subject, he winked at Dewey. "So I would like to invite you to come with me to Dor Guldur. I believe that with the two of us working together, even if we are outmatched, we can safely retreat from there. What? I'll go with you. Dewey's eyes widened, wondering if he had misheard. That's right. Gandalf nodded, giving an affirmative answer. I have a feeling that things will go much more smoothly if I go with you this time, and maybe we'll escape unscathed. Dewey expressed skepticism about Gandalf's premonition. He knows his own limitations. Even Gandalf is no match for Sauron. Adding a weakling like him would just be adding insult to injury for Sauron. Gandalf, how about we contact some more helpers like Lord Elrond and Lady Galadriel? It's too late, Gandalf shook his head. Beyon said that the orcs have been gathering in Dorgan these past few days, which must mean they're planning something big. We need to find out the situation immediately and make preparations in advance before Lady Galadriel and the others arrive. No, Gandalf, there's still time, Dewey said, a confident smile spreading across his face. He took a bottle of flue powder from his pouch and shook it. Have you forgotten I still have this? Dai doesn't fight unprepared battles. Since he knows that Dorgan is dangerous, he doesn't want to risk it alone. Instead, he and Gandalf will face the powerful demon king Sauron. I have linked the fireplace in the Beyon family home to the flue network. It leads directly to the fireplace in the Valley of the Dead. We can now return to the Beyon family home immediately, use the fireplace to go to the Valley of the Dead, and request Lord Elrond's reinforcements. Although we can't contact Galadriel for the time being, inviting Elrond would be a powerful boost and a source of confidence. In particular, Elrond is not the only powerful elf in the valley. Lord Glorfindel, whom we only met once before, is also a being whose strength is no less than Elrond's. Upon hearing Dewey's words, Gandalf suddenly realized what was happening and slapped his forehead in frustration. As people get older, their minds become rigid and they can't keep up with the flexible thinking of you young people. But we don't need to go back to Beorn's house. I have a better idea, Gandalf suggested. Before we head to Dorgan, we should visit an old friend whose house is in the southern part of Greenwood, closer to Dorgan. We can use his fireplace to get to the valley. Are you referring to Daragast the Brown Robe? It's him. Dai then accepted Gandalf's invitation, parted ways with the expedition, and went with him to explore Dorgas. Sauron expressed strong dissatisfaction with this. I disagree, Thorin objected vehemently, his angry eyes fixed on Gandalf. You can leave, but Djur must stay with us. I don't care what orcs or necromancers Dorgu has, that has nothing to do with our journey to Lonely Mountain. Our only and most important task is to reach Lonely Mountain before the day of Durin, then obtain the Arkenstone and reclaim Lonely Mountain. Dewey, somewhat helpless, patiently explained to the furious Thorin, Thorin, I assure you, we will meet up with you before you reach Lonely Mountain. Dol Guldur is crucial to the entire situation in Middle-earth. We need to go there to investigate and prevent the dark forces from rising again, and also to prevent them from affecting your recapture of Lonely Mountain. But Thorin clearly did not accept this explanation and snorted stubbornly, what Middle-earth situation? That has nothing to do with us. I only want to get the Arkenstone and take back my kingdom. Then, fixing his gaze on Dai, he gritted his teeth and threatened, Dai, are you sure you want to go with him? Don't forget you signed a contract with me. Do you want to break the contract? Dewey was also having a headache with Sauron, who was obsessed with restoring his kingdom. Since I promised to help you reclaim Lonely Mountain, I will not go back on my word. We will reunite with you before the day of Dulin and help you defeat the dragon and reclaim Lonely Mountain. Seeing Dewey's resolute attitude, Thorin's face grew even more somber. I hope so. If you can't fulfill the contract, don't even think about getting a single copper coin from me. The two sides parted ways unhappily. Dewey and Gandalf headed south to Dorgas, while Thorin and his party planned to travel east via the Old Forest Road. Bilbo preferred to follow Dewey and Gandalf rather than the dwarves, but Gandalf dissuaded him and told him to continue following the dwarves. After parting ways with the expedition, Dai and Gandalf rode their horses southward along the Anduin River until they reached the southernmost edge of the Great Greenwood, also known as Mirkwood. After releasing the horse, the two walked along a path into the forest. At the end of the road stood a small cabin in the woods built of stone and wood. The cabin looked as if no one had ever cleaned it. The thatched roof was overgrown with weeds, the stones were covered with moss, and mushrooms were growing on the wood. If it weren't for the smoke still billowing from the chimney, one would have thought it was an abandoned, deserted cabin. The wooden door opened from the inside, and the brown-robed wizard Daragaster stepped out of the cabin, a look of surprise on his face. Gandalf, what brings you here? Daragast. Gandalf greeted him with a smile. Djur and I just happened to be passing by, so we thought we'd stop by as guests. Would you be welcome? Of course you're welcome. Come in. Daragast said enthusiastically, then his gaze fell on Dewey and his eyes lit up. I remember you, young wizard, the one who lured away the orcs and the war wolves with me last time. It's nice to see you again. Dewey smiled and nodded. Daragast invited the two into the cabin and warmly poured them a pot of tea brewed with unknown herbs. Dewey took a sip. The taste was somewhat bitter, similar to the traditional Chinese medicine he had in his previous life. However, what caught his eye was that the tea actually contained magic, quickly relieving the fatigue of the long journey. Hogwarts check-in system. Location, Darkwood Darriger's hut. Do you wish to check in? The system suddenly gave a prompt. Dewey's eyes lit up with joy. He hadn't expected to find something unexpected here. Sign in successful. Congratulations on gaining herbal knowledge from Professor Sprout, the master of herbal medicine. Countless pieces of knowledge about the cultivation, planting, harvesting, and processing of magical herbs were imprinted in his mind, as if someone had used a memory spell to forcibly stuff someone else's memories of knowledge into their brain, waiting for him to digest and absorb them so that he could become a master of herbalism. Dewey was overjoyed. He had originally planned to compare the magical herbs of the Harry Potter world with those of this world once he had mastered a certain level of herbal knowledge, find substitutes with similar effects, and thus create more magical potions. Unexpectedly, he was given all of Professor Sprout's herbal knowledge in one go. He took another sip of the tea made from the roots, and the corresponding magical herbs immediately popped into his mind. Darragast sensed Dewey's cheerful mood and assumed that he really liked the herbal tea he had brewed. He felt like he had found a kindred spirit and happily poured Dewey another full bowl of tea. Having drunk Chinese medicine in his previous life, Dewey said it was no problem. Under Gandalf's admiring gaze, he very politely drank it all in one gulp and then took the initiative to ask what herbs it was made of. As the most skilled herbalist among the 5 wizards, he readily shared his knowledge when he saw Dewey's interest. As a Maya, a secondary god of the plant goddess Yavanna, Daragaster was extremely knowledgeable about the properties and effects of various herbs and plants in Middle-earth, from which Dewey gained a great deal. Daragast was also very surprised and delighted by Dewey. Dewey's various ingenious ideas and applications of herbs inspired him, and he quickly regarded him as a close friend. The two were engrossed in their discussion, oblivious to everyone else, until Gandalf coughed a few times in exasperation, interrupting their conversation. "Oh, sorry, I almost forgot you were here, Gandalf," Daragast said apologetically to his old friend, then remembered to ask, "By the way, what brings you here? We learned from Bayon that the orcs have recently gathered in Dorgan, so we are preparing to go there to find out," Gandalf explained. Upon hearing Gandalf's words, Daragast looked shaken and quickly tried to dissuade him. "Don't go, I felt an extremely powerful dark force enveloping me there, which even alarmed me. Now that force is spread throughout the great green forest, attracting countless dark creatures and making the area even more dangerous. Then we must go," Gandalf said firmly. "Darkness has returned, and we must know its true nature in order to awaken the people of Middle-earth and guard against its renewed invasion. Besides, I wasn't unprepared. I have helpers, don't I? You endure. No, this is too dangerous." Daragast shook his head frantically. "You have no idea how terrifying that dark force is. Even if the two of you joined forces, you wouldn't stand a chance." "Of course, it's not just us," Gandalf said with a chuckle. "Here to ask for your help." "Me? No, Gandalf, you know me. I'm terrible at fighting. And it's not that I'm trying to boost their morale or diminish our own, but even if the 3 of us joined forces, we might not be able to get out of there safely." Daragast shook his head, his face full of disapproval. "Knowing it's a trap and still walking into it is not a wise thing to do, Gandalf. Don't be so quick to refuse, my old friend," Gandalf advised. "In fact, Jur shares your view, so we are preparing to find more allies to conquer Dorgus." "Allies? Who else are our allies?" Daragast asked, puzzled. Gandalf looked at Dewey. Dewey nodded and got up to walk toward the fireplace. "Daragast, may I borrow your fireplace for a moment?" "Borrow the fireplace?" Daragast was even more puzzled, but nodded nonetheless. "Please go ahead." With Gandalf's enigmatic smile, Daragast watched as Jur waved his wand and chanted incantations over the fireplace. "All right." Dewey put away his wand, pulled out a glass bottle filled with glitter powder, and said to the two with a smile, "Time is of the essence. We should get going." Gandalf was the first to stand up, grabbing a handful of flue powder from the bottle. He then walked to the fireplace and threw it into the fire, instantly turning the flames green. "Rivendell!" Gandalf stepped into the green flames and shouted. The next second, the green flames engulfed Gandalf, taking him away in an instant. Daragast stared wide-eyed at the scene, then quickly ran over, searched thoroughly, and turned to look at Dewey. "Where is Gandalf? Where did he go? Did you hear that?" "Rivendell," Dewey replied with a smile, then handed the bottle to him. "Grab a handful. Remember to clearly call out the location name when you throw it at your feet, otherwise it will easily be teleported to another fireplace." Daragast grabbed a handful of flue powder, looking at the glittering powder in his hand with great surprise. If Dewey hadn't stopped them in time, they would have wanted to put it in their mouths and taste it. Finally, under Dewey's guidance, he took the flue powder to the fireplace, threw it at his feet, and called out Rivendell's name. Watching Daragast disappear into the flames, Dewey followed him into the fireplace and threw in a handful of flue powder. Rivendell, in a dizzying moment during the teleportation, Dewey even caught a glimpse of the fireplace window of the Bayon family's house and could vaguely see Bayon's tall figure in the living room. Before he could finish his thought, his feet touched solid ground once again. Tui, cleaned up, Dewey spat out the ash in his mouth and immediately cast a cleansing spell on himself. The Floo powder's teleportation is very stable and convenient. The only drawback is that it always leaves you covered in dust and dirt. Gandalf, Daragas, and Elrond were already waiting outside the fireplace. "Jur, clean me and Daragaster up too," Gandalf said with a chuckle. To appear before Lord Elrond looking so disheveled is truly rude. Upon hearing this, Dai waved his wand and cleaned up him and the somewhat excited Daragan. Then he nodded to Elrond, who had a smile on his face. "Lord Elrond, it's been a long time. Welcome back to the valley, Wizard Jur." Elrond was elegant and noble with a gentle smile. "Time flies. It seems like only yesterday that you left, and now we meet again. What a pleasant surprise. I have already heard from Gandalf that you came from Mirkwood, 1,000 miles apart, yet you arrived in an instant. Wizard Jur, your magic is truly astounding. Lord Elrond is too kind." After exchanging pleasantries, everyone got down to business. Gandalf explained his purpose to Elrond and told him about the current situation in Dorgus. Daragast also provided further evidence. Upon hearing the information provided by Gandalf and Daragast, Elrond's expression also became serious and solemn. Unlike Saruman, he was not stubborn and prejudiced against Gandalf, so he believed Gandalf's words and immediately accepted the invitation to go to Dorcourt together. However, before setting off, he hesitated and asked, "This matter is of great importance. Should we send a message to Lady Galadriel and Saruman? Especially since Saruman is the leader of the White Way Society. If this isn't explained, it might make Saruman unhappy." Gandalf pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Of course we need to send them a message. However, the journey is long, and Saruman doesn't have Floo powder to teleport like us. It's normal that he only received the letter when we arrived in Doldurdu, right?" Gandalf said with a deliberate smile and an innocent tone. Elrond had no choice but to acquiesce upon hearing this. He knew that Saruman and Gandalf were at odds, and that Saruman had rejected the request to visit Dorgus at the last meeting of the White Path. Neither he nor Galadriel could oppose Saruman's decision, but they actually preferred Gandalf's viewpoint. Not to mention that as the owner of the 3 rings of the elves, he naturally had a closer relationship with Galadriel and Gandalf. Dewey also made the following suggestions. "Lord Elrond, Dorgal is not only teeming with orcs, but also with ringwraiths, and their master may very well be hiding there as well. Just in case, could we invite more people, such as Lord Glorfindel, who lives in the valley, in case the enemy possesses greater power?" "I can't make the decision for Glorfindel. We need to ask him for his opinion." Elrond did not immediately agree. Glorfindel, as an elf reborn and sent to Middle-earth by the Valor, held a special position, and even Elrond, the Lord of the Valley, respected him greatly. To everyone's delight, Glorfindel finally accepted the invitation and decided to travel together to Dorgan to destroy the darkness. Glorfindel's addition gave everyone even more confidence in the mission. Once everyone had arrived, Dewey began distributing Floo powder to everyone and explaining how to use it. Daragast's cottage, with rising green flames and sounds. One by one, the group disappeared from the fireplace and were teleported to Daragast's cabin in the dark forest. Dorgudu is located at the southern end of the dark forest and was originally a long-abandoned fortress. But ever since the mysterious necromancer took over this place, a powerful dark force has shrouded the area, and dark creatures such as orcs, ghosts, and giant spiders have appeared here. It had become a den of iniquity, and no one dared to approach it. On this day, Dewey, Gandalf, Daragaster, Elrond, and Glorfindel quietly arrived in Dorgod, avoiding the dense hordes of orcs outside the fortress, and infiltrated the fortress castle. All 5 of them had been shrouded in illusion spells by Dewey, so they didn't encounter any major obstacles along the way. The closer they got to the castle, the stronger the dark power became, making everyone's expressions increasingly solemn. "It seems we've been deceived all along," Elrond said, dressed in full armor, drawing his elven sword from his waist, his expression wary and grave. "The enemy of darkness has returned once more." The radiant Glorfindel also drew a magnificent longsword with wavy gold patterns on its blade, instantly transforming from an elegant elven nobleman into a warrior brimming with fighting spirit. Dai, Gandalf, and Daragan also raised their wands and staffs, warily scanning their surroundings for any potential danger. The 5 entered the castle and looked around at the empty surroundings, not daring to relax their guard in the slightest. Gandalf struck first, slamming his staff into the ground as he chanted a spell. "Evil hidden here, reveal yourself." As the detected magical aura spread outwards, the surrounding environment remained unchanged. It truly seemed to be just an abandoned fortress or castle. But none of the people present were foolish enough to be deceived by such an illusion. On the contrary, they became even more vigilant. After all, the fact that it could evade Gandalf's detection magic could only mean that the enemy hiding in the shadows was even stronger. Gandalf did not give up and continued to use magic to detect and try to force out the person hiding in the shadows. Suddenly, the surroundings instantly turned cold and dark, and a force filled with coldness and fear swept over, bringing a heavy sense of oppression that made it feel like you could hardly breathe. 9 armored undead appeared from the void. They seemed like shadows of nothingness with darkness inside their armor. They wielded the mogul blade and exuded a powerful dark aura. They are the ringwraiths known as Nazgûl. The ringwraiths were originally 9 of the most powerful human kings, who were given 9 rings imbued with his dark power by Sauron in the Second Age, disguised as the gift-giving Lord Anantha. The rings granted them near immortality, but they were gradually corrupted and degenerated by the dark power within them, eventually losing themselves and becoming servants of the demon King Sauron under his control. 9 ringwraiths surrounded the group from all directions, their dark incantations, like the whispers of the dead, echoing in their ears and attempting to corrupt their minds. "You should never have awakened," Elrond said authoritatively, his elven sword gleaming with a powerful edge. Glorfindel radiated a dazzling, holy light. Bathed in the brilliance of the 2 sacred trees, his radiance rivaled the surrounding darkness. "Servants of Mordor, this is not your territory. You should return to the land of the dead." The ringwraiths were frightened away by Glorfindel's radiance, but as if emboldened, they charged forward again, surrounding and attacking the group. Gandalf, Elrond, Daragon, and Glorfindel each fought 2 ringwraiths. The remaining leader of the ringwraiths, the Witch King of Angmar, chose Dewey as his target. "We meet again, young wizard. This time you are doomed." A sharp, low voice of the dead came from the hollow, dark helmet. Dewey, as if facing a formidable enemy, didn't waste any words and waved his wand, shattered to pieces. The dazzling spell passed through the illusory body of the Angmar Witch King, as if it were merely a phantom shadow. The Witch King of Angmar let out a low, triumphant laugh. "Witch, your spells have no effect on me." As he spoke, he raised the mogul blade and swiftly slashed at Dewey. Expecto Patronus, a holy, luminous, silvery-white mist erupted from the tip of the wand, coalescing into a massive owl that spread its wings and extended its sharp talons to attack the Witch King of Angmar. The Owl Guardian was incredibly fast and agile, dodging the mogul blade and landing a powerful claw on the Angmar Witch King's shoulder. With a sharp, piercing scream, a clear wound appeared on the shoulder of the Witch King of Angmar. The Guardian of White Magic is naturally the nemesis of dark forces, and the light-filled magic corroded the wound, causing him great pain. But the Owl Guardian did not stop, continuing its attack on the Witch King of Angmar, leaving more wounds on him. Wisps of black energy dissipated from the wound, continuously weakening the power of the Angmar Witch King. But the Witch King of Angmar, as the leader of the ringwraiths, is naturally not so easy to deal with. Before the Owl Guardian could inflict further wounds on the Witch King of Angmar, a mogul blade imbued with the power of an evil curse pierced through the Owl Guardian. The Owl Guardian let out a mournful cry and then vanished into silver mist. The Angmar Witch King's empty gaze fell directly on Dewey. "Wizard, I will plunge the mogul blade into your heart and transform you into my servant, the ringwraith." With the guardian deity destroyed, Dewey's face was somewhat pale, but he showed no fear or panic in the face of the powerful Angmar Witch King. With a wave of the wand, golden musical notes flew out, playing cheerful music. This kind of music, full of positive emotions, is an inspiring and exhilarating celestial melody for the people of Dewey. But to the ringwraiths, it is an unpleasant noise that disturbs their thoughts and weakens their power. In an instant, the tide turned, and Gandalf and his men quickly gained the upper hand, putting the ringwraiths on the defensive. Expecto Patronus, Dewey cast the Guardian's spell once again. An Owl Guardian, much larger than before and almost the size of a giant eagle, sprang from the wand. The Owl Guardian spread its enormous wings, silver light scattering as it flapped. It extended its sharp claws, knocking away the mogul blade with one strike, and then gripped the Witch King of Angmar tightly, wrestling with him in midair. The giant Owl Guardian and Dewey were of one mind. The owl grabbed the Angmar Witch King and flew toward Dewey. What greeted the Angmar Witch King was a silver-white spear with a gleaming white tip. Holding the divine spear Eglos, with the help of the guardian deity, Dewey pierced directly through the hollow, dark body of the Angmar Witch King. The divine spear contained immense destructive power, instantly tearing apart the spirit body of the Angmar Witch King and causing it to vanish into nothingness. Having defeated his opponent, Dewey took a deep breath. Seeing that the others were still fighting the ringwraiths, he quickly manipulated his Patronus to attack the other ringwraiths in order to help his companions. Soon they all dealt with the ringwraiths one by one. But sensing that the surrounding dark power had not weakened in the slightest, the group became even more vigilant and solemn. Hogwarts check-in system, location, Dorgus check-in required. Before Sauron even appeared, the check-in system reacted first. "Sign-in," Dewey murmured to himself. "Sign-in successful. Congratulations on unveiling the secrets of cutting-edge black magic." Dewey was startled when he saw the black magic book that appeared before him. He never expected to receive this as a reward for checking in. Although it wasn't the time to read, Dewey couldn't help but spare some attention to secretly flip through the book. The soul-stealing curse, the heart-rending curse, the death-taking curse, the fiendfire curse, and the creation of Horcruxes. Dewey was increasingly shaken as he looked at it. The sign-in session was incredibly fruitful. It covered almost all of the most powerful dark magic in the magical world. If he could fully master these dark magic spells, his strength would undergo a dramatic transformation. However, his immediate concern was the killing curse. The killing curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses, is an instant death curse, and no magic can stop it. It is the most dangerous and deadliest form of black magic in the magical world, but it is also the easiest form of black magic to learn, because he doesn't need complicated conditions for casting the spell. All he needs is the most extreme and intense emotion. By using malice and murderous intent to mobilize magic, he can successfully cast the killing curse. The power of a killing curse depends on the caster's malice and magical power. However, before Dewey could have a chance to look any longer, a terrifying dark force came from all directions, with the force of a monstrous wave threatening to crush them. Gandalf quickly used his staff to create a huge barrier of holy light protecting the group. Looking at the rising and falling holy light barrier, it was like a bubble in a huge ocean, in danger of being burst at any moment. "Gandalf, I'm here to help you." For the first time, Daragast displayed the power of a brown wizard, his staff releasing another layer of holy light to strengthen Gandalf's barrier. Glorfindel unleashed a powerful force and dazzling holy light, tearing a massive rift in the darkness and letting sunlight pour down from the dim sky, illuminating everyone and blocking the invasion of darkness. Elrond, meanwhile, chanted ancient and mysterious elvish language, manipulating the wind element to create a hurricane that relentlessly swept through the entire castle cave, determined to find the hidden enemies within. "He's hiding there." Elrond's sharp gaze instantly fell on the highest, dilapidated tower. The hurricane also rushed towards the tower. Thunderous explosion. Without saying a word, Dewey cast a spell towards the tower. With a massive explosion, the tower was destroyed in the hurricane and the blast. As the rocks fell, the enemies hidden among them were also exposed. A massive burst of red flames erupted from it, radiating an aura of heat and evil, and coalesced into an enormous, vertically shaped eye of fire. "You cannot defeat me. Darkness has risen again, and your glimmer of light stands alone in the darkness, so insignificant." Ancient dark words, a voice filled with evil, seduction, and depravity, echoed in everyone's ears. The 9 ringwraiths, which they had already dealt with, revived from the giant eye of fire and surrounded the group from all sides. Within the giant eye's vertical pupil lay a dark void, from which emerged an extremely tall figure, unleashing a powerful and terrifying dark force that bombarded the holy light barrier erected by Gandalf and Daragon like a tidal wave. The holy light barrier was on the verge of collapse. The sky was plunged into darkness as if all light had been swallowed up. Dewey felt a terrifying, suffocating pressure, as if countless evil voices were bewitching him, trying to erode and corrupt his soul. He quickly summoned his guardian spirit to his side. Under the protection of the guardian spirit's power, he finally had a chance to catch his breath, like a person who had been suffocating for a long time finally emerging from the water, breathing in the air in large gulps. At the same time, he felt a warm energy coming from his chest pocket. Dewey's eyes lit up, and he quickly took out a handkerchief from his pocket. When he opened it, he saw 5 golden hairs that shone with silver light. It was the hair Galadriel had given him before. He wove the 2 golden strands into a bracelet with his wand and then wore it on his right hand. Galadriel's hair, imbued with the light of the 2 trees, instantly shielded him from the corrupting influence of dark forces, leaving him unaffected. Dewey breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Gandalf, Daragast, Elrond, and Glorfindel successfully withstand Sauron's attack. Thankfully, we invited 3 powerful allies, Elrond, Glorfindel, and Daragus. Otherwise, with just Gandalf and the other 2, they would have truly been lambs to the slaughter. "The age of the elves has ended, the age of the orcs has begun. You are retreating and I will be the victor." Ancient dark words. The giant eye of fire erupted with even hotter flames, and from within the dark void of the vertical pupil, the tall figure emerged. He was surrounded by an evil aura and terrifying dark power. Clad in dark and ferocious armor, his figure tall and indistinct, shrouded in black mist and flames. Everyone was shocked and in disbelief when Sauron appeared in his true form. Daragast exclaimed in horror, "He has a physical form. Has he really been resurrected? How is this possible? Unless he regains the One Ring, he cannot possibly have a physical form." Elrond was also unwilling to believe it. Gandalf shook his head solemnly. "Relax, Daragon. He is not truly resurrected with a physical form, otherwise we would have been defeated long ago. Decades ago, the last owner of the 7 rings of the dwarves, Thurain Roman II, was attacked and captured by the orcs and imprisoned in Dorgod. I think it was around that time that he obtained the 7 rings of the dwarves and gained some of their power." Sauron's appearance startled the group, and the power he displayed was unsettling. As Sauron approached through the air, the powerful dark force forced the holy light barrier to shrink further and further. With Sauron's powerful strike, the holy light barrier was broken, and Gandalf and Daragon were exhausted and unable to fight any longer. "Sauron, servant of Morgoth, your adversary is me." Glorfindel unleashed a holy and powerful force, standing in opposition to Sauron's dark power. As a reborn golden flower lord, he possesses pure magic power comparable to that of the Maiar, making him one of the strongest elves in Middle-earth. Even now, facing the returned Sauron, he's still not at a disadvantage. Glorfindel, reborn elf. I wonder if you will have another chance to be reborn after I kill you this time. Ancient dark words, Sauron's mocking voice echoed around, carrying a terrifying power. As he spoke, an even more terrifying force surged towards Glorfindel, forcing him to retreat a few steps, and the light emanating from his body dimmed slightly. Elrond was being entangled and besieged by the 9 Nazgul, and was unable to provide support for them in the short term. Jur, lend me your flaming sword. Seeing that Glorfindel was at a disadvantage, Gandalf immediately shouted to Dewey. Without hesitation, Dewey pulled out a sword from his spatial bag and threw it over. Gandalf caught the sword with practiced ease, and the blade instantly burst into flames like the sun, so sacred, dazzling, and intense. Evil spirits, halt. I am the servant of the secret fire, the wielder of the Arno blaze. Evil spirits, halt. Dark fire cannot defeat me, you vile, corrupt fire. Return to the void where you belong. No evil spirit can cross my barrier. Gandalf rose again, his flaming sword, burning with the fire of the sun, incinerated the surrounding dark forces. The sacred flames forced Sauron to retreat and stood in opposition to the dark fire he unleashed. May the valor manifest here and drive out the darkness. Daragast also stood up again, releasing holy light to join the battle. In an instant, Glorfindel, Gandalf, and Daragon joined forces to fight against the Dark Lord Sauron. The two sides were evenly matched, and the aftermath of the battle caused the massive castle fortress to continuously collapse and crumble. Knowing he was the weakest, Dewey didn't go up to hinder his comrades or cause trouble. Instead, he controlled the Guardian to attack the Ringwraiths. Lord Elrond, I'll hold off the Nazgûrts. You go help Gandalf and the others, Dai shouted to Elrond. Elrond knew the battle was about to end, and after shaking off the Ringwraiths, he immediately joined the siege of Sauron. Dewey was left to face 9 menacing Ringwraiths, and the pressure instantly surged. The Ringwraiths are not particularly powerful. Their only difficulty is that they are virtually unkillable, or rather, they possess the ability to resurrect themselves. Each time a Ringwraith is killed, it will soon resurrect from the Eye of Eden and continue its rampage. Fortunately, the Patronus of white magic is effective against dark creatures like the Ringwraiths. Dewey didn't engage the Ringwraiths in prolonged combat, but instead had the Patronus harass and ambush them, preventing them from reinforcing their master. The Ringwraiths weren't fools. They naturally saw through Dewey's intentions and attacked him simultaneously. Once he is killed, the guardian deity that restrains them will naturally disappear. 5 Ringwraiths held off Dewey's owl guardian spirit, while the other 4 Ringwraiths charged menacingly towards Dewey. Dewey remained calm, gripping the divine spear Egolos tightly, assuming a fighting stance. But the next second, just as the Ringwraiths were about to reach Dewey, 4 sharp beams shot out from Dewey's pocket and instantly struck the 4 Ringwraiths. The speed of the blade was too fast and took the Ringwraiths by surprise. Before they could react, the blade pierced through their spirits. After realizing what was happening, the Ringwraith saw that there were 4 daggers. No, the Ringwraith screamed in agony, its spirit body severely injured, the dark magic on its body broken by the dagger. The Ringwraith's body rapidly twisted, collapsed, and caved inward before exploding, unleashing a massive shockwave that instantly destroyed the surrounding buildings. These are the 4 daggers that Dewey obtained from the ancient mound. They were originally forged by the people of the northern Dunedain and were designed to fight against evil forces. They are engraved with inscriptions that will bring calamity to Mordor. Now, when used on the Ringwraiths, it has finally achieved its intended effect. The Ringwraith struck by the dagger had its evil power broken, and it could not be resurrected by Sauron's Eye of the Dark Templar for a short time. Dewey's pressure eased instantly. The remaining 5 Ringwraiths were also very afraid when they saw the 4 daggers floating around Dewey, and they didn't dare to get any closer. As the master, Sauron naturally felt something after losing 4 of his men. The huge demon eye turned towards Dewey, emitting an evil, dark spiritual power. Young wizard, I know you. You killed the orc servant I once relied on. I see your hidden desire, a desire to possess great power. I can grant you great power, teach you to forge a ring of power, grant you immortality, and even allow you to dominate the world as long as you submit to me. The devilish sound full of bewitching, corrupting, and decadent sounds echoed in Dewey's ears, trying to invade Dewey's mind and distort his soul. Dewey looked struggling, and the hair braided on his wrists emitted light to protect his heart, fighting firmly against Sauron's spiritual erosion. But even so, his mind was inevitably affected by it, producing many crazy and negative emotions, and only the last bit of calm and rationality remained in his heart. He looked up and saw the demonic eye flash with smugness and mockery, as if it could already foresee the scene of him falling into depravity and corruption and being controlled by it. Dewey couldn't help but feel an endless sense of unwillingness and anger in his heart, and the awareness that the defense line was gradually retreating gave rise to a crazy idea. Now his mind is influenced by Sauron's evil power and is filled with negative emotions. So why didn't he take advantage of this emotion and turn the tables? In an instant, the content of secrets of cutting-edge black magic that he had read before kept flashing back in his mind, becoming clearer than ever before. He raised his wand and pointed it at the demon eye, letting himself be immersed in negative emotions that transformed into endless malice. He retained only the last bit of clarity, and then roared loudly as if to vent his anger, Avada Kedavra. In an instant, a dazzling green light emitting an aura of extreme darkness, destruction and devastation illuminated the clouds above and instantly struck the demon eye with ominousness and curse. Sauron, who was fighting with Gandalf, Elrond, and others, suddenly froze, and the dark forces around him became chaotic and disordered without his will to control them. Accompanied by an extremely piercing scream of pain, Sauron seemed to have suffered a severe blow, and his hideous armor became distorted. Elrond seized the opportunity, burst out with great strength, and stabbed the sword into the hollow and dark helmet of Sauron. Sauron's tall body could no longer be maintained, and it directly collapsed into black mist and flames and instantly disappeared into the demon eye. The huge flaming demon eye suddenly dimmed, and the dark power around it also weakened a little. Gandalf, Daragaster, Elrond, and Glorfindel increased their attack intensity, forcing the eye to retreat continuously and even become smaller and smaller. But even so, the demon eye still spoke in an arrogant tone. "You cannot defeat me, nor can you stop me. Darkness will surely fall again." The demon eye erupted with terrifying demonic flames and delivered its strongest attack, forcing back the 4 besiegers. The 5 ringwraiths were instantly sucked into the demon eye and merged into one with it. The 3 rings returned to the elven kings beneath the firmament. The 7 rings are returned to the stone palace of the dwarven lords. 9 commandments must return to the moral world of death. Dark ancient words echoed around, as if speaking or chanting a spell. In the magic eye, 9 human rings and 3 dwarf rings were faintly visible. The 1 ring controls all the rings, the 1 ring seeks out all the rings, the 1 ring leads all the rings and imprisons all the rings in darkness. The 1 ring must be mine. Light will surely drive out darkness, and Middle-earth will usher in a new era, but there will be no place for you there. A voice came from behind them, then came a holy radiance that repelled the power of darkness. Lady Galadriel. Everyone looked pleasantly surprised. Galadriel, dressed in white, strolled over, radiating a moonlight-like glow that caused the surrounding dark forces to retreat as if scorched. When the demon eye saw Galadriel, its pupils shrank and its hollow and cold voice became low. "You always show up at the wrong time. No, it is you who awakened in the wrong place." Galadriel stepped onto the scorched earth, ignoring the scorching flames, and approached Sauron's Eye of the Demon. "Sauron, servant of the Dark Morgoth, here you have no power, you have no support, no name, no face, no form. Return to the void where you belong." Galadriel raised a crystal bottle that seemed to contain stars, from which an incredibly dazzling starlight emanated. That was a crystal bottle containing the light of Eärendil, which contained powerful divine energy and had a natural restraining effect on evil creatures and dark forces. The light of Eärendil, also known as the Star of Eärendil, is the brightest morning star in Middle-earth. Eärndir, father of Elrond, wore the Silmaril forged from Fëanor in his hair and sailed the heavens in his white ship. The Silmaril's radiance became the star of hope of Middle-earth. The Silmarils were sacred artifacts crafted from the light of the 2 trees captured by Fëanor. They were treasures coveted even by Morgoth, Sauron's former master, and sparked the first age war between the elves and Morgoth. The crystal bottle in Galadriel's hand contains the light of the Silmarils, and also the radiance of the 2 trees. Driven by Galadriel's full power, the light of Eärendil within the crystal bottle erupted with its most powerful divine force. Under the light of Eärendil, Sauron's demonic eye was rapidly corroded as if it had been exposed to sulfuric acid, emitting painful screams. The demonic eye cracked amidst the flowing light, and a piercing scream tore through the sky. "You will ultimately fall into darkness." As the smoke and dust cleared and the demonic eye shattered, only a dark red star pierced the east, leaving a trail of sulfurous fire in the clouds. Sauron was defeated once again, lost his power, and fled in a sorry state. Galadriel, who had unleashed the light of Eärndir, staggered backward, exhausted, and was caught by Elrond and Gandalf. She collapsed into Gandalf's arms, her face pale. The crystal bottle in his hand also became dull. "Lady Galadriel, are you all right?" Gandalf asked with concern. Everyone gathered around, looking at Galadriel with concern. Galadriel shook her head, her gaze fixed on the far east, filled with worry. Although he has been temporarily banished, Sauron's spirit still lingers and he could return at any time. "This is already a very good result, my lady," Glorfindel comforted her. "Sauron suffered heavy losses this time. His physical form has been destroyed and he has lost his power again. Only a wisp of his soul is left wandering, and it will be difficult for him to recover in a short time. And as long as the One Ring exists in this world, Sauron can never be destroyed." Elrond's expression turned serious. "Sauron has fled to the far east and is likely hiding back in his stronghold of Mordor. We need to warn Gondor to be on high alert in the Mordor region." Gandalf's gaze fell upon the area outside Dorgan Castle, where the gathered orcs scattered and fled into the dense forest as Sauron fled in defeat. When those Orc fled, they were scattered but orderly, and they retreated in a northeast direction, which clearly indicates that someone was manipulating them from behind. His eyes met Dewey's, and a look of worry appeared on his face. I'm afraid that after Azog's death, a new leader has quickly emerged from the orcs. This is not good news for us. Dewey didn't care much about these. He looked at Galadriel, whose face was still pale, and took out a bottle of potion from his space bag. Lady Galadriel, this is a soothing potion I made. Perhaps it can help you. Galadriel did not reject Dewey's kindness and smiled at him. Dewey almost got lost in this smile and quickly shifted her gaze, silently praying in her heart that she had a husband. Galadriel smiled even more widely when she saw his embarrassment. She looked at the red potion given by Dewey curiously, drank it in one breath, and the bitter taste made her frown slightly. But the effect of the potion was also very obvious. A blush quickly appeared on the pale face, and he no longer looked weak and powerless as before. Thank you for your potion, Dewey. I feel much better. A hint of surprise flashed in Galadriel's eyes. She didn't expect that Dewey's potion was so effective. Dewey was even more surprised that an ordinary person only needed 3 drops of tonic to recover. But Galadriel took a whole bottle directly and recovered a little. Such a gap made Dewey secretly shocked. Seeing that Galadriel had recovered a lot, the others looked at Dewey with even more surprise. Elrond looked at Dewey with a kinder look. Today's victory over Sauron will be recorded in epic history, and the sorcerer Dewar played a vital role. If it weren't for your powerful spell that severely damaged Sauron and caused his form to collapse, we would not have been able to gain the upper hand until Lady Galadriel successfully banished Sauron. The others agreed with Elrond's words and acknowledged Dewey's contribution in the battle. It also completely put him on the same level as them. But Gandalf still said with some concern, Dewar, although I am worrying too much, I hope you will not indulge yourself in black magic. There's nothing wrong with pursuing power, but you must not let yourself fall into darkness and become a slave to power. Although the others didn't say anything, their eyes showed the same meaning. The Avada Kedavra curse cast by Dewey was filled with a strong aura of black magic, and naturally could not be hidden from the eyes of these powerful people in front of him. Dewey was a little surprised and shocked when he heard this. He had thought that these decent people in front of him would disapprove of his use of black magic or even strongly oppose it. Unexpectedly, it was just a reminder for him not to indulge in black magic. Thank you for your reminder, Gandalf. I will pay attention to it. Dewey nodded seriously. He naturally knew that black magic was very dangerous and that excessive indulgence in it would change one's mind and even distort one's soul. The essence of black magic is to harm, control, or deprive life. Its power is closely related to negative emotions such as hatred, greed, cruelty, etc. Being in such extreme emotions for a long time will gradually distort a person's mind. Moreover, the misuse of black magic can cause visible damage to the user's body, and their appearance will become unrecognizable. Just like the Death Eaters in the Harry Potter world, each of them has a gloomy and twisted appearance, a crazy and cruel personality, and even like Voldemort, they no longer look like human beings. The people present were all knowledgeable and wise, so they could naturally see that Dewey was not just agreeing to the situation. Therefore, the gaze directed at Dewey became even more appreciative and friendly. Over the long years, they have seen countless talented people go astray in their pursuit of power. They don't hope that those who are fighting alongside them now will one day fall into darkness or even stand on the opposite side. As for using dark magic, none of them are people who adhere to black and white ideology. Then, to Dewey's and the others' surprise, Galadriel handed Dewey the crystal bottle containing the light of Eärendil. Take it. Dark magic can corrupt the mind and easily lead people astray. The light of Eärendil will keep you in the light and prevent you from falling into darkness. Madam, this is far too precious. Dewey felt the gift was too heavy and hesitated to accept it. After all, he had personally witnessed Galadriel use it to defeat the Dark Lord Sauron. Galadriel placed the crystal bottle into Dewey's hand, her smile leaving no room for refusal. Consider it a trade for the potion you just gave me. Thank you, madam. Dewey accepted the crystal bottle containing the light of Eärendil and remembered the favor. The group did not linger in Dor Guddu. The brown-robed wizard Daragaster was returning to his cabin in the woods to continue spending time with his animal and plant companions. Elrond and Glorfindel, at Galadriel's request, planned to spend some time in Lorien to discuss their plans against Sauron. Dai and Gandalf declined Galadriel's invitation to visit Lorien and prepared to catch up with Thorin and his companions. This time, Gandalf was not imprisoned in Dorgan by Sauron as he had been before, and was only rescued later by members of the Righteous Order. So this time it only took them a few days. Judging from the expedition's speed and distance, Thorin and his companions probably haven't even left the Dark Forest yet. After everyone parted ways, Dewey and Gandalf hitched a ride on Daragas's rabbit sled. Daragast lived up to his reputation as the god of chariots in Middle-earth, speeding through the forest in his rabbit-drawn sled, narrowly avoiding crashing into trees each time, eliciting gasps of surprise from Dai and Gandalf. He finally managed to get Dewey and Gandalf to the old road in the dense forest before bidding them farewell and returning. Phew, that was so exciting, my heart can't take it. Gandalf patted his chest, still shaken, and after catching his breath he spoke. Let's go, we need to pick up the pace. We don't know where Bilbo and the others are. Hopefully we can catch up. Dewey thought for a moment, and he seemed to remember that Thorin and his party first encountered a giant spider in the forest, then ran into the elves of the Woodland Kingdom and were imprisoned in the dungeon by Thranduil. In that case, they probably haven't gone very far. Dewey took out the True Knowledge crystal. We can tell where they are by using the crystal. Gandalf stopped him, shaking his head solemnly. The crystal of knowledge is not omnipotent, Dewar. This forest has an owner. If you use crystals to spy on the forest, the owner of this place will see it as a provocation and cause unnecessary trouble. Upon hearing this, Dewey recalled the scene when he used the crystal of knowledge to examine Gandalf and was discovered by him. He immediately put the crystal away again. The elves in the dark forest are not known for their good temper from top to bottom. If the Elf King finds out, it will be really troublesome. The two walked along the old path in the dense forest, also known as the Elf Path. Seeing that the trees along the road looked sick and lifeless and that the air was not fresh and had a musty smell of decay, the two men looked rather solemn. Be careful not to inhale too much air. This place is polluted by dark magic. Inhaling too much will cause dizziness and hallucinations, Gandalf warned, covering his nose with his sleeve. Then he muttered worriedly, I just hope the dwarves don't inhale too much toxic air and go astray, otherwise it will be troublesome. Dewey frowned as he smelled the air and waved his wand at his face. A transparent bubble enveloped his head, instantly isolating him from the polluted air outside. Gandalf, do you need it? I couldn't be happier. Gandalf's eyes lit up when he saw the bubble on Dewey's head. Dai waved his wand and added a bubble above his head as well. This is the head-breathing spell that Dewey learned from the Book of Spells. It was originally used for breathing underwater, but it's perfect for this purpose now. The two continued on their way, each with two transparent bubbles above their heads, until they arrived at a broken bridge. Looking at the broken bridge before him, Gandalf sensed something was wrong, and his face was full of worry. It seems my fears have come true. If they can't cross the bridge, they must have chosen another way to cross the river. His eyes scanned the surroundings, and soon he found traces not far from the bridge. There were some vines there that could be used to cross the river, and he found mud and signs of climbing on the vines. While Gandalf was searching for clues about Bilbo and his companions, Dai went to the riverbank, used transfiguration to conjure several bottles, and carefully filled them with river water. The river water is polluted by dark magic. It not only has hallucinogenic effects, but anyone who touches it will immediately fall into a deep sleep and easily drown. Its effects are comparable to the hypnotic drugs made by Dewey. Dewey was very curious about the river water and planned to fill several bottles to take with him, as it would be a good choice for research or to hypnotize enemies. Dewar, it's time to go. We need to find Bilbo and the others as soon as possible, Gandalf called out. Okay, coming. Dewey put the bottle filled with river water into his spatial bag, then strode towards Gandalf. Restored to its original state, Dewey waved his wand at the broken bridge. The broken bridge was quickly restored to its original state. The two crossed the stone bridge and quickened their pace. However, neither of them found any signs of anyone having traveled there recently. This means that after they crossed the river, they did not return to the old road in the dense forest, but went somewhere else. Seeing Gandalf's worried expression, Dai comforted him. Don't worry too much, Gandalf. Maybe they've just strayed from the right path and are now ahead of us. And I also have some spells here that I can try to find them. Upon hearing this, Gandalf's eyes lit up and he looked at Dewey with hope. Dewar, what kind of magic spell do you have? Try it. This is my first time using it too, and I can't guarantee it will work immediately. Dewey didn't make any guarantees. Although he had seen this spell in the Book of Spells, he had never cast it before. He coughed lightly, then waved his wand as instructed in the spellbook, thinking of Bilbo, and chanted, Guide me. A blue ray of light shot out from the tip of the wand, the other end disappearing into the unknown depths of the dense forest. Seeing that the light was pointing due north into the dense forest, Gandalf and Dai looked at each other in bewilderment. While this wasn't exactly the opposite of the original destination of Gushan, it was still quite far off. If the directions given are correct, then Thorin and his companions are lost. Gandalf sighed deeply. Let's go and see where they've gotten lost. The two then left the old path and followed the direction indicated by the magic wand into the dense forest. Guided by the wand, the two had a clear goal and rushed towards Bilbo and the others as quickly as possible. The deeper you go, the denser the forest becomes, and the sky is covered by thick leaves so that almost no light can penetrate. Not to mention, there are many spider webs that seal off many places completely. A spider web, Dewey realized instantly and immediately became alert. Dewar, what have you discovered? Gandalf noticed Dewar's unusual behavior. Dewey pointed to the dense spider webs on the tree. Gandalf, it seems we've arrived at the lair of the giant spiders, the descendants of the Ugoliant that Daragus mentioned. Before he could finish speaking, a rustling sound came from all around, like the scraping of heavy, sticky feet across the ground or branches. Countless enormous spiders emerged from the trees and the ground, surrounding them from all directions, their densely packed eyes gleaming with covetous malice as they stared at them. Looking around at the hundreds of giant spiders, Gandalf's expression changed, and he immediately drew his sword to meet the enemy. The giant spiders are enormous, the largest being almost the size of a small house and the smallest being over 2 meters tall, with leg spans reaching several meters in length, exuding a strong aura of dark magic. There are many eyes on its head, densely packed into 2 large clusters, releasing dizzying and hallucinogenic magic. The reason why the dark forest has become what it is today is partly due to these giant spiders. As descendants of the evil god Ungoliant, these giant spiders are not only huge in size, have hard skin, and possess extremely toxic stingers, but their exhaled breath is also toxic. The dizzying, hallucinogenic air that permeated the dense forest was polluted by the giant spider, and many trees were poisoned and withered. Many creatures in the forest have been devastated and forced to migrate. Just like the elves of the Woodland Kingdom who live in the Dark Forest, the entire Dark Forest was originally their territory, but since the invasion of the giant spider, they have had to shrink their territory and limit themselves to the area north of the Old Forest Road. But now, the giant spider has crossed the old path through the dense forest and continues to approach the territory inhabited by the elves. Dew and Gandalf now have the bubble head charm to isolate themselves from the poisonous air outside, so the giant spider's most lethal weapon has no effect on them. But seeing so many giant spiders swarming around still felt a bit troublesome. More importantly, Gandalf was very worried about the safety of Bilbo and his companions. Although giant spiders cannot speak, they possess intelligence, just like dire wolves. They are extremely cunning and cruel, and know how to cooperate with each other. Perhaps sensing that the two were not easy to deal with, the giant spiders did not rush at them all at once. Instead, they sprayed thick, rope-like spider silk at the two from a distance, as if they wanted to weave a net to trap them and catch them like turtles in a jar. Armor for protection. Dai immediately cast a magical barrier on himself and Gandalf. The spider silk was blocked outside the barrier, forming a huge spider web that covered the barrier. Not content with that, the giant spiders continued to spin silk, weaving enormous spider webs to trap and kill them within. Gandalf raised his sword and slashed at the spider web, but was almost bounced off. Spider silk is both tough and elastic. When the sharp elven sword struck the spider silk, it was as if it were striking a super elastic rope. It took several attempts to successfully cut through a single strand of silk. Dai waved his wand, tear it apart. To Dewey's astonishment, the spider web actually neutralized some of the spell's power, only breaking a few strands of silk. Seeing this, Dewey stopped rushing to break the spider's silk and wanted to see where the silk's limits were. Choose the more powerful spell. Crushed to pieces, a hole was successfully torn in the spider web. Dewey's eyes lit up when he saw the result. This spider silk is truly a wonderful thing. If it could be used to weave protective clothing, it would be truly impervious to blades and bullets and would also have a certain degree of magic resistance. If you have the chance, you could catch a few giant spiders and keep them as pets, specifically for them to spin silk. But now is not the time to consider these things. Dewey no longer held back. Thunderous explosion. With a dazzling spell flashing, a massive explosion blasted up the giant spiders and trees within a radius of several hundred meters, leaving only Dewey and Gandalf, who were protected by magic at the very center, unharmed. Looking at the devastated clearing around him, Gandalf couldn't help but exclaim, "Jur, your magic is getting more and more powerful. I am now full of confidence for our journey to Lonely Mountain." Dewey shook his head. Ever since he witnessed the terrifying scene of Gandalf and the others fighting Sauron and Dorgan, his previously somewhat uneasy heart had completely settled down. Take Gandalf's praise with a grain of salt. Don't take it seriously or you'll lose. She is Maya, a demigod. If her power hadn't been restricted, she could destroy the entire Mirkwood with just a flick of her finger, let alone this little bit of power. In the First Age, the Valar waged a war of wrath to rescue the elves from Morgoth's ravages, a war that nearly sank the entire continent of Middle-earth. The war was massive and brutal, causing the earth to crack, hills to collapse, and plains to rise, severely damaging Middle-earth and sinking the entire northern continent of Beleriand into the sea. Even the misty mountains that Dewey and his companions had painstakingly crossed were raised by Morgoth to prevent the Valar from advancing eastward. Therefore, to prevent the land from being destroyed again, the Valar established rules that restricted the powers of all Maiar who entered Middle-earth. This included not only wizards like Gandalf, but even Sauron's power was somewhat limited, preventing him from exerting his full strength on Middle-earth and forcing him to rely more on violence and armies to conquer the world. Dai even suspected that Sauron's reason for creating the One Ring was not only to control the owners of the other rings, but also to break through the restrictions set by the Valor and gain greater power. That said, after blasting the giant spider away with the thunderclap explosion charm, Dai and Gandalf didn't linger. They continued to use the guiding charm to direct Bilbo and the others. To Gandalf's relief, Bilbo and his companions were not captured by the giant spider, or rather they escaped successfully. The two encountered some giant spider corpses ahead. Gandalf pulled an arrow from the corpse of a giant spider and examined it. These are elven arrows. Bilbo and his companions must have encountered elves from the nearby Woodland Kingdom. Gandalf's expression was far from relaxed. The elves of the Woodland Kingdom are different from elves in other places. They are wary, xenophobic, and not very good-tempered. More importantly, they have deep conflicts with the dwarves. If the dwarves were to fall into the hands of the woodland elves, it would certainly not be good news. Just then, a commotion was heard. The next second, several figures flashed by quickly, leaping nimbly through the woods like deer, appearing on the high ground and trees. Several elves, dressed in robes of natural colors such as green, brown, and gray, drew their bows and aimed at Dewey and Gandalf, their faces grim, as if they were about to shoot at the slightest provocation. "Who are you? Why have you come here?" A tall, slender young elf with golden hair braided and draped over his shoulders and handsome features stepped out, looking at the two with wariness and suspicion. He held a bow and arrow, had a quiver on his back, and wore a light brown cloak with a jade leaf brooch pinned to the collar. Upon seeing the green leaf brooch on his collar, Dewey immediately guessed his identity. Faced with the elves' arrows and the young elves' questioning, Gandalf proactively showed goodwill, smiling and rubbing his forehead in greeting. "Greetings, my elf friend from the Woodland Kingdom. I am Gandalf, Gandalf the Grey." As Gandalf introduced himself, Dai nodded to the young elf. "I am Dewar, the black-robed wizard Dewar." "Wizard." The young elf glanced at the two of them, lingering for a few seconds, especially on the bubbles above their heads. Then he said something in Elvish to the other elves. The elves immediately lowered their bows and arrows. "I am Legolas, son of Thranduil. Gandalf the Grey, I have heard of your name. My father said you are a wise man." Gandalf bowed slightly, the hem of his grey robe brushing against the moss at his feet, his voice carrying a warm smile. "It is my honor to receive such praise from the King of the Woodlands." He looked up at Legolas, his eyes clear. "Thranduil's sun is indeed as sharp as this forest. It seems the winds of Mirkwood have bestowed upon you their finest talents." Faced with Gandalf's praise, the young elf prince appeared somewhat shy. He turned his gaze to Dewey, his face filled with curiosity. "A while ago, we captured some orcs that ran down from the Misty Mountains. From them we learned that the blasphemer Azog had been killed by a black-robed wizard. You must be the one. If there aren't any other black-robed wizards, then it should be me," Dewey said with a smile. Legolas was much less wary of the two at this point, but he still asked, "What brings the two wizards to this dark forest?" Knowing that the elves and dwarves of the Woodland Kingdom had a conflict, Gandalf naturally wouldn't say he was looking for the dwarves. He coughed and explained, "We were planning to cross the dark forest to reach Long Lake Town, but we encountered the giant spider along the way until you arrived." Legolas nodded. "If that's the case, then please come with me. My father would like to see you." Gandalf and Dai exchanged a glance and did not refuse. They were also curious whether Bilbo and his companions had fallen into the hands of the elves. The two followed the elves northward. The further north you go, the less the dark forest is polluted by the forces of darkness, and the forest regains its vibrant appearance and the air becomes fresher. Seeing this, Dewey simply removed the bubbly curse from their heads. The elves of the Woodland Kingdom are mostly sylvan elves, also known as wood elves, whose hair is mainly black and brown. Compared to other elven races, sylvan elves are closer to nature, able to establish connections with the plants and animals of the forest, skilled in archery, and able to hide themselves using natural environments such as trees and rivers and even sense threats. Surprisingly, although the Woodland Kingdom is predominantly inhabited by sylvan elves, it is ruled by a small number of Sindar elves. For example, Thranduil the Elven King and Legolas are both Sindar elves, and their most obvious feature is their golden hair. The Woodland Kingdom is located in the northeastern part of the Dark Forest, just a few miles from the edge, with the dense forest river meandering past its southern gate. Unlike the elven architecture of Rivendell, the elves of the Woodland Kingdom live in a magnificent palace built in an underground cave. The main gate is carved into a hillside covered with maple trees. The two tall stone gates are engraved with magical elven runes, making it difficult for anyone who enters to leave easily. The two followed Legolas through the gate and into the winding tunnel, passing through many checkpoints and passages until they arrived directly in a spacious hall. At the very center of the hall, at the highest point, sat a throne carved from stone, with enormous elk antlers behind it. Thranduil, the Elven King of the Woodland Kingdom, sat on the throne. He was tall, wearing a crown woven from red leaves and berries and a magnificent robe. His handsome face carried an air of majesty and arrogance. "It's been a long time, Mithrandir." Thranduil rose from his throne and stepped down, a polite smile on his face. Your Majesty Thranduil, Gandalf bowed slightly. Dewey also greeted them. Sarandui's gaze instantly fell on Dewey. A rare young wizard, you must be Dewar, the black-robed wizard who killed Azog. I heard your legend from distant relatives. The nemesis of corpse demons, the killer of ogres, the natural enemy of the orcs, truly a series of great achievements. The rumors are a bit exaggerated, Your Majesty Thranduil, Dewey said, shaking his head. Whether it's exaggerated or not, I can still tell, Thranduil waved his hand. The huge explosion in the forest just now must have been your doing. My elves went to check it out. The woodland within a radius of several hundred meters was razed to the ground, and at least 100 giant spiders were killed. This level of strength is many times greater than the rumors suggest. Then he proudly showed off his son to the two of them. Speaking of which, you should already know my son, Legolas. He is the best archer in Mirkwood, never missing a shot, and has killed countless giant spiders. Gandalf, ever the obliging gentleman, joined in the praise, complimenting Legolas on his father's qualities and showering him with compliments. Dewey looked at Thranduil, whose lips were unconsciously curving upwards, and silently gave Gandalf a thumbs up in his heart. Gandalf has scratched Thranduil's itch. For Thranduil, praising his beloved son brought him more joy than praising himself. Legolas, who was also present, blushed with embarrassment from his father's boasting and Gandalf's constant praise. Thranduil was delighted and ordered a banquet to be held to entertain Gandalf and Dewar, his two guests. At the banquet, Thranduil sat in the main seat, Gandalf and Dewar were guests, and Legolas was in attendance. Enjoy a variety of fine wines and delicacies while listening to soothing music. During the banquet, Thranduil inquired about the purpose of Gandalf and his companion's journey. Miss Landell, what important matter brings you through the dark forest? Gandalf explained somewhat vaguely, we're heading to Lake Town. Lake Town. Thranduil paused, his hand holding the wine glass, squinting as he looked at Gandalf and Thranduil. What is it about Lake Town that would attract two wizards to visit it? I remember that the residents of Longlake Town were descendants of survivors from River Valley. When the evil dragon attacked Lonely Mountain, River Valley at the foot of the mountain was also destroyed. Some survivors fled to Longlake and established the Longlake Town we know today. You're going to Chenghu Town, is it for the sleeping dragon on Gushan Mountain? Seeing that Thranduil had guessed their purpose, Gandalf no longer concealed it and nodded. Yes, we are going to Lonely Mountain to investigate. After all, that giant dragon could awaken at any time and is a huge hidden danger. So, you're cooperating with Thorin Oakenshield, trying to help them reclaim Lonely Mountain. Thranduil frowned, his expression displeased. Seeing Thranduil's attitude suddenly turn cold, Gandalf felt somewhat helpless but still seized the opportunity to ask, Your Majesty Thranduil, have you already met Thorin and the others? Thranduil made no attempt to hide anything, coldly stating, They trespassed into my territory and have been imprisoned in the dungeon. You and Dewar are guests I invited to this banquet. The Woodland Kingdom welcomes you, but if you wish to plead for the dwarves, then keep your mouth shut. Thranduil didn't give Gandalf a chance to plead, ending his conversation abruptly. Gandalf opened his mouth but swallowed his words. Thranduil's attitude was clear. As long as they weren't pleading for the dwarves, they would remain friends.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.